What's up, y'all? Today I'm continuing some work on my game in Godot. I'm making a game about an alien invading Earth. And you are that alien right there. There's some power-up orbs that we came up with. I mean, there was always going to be power-ups, but I didn't know they were going to come in the form of orbs until yesterday. Wonderful people in the chat throwing out ideas and things like that. I appreciate it. Today, I want to get those working a little bit more, and I don't actually have any power-ups to apply or anything like that. It's just a matter of, well, I don't know, making them work functionally besides the whole, you get a benefit. You'll see what I mean. Actually, all of this arose specifically from wanting to change levels. So go between level 1, level 2. Well, that's actually another thing. What's up, Roger? Ponder it, okay? We got Q-Mark in the house. Ponder it! We got Q-Mark in the house as well. Welcome. So the idea was I needed to move between levels. I had no way to actually move between levels yet. This is the debug level. This is just a debug level. This is level 0. Now in this game, you're abducting things, right? And there's nothing in this debug level, so we have to use a little cheat menu, and we're gonna add a point. Bam! Point added. Now when you reach that minimum number of abductions per level, these orbs come down. You can see they're a little hard to see against certain backgrounds, so that's something I'm gonna want to work on and deal with today probably. And then we can actually hover over these. I want there to be an animation that goes loop, loop, loop when you hover over one, right? I would love some like text information about this is power up 1, this is power up 2, this is power up 3. Thanks, Q-Merc. And then stuff like that. But we can click on these, and actually down in the output, down at the bottom here, once I click this, let's do the right one. It'll say, orb, it says, okay, you got a few problems. It says left orb chosen. That was the right orb. We gotta work on that. But the idea is now that level 2 will load in, or this is level 1. So it just neatly blended between level 0 and level 1. And then we have a new minimum now of abductions we have to get. The score hasn't cleared. I don't know if I dislike that the score hasn't cleared. Like maybe it just keeps adding on every level. There's something I kind of like about that. So now we're in where we usually were. There's a couple, I'm noticing something a little strange here. It's not loading the levels very far in the distance. That's different. You can usually okay. So this is introduced some new things that need to be dealt with. And then beyond that, I want us to be able to go to actual level 2. We're on level 1 right now. Well, I don't want to go from debug to level 1. I want us to be able to go beyond that. So the way that you would actually get points is by grabbing cows here and dropping them into this here orb, and then sometimes you can get them out of the building. Usually you have to destroy the building, drop them in there, and then, whoops, I threw that cow away. Did not mean to do that. Let's grab one. Oh, I missed him. Get that one. This is kind of like the main gameplay, and then you can see I actually broke my legs off. That's another part of the game. Alien has bad eyesight. Yeah, exactly. That's another part of the game, is that your limbs take damage, and it's going to affect like how far you can grab and stuff. Just like the power-ups, haven't actually implemented that functionality yet, but what I am trying to get in there is like the basis for those things to be added in. All right, here we go. We're about to reach it. So now we're gonna hit that, but the game is gonna have a problem. So the orbs are gonna come down for you to pick a next level or pick the next power up and then move on to the next level, but there isn't a next level. There is no next level yet. So when I click on this, it's just game over. With all of that said, I'm excited to get started today and see what we can get going on here. Make a level 2 for this, see what that does, and beyond that, solve some of those problems. There's some interesting problems that just came up there. If you ever do a permanent boost, Roger says, it should be the difference between grabbing the orb and orb pondered. Okay. All right. Or gaining new abilities is called pondering them. Okay. Oh, because it's like appearing above the alien's head. Like they're like thought bubbles. You know, I kind of see that. No, but I like your imagination a lot. So yeah, thank you. Yeah, because really, so normally the way I have been testing this game for the last ever but thank you, has just been doing level 1, just sitting here. We just pop into level 1, and that's the way it looks. And you'll see this is going to be more correct than what I was just showing off, because you see in the distance, you can't see the chunks popping in, right? They just sort of like emerge from the fog. That's how it's supposed to look. I actually have no idea why. I don't know. We'll see. I'll have to dig into it. So today's just going to be a bunch of, a little bit of problem solving and trying to just clean up that transition between levels. And what I'd like to do is also even set up future levels, level 2, level 3, level 4. Even though I don't have all of the stuff that's going to make up those levels, there's no reason why we can't still advance to a thing that is that level. So that way the game doesn't fully crash and we can test stuff and everything. So yeah, that's polishing, fixing, and setting stuff up. So yeah, what the heck is up with that? What if I go between? So one thing that I can do is using this cheat menu, I can actually just switch to a different level. So this is the debug level, this blank level here. I wonder if I click on that, we get a similar problem where they aren't spawning in the distance anymore. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell. It's a little hard to tell. What if we go back to level 1 now? What's going to happen? Are they going to start? Yeah, wow. What is that? It's almost as if it's not spawning as many out into the distance as usual, which is very odd. I'm going to have to do some debugging to figure that out. Let's do something fun first, though. Let's not do that. That's not fun. What I'd rather think about is some animation. I'm going to animate these orbs. Yeah, let's do that first. There's going to be plenty of time. I'm going to be here for 8 hours, 8 to 10 hours, working on this game. I do that every Wednesday and Thursday. I only take every 4th week off every month. And that week is next week. But for now, let's do something fun. I'll have plenty of time to do the hard stuff. No reason to suffer right this moment. Okay, let me just make sure I've got myself all set up here. I think I do. I think I do have myself set up here. Okay. So, these orbs are quite animatable. I have an animation player for them here, and that animation player doesn't actually bring them up and down. We're actually using a tween to do that. So I'm gonna let them be up here. Let's create a new animation, and let's make them do stuff. Let's make them do stuff. Nothing wrong with do stuff. We're gonna say hover. Okay, grab this one. Now that's going to be its starting shape position situation. Now there's 3 different orbs. The way I've kind of structured this right now is in the node tree, is I've got the power up menu. I've got power up orb 1, power up orb 2, and power up orb 3. So it goes 1, 2, and 3. Oh, there was that problem with when I clicked on it. It was outputting the wrong one. So we got to figure that out. This will help a lot because at least I'll get some feedback on what I'm hovering over and clicking on. You're taking your daughter on a float trip next week. That sounds fun. I don't know. It's something about next week. It's just it's a day off kind of week. It's just one of those weeks. I love it. You won't be able to miss a beat. That sounds like it's because it's hot. I don't know. I mean, we're all in different places in the world, but ooh, it's hot. It's time to cool off if you can. 1, 2, 3. I hope that goes nice. That's lovely. 1, 2, 3. I want to say that we start the orb position. So I'm going to want this on every single one of them, right? I actually don't know if I want the animation player here because this is a singular animation player that's supposed to apply to all of them, right? And I don't want them all to hover at the same time. I could use one animation player and then have it play different animations depending on which you're hovering over. Maybe that makes... Let's try that. So I'm going to rename this. Normally I would have different animation players for different things, but since there's like 3 of them all together, it doesn't really make sense. Huzzah Valley. I haven't heard of it. So like Qmerk, right, because Qmerk lives nearby where I live in the world. And I grew up around St. Louis in the United States. But then I moved to New York City for like 15 years. And then I moved back in the last like 2 years to St. Louis. So I actually am kind of out of the loop when it comes to a lot of the stuff. When I was a kid, it was Raging Rivers. That's where you would go, Raging Rivers in St. Louis. That was the place. But beyond that, I don't know. Is Raging Rivers even still around anymore? I have no idea. It's wild that someone from around St. Louis is here. It's like such a small world. We're gonna say hover 1. Right on the river road. Whoa, interesting. Hope you're not swimming in the river. That would be interesting. Hover, well, I don't know. I guess it's a nice river. Again, I've been in New York for so long. You know, the river they got out there, the Hudson River, you don't want to swim in that. Raging Rivers is right on the river road. Oh. I'm so like out of the St. Louis loop. I barely know anything about St. Louis anymore. I wish I did. I just like, you know, I like came of age in New York. Hover 1, I want, maybe you can help me become more connected to my roots. I want this to have the default position. So I'm going to hop over here to the inspector and let's set the transform position right there. Vinny remembers the Cuyahoga River in Ohio caught fire. A river can catch fire? Like, what? I mean, there must be something in it or on it, like chemicals. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. You gotta be careful in those rivers. Okay. Oh my goodness. I want this to be a loop, and it'll just keep playing. It was very polluted, I see. I feel like the Mississippi River isn't bad as far as rivers go. That's the one in St. Louis. I feel like it's not too bad as far as they go. It's like the Nile of the United States. It's like a very mighty river. Which means it must be clean, right? Scary. Scary. Yeah, oil, that would make the most sense, I guess. And like stay on top. Would oil go to the bottom? I don't really know things. I make games. Let's... Oh, I don't want to keyframe position. Why did I keyframe position? I want to keyframe the scale. That's what we want to change. What's up, noob man? Welcome. Thanks for stopping in and saying hello. How you doing? I'm going to animate these orbs that appear above the player in my game for choosing power-ups. There's a lot of things that I want to set up here today. But this is a nice, easy, lightweight thing to start out with. So I figure it makes the most sense. Why did my orb disappear? Oh, because I reset the position entirely. That was a mistake. Okay, hold on. Let's make less mistakes. Let's make a few less mistakes. We're gonna... Sometimes just getting started requires a little effort. Actually, let me go a little tiny down here. Okay, there we go. That's rotation. Scale. Come over here. I'm warming up. We're warming up. It's gonna be 8 hours of this, so we'll get... I'm sure I'll get my flow. All right, keyframe that. That doesn't seem like much. I don't think we need it to get big. It's just enough to give like some feedback to the player. Roger made a model in a model I dub Goober, the potato-loving goblin, god of potato, singular. Wow. That sounds cool. That sounds cool. Good job making models. Let's go. What's up, Brawl Snipe? Welcome back. Good to see you. Zhoo. It's fun to say Brawl Snipe. I think it's a little fast. I'm just adding some animation to this, so it has a bit of movement when we hover over it and stuff. Two kinds of messages in chat, yeah. And then we're going to paste that. Actually, I don't even know that really need to do that. I think we could just literally keep it to 2 things, you know, and then just loop it, and that should be plenty. I'm going to make it a little shorter. That's giving breathing. I don't know how I feel about that. For you, it's the same day. Whoa. The world is wild. Movement. There's a lot of cow stuff going on in this game, actually. So that's very appropriate. We doing some movement. Boing, boing, boing. I think I would like a little easing there. I tend to like a nice ease out. Maybe we could even... Oh, yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Nice. I like it. Can we make it just a touch shorter? Let's say 6.5. Yeah, I like that. I want to start with Game Dev 2. What language should I learn? Well, I mean, I don't know. Pick one, you know? Pick one. It kind of depends on what your goals are, you know? Like, do you just want to make games for fun? Do you want to make a game, potentially you sell it someday? Do you want to make a game that you can put up on itch.io or put up on Steam or something like that? I mean, I know for me, I like Godot. Now, Godot has GDScript. You can also use C# or C++ with Godot. I would recommend GDScript. Preferably English. English is a start. Unfortunately, you actually can't even get coding languages outside of English. Coding is like so English-centric. I know you're joking, but coding is actually very English-centric, which can be a problem if you're not a native English speaker. But yeah, you know, some people make games in like JavaScript and have success with that, but you know, do you really want to learn JavaScript? Like, maybe you can, but really you should think more in terms of like engines. Unless you plan on making an engine from scratch, don't do that. If you are going to do that, you might want to do something like C++. It just depends. Unreal Engine is associated with C++, Unity is associated with C#, and Godot can do all of them, but it's optimized for GDScript, which is very similar to Python. So Python is another cool one you can learn, but yeah, I would say think about engines. You know, look for some videos out there on YouTube about how to get started making games and things. You like Godot? I love Godot. I tried Unreal Engine, I tried Unity, I tried a couple others, but Godot is my favorite. I feel the most comfortable using Godot. The mono version of Godot, which uses C#. Nice. The language is important for performance. That's true. Which is easiest? I mean, that's very subjective. In my opinion, GDScript is quite readable, learnable, and usable. And it's integrated really well with Godot. Like, you know, everything about Godot is built around GDScript. So if you're going to use Godot, learn GDScript. And here's the thing. Learning GDScript is still going to help you learn other languages. It is based on Python, that's right. And you can still, like, you know, transfer skills. Like if you're going to go learn C# or something, like I can look at C# code now that I've learned GDScript. I'm learning GDScript. I can look at C# code and be like, oh, I get what that's doing. I see what that's doing, you know? And then, you know, if you get into, you know, making projects with C#, you'll start to pick up all the little ways to piece it together. So Yeah, Godot is a safe choice for new persons. Yeah, I agree. It's low to the ground, it is, and features are still being built. Sure, Unreal Unity might be the industry standard. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's tough because like I have my preference, and my preference is very much against Unreal Engine or Unity. Like, I don't like it. I don't like them. I tried them both. I don't like them that much. I actually enjoyed using Unreal Engine a lot because it's so powerful. But it's too powerful. It's very taxing on the system. It's very fragmented. It feels, and same with Unity too in a lot of ways, but especially Unreal Engine. It's just you have to learn a lot of different things to make like one little thing happen. And then the documentation is not good on Unreal Engine. And I find that it's even though Unreal and Unity have been around for a while, I prefer searching up for resources using Godot because the documentation is so good for Godot and the community is so vibrant and exciting for Godot. So there's a lot of good information out there if you need help doing anything. But yeah, Unreal Engine, I kind of I felt lonely and overwhelmed in Unreal Engine. And in Godot, I just was kind of like, okay, I can do this. GDScript is pretty easy to learn, I agree. Welcome, Dungeon Martian. It changes in base of the built-in functions and the possibility to create your function. Yeah, right. That's right. That's right. If you don't use GDScript, yeah. Unless you already have a ton of experience, I wouldn't worry about that yet. Yeah, I agree. I started with GDevelop, nice. Then went to Godot. I kind of feel like GDevelop helped me learn how to think as a game dev, and it was easy. Yeah, so GDevelop's another cool one. The other thing to think about is whether you want to make 3D games or not. If you want to make 3D games, I really do not recommend GDevelop. But if you know you're only going to make 2D games, GDevelop is an option. GDevelop has a nice engine for 2D for sure. And it's free and open source. It's pretty lightweight. It's not as lightweight as Godot, but it's pretty lightweight. The general stuff is going to come naturally. Some things are transferable. That's right. Which language should be my first step from easiest to hardest? I mean, it's all very subjective, but the opinion you're going to get here in this community is Godot and GDScript. If you want a straight answer, Godot and GDScript. With that said, I'm not telling every game dev out there to do that. But if you're asking me for a straight specific answer, that's what I would give. But it's just my opinion. It's just my opinion, right? Unreal is for larger scale projects, and Unity is a good engine. Was that an asterisk? But the company is shady, and the engine itself is infamous with asset flips. Yes, agreed. Don't trust it. Subjective and depends on edge choice, right? Yeah. Yeah, I dislike the proprietary nature of other game engines. Even something like Game Maker, it's proprietary at the end of the day. Today, I understand how to work on the animation player node, but I don't understand why I can't change a collision size for the collision shape 2D for that fraction of a second. I don't know why you can't, but I know that you shouldn't. I know that you shouldn't be scaling collision shapes. And if you are going to change it, I mean, I've never really tried. Although, I am going to have to at some point. Oh yeah, you can't keyframe these, can you? Look, there's no keyframes for this. Yeah. I mean, you might just have to have multiple collision shapes and turn them on and off. But basically, as I understand it, the engine can cause problems if you start experimenting with changing scaling. So like you could come in here and scale a collision, but if you do that, you're running a huge risk of dealing with bugs and unexpected results. So that's probably why they don't let you adjust this with keyframes. Although I will say there is a keyframe right there. Look, there's a keyframe right there. So actually, maybe you can. I don't really know. Here, let's try it. This is a collision shape. It's right there, as you see. If I adjust that radius, it grows or not. Let's see if I can keyframe it. I'm going to keyframe it, and then I'm gonna adjust it, and then keyframe it. Oops, I forgot to move the keyframe. Come over here, keyframe it. Okay, I gotta adjust it back down. I think you can keyframe it. Oh, wait. You can't. Nope. Yeah, you're right. You can't. Save as a different resource? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, unfortunately you can't. Yeah, so you have to come up with some other solution. At some point, that is something I'm gonna have to look into because in the game, the character's limbs do shrink and the collision shape changes. Probably what I'll do is I'll probably have multiple with different sizes so that when as the limb shrinks, it switches to a uh, smaller collision shape. That is not something I want to think about today, though. That is some future Lee's problem right there. The right answer is pick one and stick with it for like 6 months, then decide if you like it. Yes, I like Godot. I didn't like Java. Totally. That's great advice. I like that. Yeah. Is it hot there? Bruh, it's like 50 here. Yeah, it's hot here. It is. It's hot here. I don't know what to say. It is. I used to tinker with Game Maker, but then I gave up because slopes were a pain to deal with. Really? I still haven't tried Game Maker. Someday I might. But I haven't yet. What's up, Frank? Welcome. Yes, Powerup Orb time! I know that you can use collision shape 2D with the animation player. Oh. What game are you making? I am making a game about an alien who invades Earth. And you have to collect... What engine uses Java? I don't know what engine uses Java. What's up, Psychonic? I was thinking that maybe dungeon meant JavaScript, actually. So you are an alien invading Earth, and you have to abduct animals and humans, and then you have to meet a minimum number of abductions in every level. You can destroy buildings. You can also get hurt, and your limbs will shrink, and that will cause you problems, in theory. I have yet to implement most of those problems, but they will. And that's pretty much the game. It's going to be a roguelike with endless runner elements where when you get to the end of the level, you get to pick up some power-ups and then go on to the next one. And I'm currently setting up the power-up orbs and a way to get us to usher to the next level. So that's a little bit about the game. That's a little bit about the game. See if I can get that minimum number. This is actually a lot easier than it's going to be for level 1. I'm planning on remaking the player character. I'm in the process of it. And you'll actually be playing this without arms or legs. Actually, it's not entirely true, because you'll be able to transform into the cow. It's gonna be wild. That's a whole other thing. Whoop. Okay, so then when you reach that, it gives a little boop, you did it! And then these are gonna come down, and what I'm working on right now is that you hover over these, and then it's gonna throb, and then when you click on it, I want it to have chosen that power up, and then it's going to take you to the next level. I don't actually have a level 2, so it's actually going to crash when I do this. But it does work between level 0 and 1, but there's a couple bugs with that, and I'm going to look into that soon, but not right this second, because I want to do funner stuff. Psychonic says, I think it's pretty amazing that when you want to showcase your game... when you want to showcase your game, you can just run it and show the audience. A few months ago, it was just a bunch of doodles on MS Paint. Yeah, there were a lot more doodles. I mean, you know, I would say from the first time I streamed this, there certainly were things that I could show, but it wasn't the game, you know? It was like not the game. It was super duper not the game. Oh yeah, Dungeon was doing modding for Slay the Spire. That's right, and that required Java. Why in your game you don't eat the cows for access to the next level? You actually will be able to eat the cows. Basically, eating the cows hasn't yet been implemented, and it's not going to move you to the next level, but what it is going to do is it's going to give you health. And when you get that health, also, sorry, Shorts feed, I know that half of the stream was cut off there. Still getting used to the Shorts feed being there. Don't worry, guys, I got you. Yeah, so when I first started working on this game, this was the first stream I did. here on this game entirely. This was the first stream I did here for this game entirely. And I set up the like endless runner aspect. So I actually had some the model made ahead of time. But you're right, Psychonic. Like there wasn't like a game. There was just this character, and this was how long ago? This was 7 months ago. 7 months ago. Let's see. By the end of the stream, how did it look? How did it look? Where were we 7 months ago with this game? This is gonna be wild to see. There it was. That was it. That was the game. But you're right. I would have to pull to explain like the gameplay. I would have to like pull up, you know, drawings and stuff because otherwise, like what does this tell you? What does that tell you about the game? Not a lot. So for sure, it's come together so much more than it used to be. I wonder if I have any of those doodles in here. Probably. It's so different. It's so very different, right? It's kind of alarming. Oh, there's one of the doodles. There's one of the doodles. That was one of the original drawings. This was actually the first iteration of this game. It was just an animation of this thing, you know, running. And then there's an enemy. And then meat. So yeah, so then that's the other thing, Brawl, is that very doodle, very doodle. And then I mean there's even more doodles than that, but that gives you a good sense. But yeah, so Brawl, the idea is going to be that you as the alien can eat cows and humans in order. Thank you, Psychotic. Thank you. It was like the first thing that I made for this entire game. The idea is going to be that you eat animals and humans to gain health, but there is a downside to that because when you eat them, you transform into their limbs, which if it's a human, that's not necessarily a bad thing, except there's also going to be a karma system. So if you eat a human who is an innocent person, then you're going to have negative consequences. Whereas if you eat someone who is not innocent, then you'll be okay. So like I'm working on some transformations. This is, imagine it has a nice head and body, but it's gonna have, here, let's not even look at that. Let's look at the quadruped. So this is a work in progress. I am not done with this yet, but for example, oh, Davi Woolman's got the idea. Hyper smash that thumbs up button if you haven't yet. If you're watching the shorts feed, you gotta tap the 3 dots right there, and then you can press the like button. Everyone else, you know what to do. Hyper smash that thumbs up. Thank you guys. Well said. Well said. Davi knows what's up. Good to see you. But how to know is the good people. So it's gonna be, this is gonna be pretty obvious. This is I've only worked on the hooves. The hooves are the only thing that are close to looking like they should look. But the rest of it is like simple polygons I haven't molded yet. But this is going to be the cow transformation. You're not going to have like the grabbing and stuff like that. It's going to be more limited and whatnot. But that's going to be the idea, is that eating stuff transforms you into different shapes. And it's not necessarily a good thing. How to know as a good person. So there's going to be cinematics that explain it. But basically the enemies who are attacking you. So there's military who are enemies and they attack you. I guess I have to explain the lore. I guess I gotta explain the lore. We gotta bring out the doodles. Psychonic, we're not done with doodles yet. We're not done with doodles yet. Sometimes I'm not sure like how much I want to explain it with cinematics ultimately. Arrive the military if you ate humans. Yeah, it's something like that. I mean, it's something like that. There's story, there's lore, there's story, there's lore. Don't worry, it's something. It's not that important. Where? Oh dear. This program's gonna make me. This program has like a nag pop-up. Ugh, and I can't see it. Oh, for crying out loud. So I don't even know where to click on it. What was my solution to get around that? Oh, I know. I have an idea. What if I... Oh, that doesn't look like anything. Oh, boo. Boo. Yeah, dang it. Well, I might have a trouble trying to show you this right now, unfortunately, because my software that runs this is making it very difficult. Oh, actually, I have an idea. Ooh, I just got an idea. Okay, hold on. Wait, we're not out yet. It's not over yet. Okay, the screen's gonna go away on the widescreen, but don't freak out. Don't freak out. Don't freak out. Okay, there's that. That's the wrong one. This one. There it is. Okay. We're getting this. We're getting this. See that nag window on top of my software right there? Do you see it? That nag window is the bane of my existence. Right there. I gotta click on that. There we go. Okay. We got it. It's a long story. You guys don't need to worry about it. Okay. Here we go. Okay, it's lore time. That was a lot to deal with, you guys. You guys are really patient. You remember Too Much Pirate Software channel, but more Godot interested. Oh, thank you. That's nice of you to say that. All right, here we go. So, oh, I loaded the wrong one. Here we go. So, this story for this game begins on an alien planet. And those aliens on their natural habitat look like this. They're just a head. That's all they are. And that's how they live. But there's something special that happens on this alien planet. And these winds that blow through the sky actually oppose each other in such a way that like wind pearls are created, like a clamshell with like grains of sand rubbing in between them, right? And it creates these pearls in the sky, and they're special. And these little aliens that are just heads are like, wow, look at those pearls. Wow, those are cool. And so they're very smart in that they have learned that they can actually do something with these pearls. They have a special secretion in their saliva, and when they chomp on it, a magical thing happens that can only be explained by science fiction, where the orb, the pearl, actually becomes fused with their head. So their organs start growing down into the pearl. Exactly, Frank. They love to drool all over it. They love it. And so they actually become this form of this orb body and this head. Now, the orb is like indestructible. It has magical properties, including they can even not fuse it into their body and use this orb for other things like abducting things and building stuff. So it's a very powerful thing, and it becomes a part of their body. Now, one day, and this is true, during a great space race in the world history, humans sent animals into space to see like what would happen. And some of those animals never came back to Earth. And one in particular landed on the alien planet. And as the aliens want to do, they slobbered all over it. And something very different happened than fusing with the animal. Instead, that magical orb on their body grew the limbs that mimicked that animal. And so that one animal that got eaten by one of those aliens, they're like, can we get more of those? I would like more of these, because now if we all have limbs, we can take these orbs and we can build buildings and a great civilization, and we can do awesome things. So they command the other body-only aliens to go invade Earth to get more of this animal stuff, these creature things, so they can have more limbs and build their great civilization. So that's how you start out the game. You're just a head and a body, and you can basically just eat anything you want, and that's going to be just fine. And in fact, you want to make sure you score points and whatnot with it. In level 1, there's only going to be cows, so if you eat a cow, you will grow the cow limbs, as you already know, and at the end of level 1, you will have to fight a human, because a cattle farmer will say, "Can you please stop eating my cows?" And you're going to have to fight this human. It's not going to be that hard, but you're going to beat it, and then you're ultimately going to eat it. You're going to eat the human, and when you eat that human, you get human limbs. Not only you have gotten human limbs, but so have all your alien friends, and you're just wreaking havoc across the planet. But there's something else that you got besides just limbs when you ate those humans. You also got human empathy. Yeah, you got a little human empathy. You feel a little guilty about eating these humans. And the humans are mad. They're like, "Can you please stop eating us? I would like it if you stop eating us, please." And they're protesting you. There's literally a gathering. And the aliens are kind of conflicted about it. Well, regardless of how they feel, there's somebody who feels very particularly about all of this, and that is the military. The military is not, yes, they're angry. The military is not having these aliens doing what they do. And so, well, unfortunately, it's not just the aliens who have a bad relationship with the military. The military seems to not care much about its people either, because they not only attack the aliens, but they also end up attacking some of the protesters. Some of their own citizens are getting attacked and hurt. And this is not good for a relationship with the military. In fact, the aliens and the humans forge a bond. They have decided that they have something in common, that we are opposed to the violent authority. And so this sets up the karma system, right? So now you are going to continue to level 2. You've got an empathy bar and a little heart. And this represents your karma. And so if you eat everyday people, that is to say people who are like, if there's going to be a house, right, with just people in it, and if you attack that house and you eat those people, bad karma. But if there's military who are trying to attack you, or police who are trying to attack you, and you eat them, no problem. It's all good, not an issue. So that's going to be how you know whether or not you have a good person or a bad person, is the people, the militarized force that are attacking you are the ones that don't lower your karma. And there'll be different consequences based on how you do that. So that is a little bit of the background. You're going to have, you know, whether you want to be an evil playthrough or a good playthrough, we'll see how that turns out. You know, let's say, I'm not really sure all the ways that's going to manifest, but one way that's going to manifest is, let's say you have really good karma and you're doing a great job and nobody's mad at you. Then humans outside of their houses will leave you little, like, health power-ups. They'll take, like, you know, a frozen steak from their dinner and they'll put, or from their freezer, and they'll put it out there for you to eat. And you can grab it, and it's like a easy health point. You don't transform into anything. You just get a nice benefit out of it. But if you're eating a bunch of humans, you won't get that perk, right? So there's going to be certain advantages to having good karma. And then in terms of being evil, I mean, it's possible that maybe there's some kind of advantage to evil. I don't know yet. That's something I'm just going to figure out as we keep making it. But that's the idea. That's the game. How I'm going to also weave in these cutscenes and stuff, I'm still not sure. They're going to be skippable, but, you know, they'll be there optionally at some point. Dungeon asks, did you read Animorphs? The lore of these creatures is a little adjacent to the evil faction from those books. I mean, to say I read Animorphs would be a very strong way to describe how I engaged with literature as a child. If you mean I looked at the covers and thought they were cool, yes. Did I actually look at the words, process them, and then get to the end? Absolutely not. Temporary powers, become a helicopter, make a human an alien. Because I don't want to, would be the reason. It doesn't really make any sense. So the lore is that the only thing that's part of this game is that the alien can get limbs from the animals that they eat. No more. Okay, that's it. I love your imagination though. It's great. You were the same zombie? Like, I don't know, man. I wasn't a reader. I hate fiction even to this day. I mean, I respect it, but I don't like reading fiction. I'm not a fiction reader. It's just not me. And as a child, I absolutely most certainly could not handle it. Definitely not. But that's cool. I didn't know that, Dungeon Martian. That's interesting. Maybe I should research into it and figure that out. All right, maybe I'm going to work on the game now. So, I'm going to grab this orb here. Dun, 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 dun. And I want it to throb. That's what I want. You read Goosebumps, but don't think I actually read Animorphs. I mean, I was the same with Goosebumps. Like, I thumbed through it, you know? Can you become a centaur? There might be a horse transformation. Maybe. There might be a horse transformation. That's a possibility. They're genuinely really mature books about children in war and maturing in that environment. I don't think that I would recommend reading them now, but I'm glad I read them when I was young. Maybe I could find some, like, summaries of them. You know? That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I wish I had the ability to have read, but it was, I liked playing video games. Reading books felt like a punishment. I know that's not true for everybody, but it was for me. It's cool. Interesting. Yeah, but like Animorphs were like an exception. I gotcha. All right, hover animation. So there's a little throbbing. I think it looks great. Now I'm going to need it for the other ones as well. Honestly, what would be easiest is if I could duplicate it, call this hover 2. Now that's going to apply to the same orb, but hopefully I could just maybe come in here and adjust the path. I think that it must not be unique. Why can't I edit that path? Let me change. Oh, it's down here. Okay, there we go. So what if I just change that to orb 2? Is that just going to work? Yes. Bam. Let's go. Easy peasy. All right, duplicate this, hover 3. And then rename this path to be orb 3. And we've got our 3 hovers. Beautiful. I'm also going to want, when we like click on it, I don't need an animation for that, but maybe we could do that. Okay, we'll see. Great, so there's the animation. Now I want the animation to matter. I'm going to play a little music to underscore the work. Okay, so in the script, we need to actually fetch the information about when it's hovered. I don't think I actually have this information anywhere. So over here on my camera 3D script, I've got all of the raycast information. So something kind of weird happens. Whenever we meet the minimum number of abductions on a level, the normal raycast, like whenever we're playing the game and I hover over something, right, like an enemy or a building or whatever, right, it lights up. So that is our attack raycast. That's like kind of the normal raycast. And then there's also raycasts when I hover over animals and stuff, right? So there's those raycasts. That raycast is actually going to become turned off whenever we reach that minimum. So let's do that. Let's just cheat our way up there. When I hit this minimum, that raycast goes off. So now if I'm hovering over things, nothing happens. And a new raycast is turned on. And that raycast only sees these orbs right here. And that particular raycast is our power-up ray, right here. So the power-up ray checks to see if the raycast result is not empty. So that is to say, make sure it actually sees something. Oh, we got Henry in the house. Oh, Henry is a member and supports Hyper Game Dev. That means Henry gets a song. That's right, I sing songs. If you join up as a member on YouTube in this channel, I will sing you a song when you join in these devlog streams. That's how this works. Let's see what music we're listening to and what song I'll be singing to. Okay, right. Oh, Henry! Oh, Henry! I didn't say I was a good singer. Oh, Henry! Welcome to the stream, Henry. I appreciate you, Henry. We like you being here. When Henry comes through, we are happy. When Henry comes through, we are happy. When Henry comes through, we are happy. Oh, when Henry comes through, we are happy. When Henry comes through. Yeah, when Henry's here, we're happy. There you go. And this song, I'm really sorry about that. But also, you're welcome. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I do appreciate it. How you doing, Henry? Good to see you. Right, so I want to... Now, one thing that weird thing that I noticed is that when I clicked on the right one earlier when we were first trying this out in the beginning of the stream, it didn't print the right message. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. But we want to... These all actually don't even fire when we're hovering, right? Because I have this if input is action just pressed grab, then it checks all of these. So I might even want to move that. So what if I yoink that on out of there? Henry is fixing the game up that you're working on. Nice. Let's go. Let's co-work. Let's co-work together. Nice, Henry. I hope I get to try it. It's okay if not. So now we're going to see if Raycast Result Collider is going to be checked right away. And then, unfortunately, this is going to send out a message that it's been chosen. But I don't actually want to send a message that it's been chosen. I kind of think this is a bit... No, actually, this isn't that bad. We can make this work. Let's try this. I'm going to say, if input is action pressed grab, and then we'll have some special things that happen here. And that will be power up chosen, print left orb chosen. And then we can just say if it's hovered in general, we can actually do a different messenger. I'll have to make it. We'll say power up hovered here, and then we can emit it with the number that is hovered, and then I can pass that into a function that's checking for those numbers. So I think this would be a better way to organize all of these. I'm actually just gonna grab all of this code right here, and I'm just gonna overwrite. Well, maybe you can not do that with the print, so I don't have to type that message again. But I'm gonna overwrite this. It just saves me a little bit of indentation time. Change that to 2, change that to 2, and then indent the print, come down here, overwrite this, post it in the Discord, yay! I'm excited, I'm excited. Henry, you make so many games. I love seeing it. I love seeing people making all kinds of games. I don't make a lot of games. I mean, I guess every Friday I make a game in 1 hour, but it's a bit of a stretch to call those games. Exciting, Henry. I see you gaining so much experience. And is it a Godot one too? I know you've been learning Godot. You're getting better and better. Raycast result. Okay, so this looks good. Now I need to actually create the power up hovered signal in the first place. So I'm gonna head back to, or for the first time today, but as we often do, I'm gonna head back to my messenger script, and we're gonna add a new signal, power up hovered. One of my favorite things about Godot is these signals. And now I'm gonna come to the power up. I guess I want to do power up orb here. And we should have some stuff happen. We back at it again with the live stream. I know that's right. Welcome, 2D Bard. Good to see you. You know it. You know it. I do be coming here and working. I do like doing it. How you doing, 2D? Welcome. Okay. So over here, I'm actually gonna. This script is on every orb. All 3 of the orbs have each of these on it. This script. So I'm gonna need to make sure it knows which type was hovered and that it is the correct type. So that's gonna be something to think about. I'm gonna say messenger power up hovered connect on power up hovered. I will create that function. Func on power up hovered. And we do need to call with a number, so we're just gonna say orb here. Now, it only knows what type it is based on this enumerator. Oh, I bet that's why. That's why the wrong type showed, because I didn't set the type. So I have this export variable here. And it's a drop-down menu, and it lets me set each orb as either being orb 1, orb 2, or orb 3. I guarantee you. Yep, I have orb 2 set as orb 1. That's why the wrong one came through earlier. I want orb 2 to be orb 2, and I want orb 3 to be orb 3. So now they know which one they are. TD Bard says, I'm good, big chillin' right now. Love it, love it, love it. Got a new job offer. Congrats. Let's go. They want me to start tonight. Oh, dang. They're like, all right, get on it. Let's go. So we'll see how that goes. Good luck with that. Congrats. I hope you're treated fairly and everything is above board and it's a great, happy new experience for you. Congrats. I'm doing good, you know? I'm super excited about all the progress from yesterday, and I can't wait to start tying it together and really getting this level advancing thing going. So yeah. I'm happy. I'm doing what I love doing. I couldn't be happier. All right. So, now that they know what type they actually are, there's a couple of different things. I kind of want to, this is pretty obnoxious, but it's what I'm going to do, and you're just going to have to be okay with it. In the ready function, I am going to say match is type. Okay, we're going to do match is type. It's a match statement. We're going to get real serious with this match statement. We're going to say is, I think I need to do is types orb 1. Right? Like that. And then we say if that's true, I want this to be set to is orb. I'm going to create a new variable up here. This is a little out there. I didn't want to do it with 0, 1, 2. I wanted 1, 2, 3, and I know it's strange, but I don't care. It's what I want to do. It's what I want to do. There's so many new names in this community now. Yeah, you know, it grew a lot over the last week or two, for sure. For sure, it grew a lot quick. That happens, you know. I mean, I stream a lot. And so it just kind of means whoever comes through, you know, whoever happens to stumble on it is gonna find out. And so there's always an opportunity, I guess is what I'm saying, for new folks to pop in and drop in. And I'm so glad y'all do. I'm so glad y'all do. Especially because, I mean, you know, often people who have been in the community for a while, people take breaks. People don't always watch, you know, which is fine. People aren't always engaged. They're busy doing something else. They change interests, you know. But then sometimes people come back, right? And so, you know, when more new people come in, that means old people can take a break, and the new people can fill in. And then those new people become old people, and they can take a break. And then maybe those other old people come back. and maybe those old people gone and the new people coming, right? It's like it's good. It's good. It's good. Yeah, but I am noticing it too, for sure. It's great. It's good. Because it's also like you know, the people who come through are not just a bunch of like viral randos. That is to say, we didn't just like get a big hit video and all of a sudden there's all these people who are just like not becoming a part of the community. And I appreciate that you identified that like in this community there are new names, not just passer-throughs. Yeah, it's a cool thing. It's a cool thing. Anyway, variable is orb. We're gonna set it to 0 by default. That's fine with me. And then in the ready function, I'm going to reassign this. We want to say is orb gets set to 1. Match is types orb. What this is gonna do is it's gonna check which enumerator was set to it. It's weird, but it's the way I'm doing it. Orb 1 is orb 1. Is orb 2 is types. And this is just gonna make it a little easier for me to check it when I'm writing it in code, so I'll be happy. Last stream I remember congratulating for 1.37k and now 1.4k. That's like 30 subs in less than a week. That's right. Yeah, we did get like 30 subs in less than a week. That's absolutely correct. That's absolutely correct. No, you guys are right. Like there is some I think there's momentum building, right? Like the streams are being seen by more people more often. And you guys help make that possible by being here, hanging out, and engaging. YouTube's like, okay, all right, let's show this to some more people then. Let's try showing it to some more people. And that makes a big difference. Also, we're on a shorts feed. What's up, vertical? Ciao. And that also catches a few new folks as well. So, yeah. Yeah, it is growing quick. It is growing quick. Numbers, go, let's see, up. They go up. They're up. Looks good. You updated your game journey in Discord. Nice. Yeah, I love to see that. I love to see that. Brawl Snipe. Is orb equals 3. Okay. So now it's just going to give me a nice clean number that will be set to is orb, and I can say if orb, and we can even rename this, orb hovered. If orb hovered is the same as is orb, then play the animation. So we'll drop this in here. Let's go ahead and on ready that so it's available and things. On ready animation is fine, I think. I don't think there's gonna be other ones. We'll just call it animation. Oh, we gotta name it. Variable. There we go. Okay. The question of when the songs end is getting closer. When the songs end. The question... I don't know those words and how they make a thing that I understand together. We want to say animation, play, hover, 1, right? Oh, we need to also say, it's not just if, oh, I actually, you know what I should do? We should say hover, comma, orb, hovered, and then, or we could do is orb, either one is fine. We'll convert it to a string, right? Convert that to a string, just like that. I should probably still put that in doubles there. Okay. So that should actually play the correct hover, in theory, animation. I wonder, is this just gonna work? When will you stop singing for subs? Oh, never. I mean, it's, for members, you mean? Yeah, I mean, it's gonna need to grow quite a bit. I don't foresee that happening anytime soon. No idea. I don't think we're at that point. Because, like, the gift memberships have kind of worn out. Oh, yeah, let's go. Oh, okay. So the animation is, like, stopping mid-animation. But at least we're hovering. Good night, Brawl Snipe. Maybe I'll see you when you wake up. Honestly, like, I'll probably still be here when you wake up. I love it. Sometimes time zones are wild, and sometimes they're just cool. Goodbye, Brawl Snipe. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for letting us know about your game dev journey. I can't wait to look at it later on the Discord. Take care. I'll see you next time. Good night. Sleep well. Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't think we're gonna need a lot. I'm gonna need a lot more people to hit that join button for the songs to stop. All right, see you later. All right, so we got some good here. It's detecting them correctly. What is a little iffy is that they don't quite reset back to their starting spot. And you know, if I unhover it, you can see it hasn't stopped. It's only if I hover a different one. So I might want to figure out that. Let's at least say, because that's only gonna fire if it's hovered. So I do have another raycast, actually. I believe it's called Anything Scene. Now that one is not currently turned off. So let's check out that one. That one is, oops. That one is Messenger Anything Scene, I think. I was hoping for an autocomplete. Yeah, Anything Scene. And so we want to say that if anything other than an orb or that orb is hovered, then on Anything Scene, then stop the animation. That would be ideal. Hey, Olberg, welcome. Happy to see you too. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in, saying hello. Appreciate it. Funk on Anything Scene. We'll say target so we know what it did see. And we're gonna say if, it's gonna be a little tricky because we need to say if target collider, well, a couple things. We need to make sure if target is empty, because it's gonna be a dictionary. We want to make sure it's not empty. If the target is not empty, and if target collider, if target collider we want to make sure that it's not the same orb. If target collider is, well, we need to make sure it actually has that on it. So this is going to be a little wacky. Can we say has method or something? Has method, this is wild, on power up hovered. Further, if target collider, just kidding, it's quite a if statement. If target collider is type, excuse me, can I has method on power up hovered? We got Milo in this house. That is not gonna be the song I sing you a song to. I cannot sing to that song. Let's see if we got something I can sing to. Okay, all right. Yeah, I think we can do this. Milo is a member. Welcome, Milo. Therefore, we're gonna sing you a little. It's bumping. It's bumping. Just not bumping in a way I know how to do anything with. All right, here we go. Here we go. Milo, oh Milo. I know Milo art here. Oh, I know Milo art here. Oh, Milo, Milo, Milo art here, here, here. Yeah, 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 Milo. Oh, you art here. I know my low, I know my low, I know my low, I know my low art here, my low art here. Oh, Milo, I know you art here, 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 here. There you go, there's your song, there's your weird song. I'm real sorry about that, but you're also welcome. Falsetto error. Yeah. You know, it had to happen one of these days. It had to happen one of these days. We gotta mix it up. We gotta keep it interesting. The echo is awesome, yeah. I apologize for most of it except for the echo. The echo I'll allow a compliment on. Thank you so much, Milo. I do appreciate you supporting it. I am gonna go back to that last song, obviously. We're not just gonna not listen to it. It was still dope. Hope you're doing good, Milo. Appreciate you stopping in. If target collider is type set to is types, and we gotta make sure it's actually the same one as itself. It's just gonna be interesting. Oh, I don't even think you need to do that, Lisa. You can just say, you can actually just do is orb, right? Set to its own is orb. If the one that you're hovering over has the same as its own is orb, we want to say if it's not that. All right. So not only do we need to make sure that the thing that it's seeing is not the thing, or we need to say not only is the thing that it's seeing not empty. Not only do we want to say is the thing that it's seeing something that has the method on power up hovered, but is the thing not itself? And if all of that is true, then we want to stop the animation. It's quite a lot, but I think it could work. So we want to say instead of play, we want to stop. I want to go a little further than stop. I kind of want it to start over at the beginning. I'm not exactly sure how that's gonna go, but we'll see. Expected indented. Oh, we need to indent. That'll help. It does sound deep. It's definitely a many levels deep if statement, to say the least. Sometimes coding is deep, man. You know, it's just like that. Gotta read it out loud. Oh, we got an instant problem. Invalid index anything on base node. Oh, really? Oh, I did anything dot scene. I want anything underscore scene. Very important. Very important. It's like, I can't find anything on the messenger. What you talking about? Okay, so we're running, we're good. Let's cheat our way to the minimum abduction number. Orbs are gonna come down. I cannot hover them. Oh dear. Oh dear. We have a problem. It would seem that they're being canceled out. So let's try something. Let's print this and say, orb. And I want to be specific about which orb. Orb is orb. Has been unhovered. And then we're going to come up to this one. And we're going to see, my guess is they're both happening simultaneously. And it's canceling it out. That would be my best guess as to what's going on here. So I probably just need to switch a condition around a little bit. Whoa. That makes sense. That's printing a lot. It's printing thousands of messages. Orb 3 has been hovered, so it knows we're hovering on Orb 3. It says Orb 1 has been Oh, you know what this problem is? You know what this problem is? It's because I'm using the same animation player. It actually is correct. It's actually correctly identifying that Orb 1 has been unhovered and Orb 2 has been unhovered. That's correct. And Orb 3 has been hovered. It's doing the right thing. But because we're on the same animation player, it's it's stopping that entire. So I think I need 3 animation. I think I do need 3 animation players. I think that's the only way this is gonna work, at least to make it the simplest. So that's what I'm gonna do. Let's do that. All right, let's come look at our scene tree over here. I'm gonna want to say that the I could just try. What if I tried duplicating it? It's probably gonna. Hopefully it doesn't have like some unique issue. No, because look, it named it with a new number. So that's good. So let's drag this in here. So they're each gonna have their own animation player. And actually, let's drag the new one that we make in here. Duplicate that, and I have an idea how we'll set this up too. Duplicate that. Now I'm gonna wanna rename these a bit. So we're gonna say just animation power up is what we're gonna call that. Animation power up. Oh no, that's, oh, we don't, so we can't access them as unique names anymore if they're all gonna have the same name. I do want them all to have the same name, so we're gonna revoke unique names. That's that little % sign. I can probably just click it, that'll also work. And I'm actually thinking we say power up orb, just to be a little more specific, in case we do have like some other kind of power up animation. I don't know, just in case. All right, animation power up orb, animation power up orb, animation power up orb. Got it. Now, in each of these animation files, I'm going to want to adjust the animations a bit. I mean, you really don't need to. I mean, you can. Let's do it just for the sake of cleanliness, actually. I don't need this ascent. I probably should have, well, maybe I'll reduplicate them, actually. That would probably be easier. So, ascent, I don't need an ascent on here. I don't need a descent. I only need 1 hover. This is the first one. Oh, actually, we shouldn't. I should keep it, so that way the path is already correct. Although, if they're all the same names, the path actually, we cut, anyway. All right, so we're going to check to make sure this hover works. That looks perfect. No problem there. Let me just double check this. So that's saying power up underscore menu, power up orb 1. We don't actually need that. Right? Like, shouldn't I just be able to just literally type like, Let me see if I can I copy like the path? I'm not sure. I kind of want to what if I reanimate this? Like if I take just this one and let's do like position, right? I'm going to make a keyframe for the position on this. Yes. Oh, it's still got the full list. I was hoping we could not have the specific path. Okay, we do. All right, that's fine. It doesn't matter. Great. So that's fine. That's good. We got it. Now I'm going to come to the other animation, and we're going to do the same thing. Open up Manage Anima... Oh. Wait. Why is that got the same stuff in it? Interesting. They must still be linked somehow. Interesting. Do we have to make these unique? How do you make a animation player unique like that? I don't know if that makes sense to me. Is it because they have the same name? I really want them to have the same name. Wait a minute. What if I come over here to menu? Does menu oh, they're deleted on menu too. What? Okay, I'm confused. All right, hold on. We need to do some Control-Zing here. It's Control-Z time. Let's go back before I deleted all of those and made them all ununique. We're gonna have to do some experimenting here. Let's try not duplicating them for now. I have a better idea. Let's delete all these duplicates. I do want that same kind of name convention, but instead I'm gonna make a new fresh one. We're just gonna make a fresh one. Fresh animation player. Really, I can just keep it the same name as animation player if I really want to, but I'm not. We're gonna call it animation power up orb. So now there's nothing in here. It's empty. It's empty. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come over to the power up menu animation, and I'm gonna actually save or export these animations. So I'm gonna save this as, I've been putting these kind of things in player. We'll say animations. That's a little iffy. Let's do, I kind of almost want to put this in UI stuff, which is a little messy, but that's going to be okay. We're going to say power-ups. And then in here, I'm going to add a folder called animations. And then we're going to call it hover 1. All right, save that. Frick it, let's save hover 2, and let's save hover 3 as well. Okay, so now I've got those exported, and then in my new animation player that I've created, we're gonna add a new, we're not even gonna add a new animation. I'm gonna open up manage animations. Oh, I do have to add a new one, I guess. We'll add a new one. Kind of doesn't matter what we call it. Manage animations. Now we get this option to open a folder, and we can import hover 1. Delete that one I created. Now we've got hover 1 in here. And then I just have to update the, the path. Power up menu / power up orb 1, which is all correct still. And then scale. But that's not enough. Well, maybe I just gotta remake it. Wait, why would that be different? Everything else should be the same. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll come here and we'll create a transform here. And then I can copy this. Oh, and this is just doing the mesh instance path, which is what I want. Mesh instance 3D. There we go. There we go. Now we're cooking. Okay, cool. Great. Beautiful. So now we have the same animation on here, and the path is much simpler. That's what I was trying to get at before, was this matching path. Now, what if I duplicate this, and I move this over here? Will the path just, like, correctly update? Not quite. Alright. I was kind of hoping it would just find the right one, but it didn't, which is shocking because the path is the same. Nonsense. All right, so we're gonna create a new node animation player. We'll give it the name that it wants. Look, if it wants it that way, it will have it. Let me make sure I give it the same name over here. Let's paste that in. Same thing, I gotta create an arbitrary new one, and then I'll be able to open up manage animations and open a new one. We'll say hover 2 on here, delete the new arbitrary animation, and then we just have to paste in, or really I could probably just type mesh instance 3D. There we go. And now it's animating that one. Okay, great. What I really want to be able to do, because these are all sharing the same script, right? They all have the same orb script on them. So I want to make sure that these animation players have the same name, so that way in code I can reference them the same way. But I also need the animations in those same named animation players to be different, so that way they apply to the correct thing. So that's kind of what I was trying to set up, and apparently the ways I was doing it were not working. But this is, so that's good. And then the reason why I'm separating these out in the first place is so that way I can tell them to stop animating without impacting all of them at the same time. Alright, so we're gonna add another animation player, the last one here. And let's give it the same old name. Create an arbitrary new one, so that way in manage animations I can import our hover 3. I'm going to delete the arbitrary animation, and then finally I have to match the path to mesh instance 3D, mesh instance 3D, and then the third one will throb. Excellent. Okay, we're cooking. Now, I come back to the script here, and we're gonna change what animation is linked to. We just want it to be animation power-up orb. Since it's the same name in all the scripts, this will be fine to be on every single script that has an orb, or that every orb that has a script, the same script. Cool. I mean, literally, that might be it. The only difference is, I don't really need the hover with a number. Honestly, I could just call them all hover, but they all do have their respective names at this point. It kind of bothers me from like a... It's like, it's kind of stupid. So we're just gonna call it hover. We're just gonna rename them. I just think that that makes the most sense. So that way I can simplify the code. It's because otherwise it implies that it's necessary for them to have those similar names, you know, or those different names, and it's not necessary. And I don't think that that is good. I like, if I'm gonna be using the names for things in code, I want them to be for a reason. So we're just going to get rid of this extra little bit on here. We don't need to convert it back to a string. Okay. All right, let's see if this fixes our problem. I don't think I forgot anything. We're gonna find out. Okay, so we're gonna cheat our way to the power-ups. There they are. It hovers, and it stops. Nice. So now we're not getting that, like, half-finished animation as soon as I hover over anything else. Now, there is one problem with this, right? Actually. The raycast that sees anything actually doesn't see the ground. So if I come... I'm actually a little surprised, because it should, that raycast should see, like, things in the distance there. So I'm a little confused. I'm gonna see if I can see what it is seeing. I feel like I might need an else statement somewhere. Because I want it to be that even if you move off of it, the bouncing stops. But then again, I don't know, I guess that kind of comes down to like a UI, like a UX sort of theory. Like is it better to leave the last thing that was hovering? You know, almost like you're moving the pointer, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like we're like moving it here? Or is it better to have it only bouncing if you're I think, I mean, alternatively, there could be like two different hovers. So like if you've got it selected, it could be throbbing. That is to say, I'm not necessarily hovering directly over it. But then if I come back on top of it, there could be something else that gives you even more. I don't know. I think that's silly. I would rather it be, if you're over it, it throbs. If you're not, it stops. So I'm going to figure that out. Just realized how you can create a PCK of just a file and its dependencies if you want. So I do and load extra PCKs with project settings. So I don't know much about what the heck you're talking about, other than when I build the game, it always comes with a PCK file. And if that PCK file gets renamed, the build of the game won't run. Other than that, I have no idea what PCK files are. I'm gonna be honest, I'm still new. So I don't even know what that does. I assume, based on what you're saying, it has something to do with project settings. But I haven't yet gained an appreciation for it. It's the resource directory in file form. Whoa, okay. Alright. And you can create a PCK file of just a file and its dependency. So what's the advantage of that versus not doing that? Project settings.load resource pack. %s models get current directory model true 0. It keeps the paths, but lets you load a file in from outside. or overwrite old files. Okay. So are you saying like find like a file on like the user's PC and you could set a specific directory of some kind that's outside of that limited PCK file and then pull that into the game? Mod support or updates without re-downloading the entire game, I think. Whoa. That sounds cool. Wow. Wow. So it adds a little more flexibility to what can be done with the project outside of that limited exported ecosystem. That's pretty cool. Thank you for learning me that a little bit. It's like stacking more resource directories in one directory. That's really powerful. I love Godot. It makes the imagination go, because it's like, wow, like, right, like, do you want to make, you could somehow build whatever you have to take that into account, and then the end user can do stuff, mod their project or something. It's really cool. If I have the main PCK, load any PCK and user models, all of these contain a scene called model.tscn, and the resources needed for it, and it lets me have them added in without needing the engine. Whoa. Without needing the engine? I'm still, I think, having a hard time appreciating how cool that is. To reformat a TSCN, which is a pain. Character limit, yeah. Well, there is the Discord live text if you need to type more, but yeah. Understandable. It's interesting. All right, I want different things to be, so I need to see what it's seeing. I don't want to just print what it is seeing, I want to see what, well, I do want to see what it's seeing. Let's print, not here, but elsewhere. Actually, we could just say if else, right? I think if it's else, not from that if statement though. If the target is not empty, if the target is not the thing that it is, so I would think we'd probably want it here. If target collider has method on power up, well, but only, I'm not actually sure where I'd want to do this. I could just have it use a zip if I want to, I think. One sec while I check if I can use zip. Okay. This is a little confusing. Something that's just gonna help me a little bit is if I print the target right here. Because what I want to say is if you see anything that is not yourself, so I mean, it's seeing all kinds of stuff. It's just printing all day. So it sees stuff. It sees the ground. It sees the player. It sees this. It sees that. And if that is not itself, that's what this is supposed to be. But that's only if it has that method on power up hovered. The reason why I do this is because we're gonna get an error if it tries looking for this on things that don't have is orb. So I guess what I should do is say, if it doesn't have the method on power up hovered, stop the animation. Is that something? I don't know. Okay, we gotta cheat our way to the power-ups. Yes. Much better. Good. Bam. So now when I hover it and I move away, it stops animating. That's what I want. Boing, boing, boop. Boing, boing, boop. Boing, boing, boop. That responsiveness. So the player feels that what they're doing has that important impact. Cool. Great. I still have some problems with this. I think there needs to be a more visual, like, background to this stuff, because these orbs don't look super easy to see against certain colors. I mean, the whole game isn't going to look like this, so there's going to be other types of terrain, so I need to be prepared for that. This is good. So if I click this one, nothing happens because we don't have a level 2, so there's still that problem. Let's I might pivot to that, because at this point we're pretty solid. I also don't need this other animation here. This power-up menu, it's not being used for anything at all. It's literally completely unused. We do have this on power. Wow, we're still doing that? I don't think we even need this function anymore. Oh wait, this is the wrong one. This is the one I wanted. Here we go. Yeah, not being used. So I'm just gonna delete this animation player. It doesn't have anything I need in it anymore. So it is deleted. Okay. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change my task a bit, because I do want to have, like, if you click on it, it does something. I want, like, a text pop-up. Maybe I'll do that. You know what? Maybe it won't pivot all the way yet. Because something else that I want to do today is I want to set up, like, arbitrary level 2, level 3, level 4, so we can actually click on it and go to the next level. Because right now, I can only go to the next level if we're coming from level 0. Which is fine, but then that actually there's another bug that I need to fix, which is that the chunks don't load in far enough in the distance when we change levels. It's quite annoying. All right, let's add a point here. And this, you can also see here sometimes, well, usually on the yellow one, but against the red a bit too. It's hard to see these. They kind of disappear against that background. So I'm gonna want to set this up in a way that makes it maybe have a little darker background. I do like the orb being semi-transparent, I just think, or translucent. I just think maybe this isn't the best background for it. So no, I'm just kind of thinking out loud. But if I click on this one, it says the middle one's been chosen. They arise, and we go to level 1. And it's pretty good. Oh, wow, it did it correctly this time. The ones in the distance are loading. What? Okay, that's wild. Because that means sometimes it loads it correctly, and sometimes it doesn't. What? Let me not print this chaos anymore. Okay, I need to do some tests. That's very interesting. Basically what was happening is you could see the chunks spawning in, and it was terrible. Arbitrarily meet that. Click this. Move forward. And they're spawning in normally. No, wait, how do I reproduce it so they spawn in incorrectly? Maybe if I try just changing without adding a point. Let's go back to the blank level. That's wild. That's actually very confusing, because we already had 1 point, so since I switched back, it immediately met the criteria. Whoa, and it advanced us to the next level. That's bizarre. Almost makes you want to make sure we set it back to 0. Wow. So if you have too many points, you actually can't go back to level 0 anymore. You actually can't go back on levels without breaking the game. So you know what I think I need? I think I need a reset score button. This is gonna be a lot of like random stuff like this today. All right, so let's do that. Come to our cheat tools. This is an interesting cheat tool because it's gonna be to remove your points. We're gonna say clear score. That's an uncheat right there. And I'm gonna rename it to match that. Button, clear score. Not a great name in my opinion. Actually, I'm gonna refactor that a little bit. Cheatant. It's a cheatant. It's silly. Let's say score up on this one, and then on this one we're gonna say score clear. I like that better. And then I'm gonna access it as a unique name. Now I gotta update the reference to that name, of course. It's a cheatant. Instead of add point, I have changed it to score up. And then we have to change the name of this to score up. And let's make another new function, func on, what you call it, score clear. I don't even know how to, I actually don't even have a way to do that. Well, we can manufacture it. Because I want to set it to 0. I have a way to increase the score. I guess I could emit, what if I emit a huge negative number? That's probably a mistake. I don't think you should do that. Let's create a new button. We'll say button. Oh, that still says add point. We have to rename that to, I'm amazed that it didn't give me an error. Score clear, pressed connect, it would have at some point. On score clear. Okay. And then what do I want to happen? I want it to, I believe, are we on the script that handles? No, we're not. That's gonna be tough because we have to access the main scene. So I think I'm gonna have to say, maybe we could on-ready the main scene. That would probably be a way to deal with that. Also, I'm not currently globally handling the score. I wonder if I should. Maybe I should do that. You know what? Let's globally handle the score. I think it's what I'm gonna set up right now. Variable score equals 0. Right now the score is on the UI script. Now that also has the score minimum and stuff. I think that's fair to leave on the UI. I'm gonna need to change a few things to get that to work. Right now, on abduction, I mean, that's all it does. Literally all it does is just increase the score. It's a very simple script. So we'll just pop that off of there. And then get rid of this as well. That does mean I have to clear it globally as well. And then we can also say in the ready function, but if you want it to be globally updated, no, that's fine. Just have it in the ready function. Well, no, don't even need to set that. Well, because do we reference score elsewhere in here? We do, if score is greater than or equal to. So we need that to be constantly kept up to date as well. We need to say globals, I mean, I haven't created it all the way yet. Score. Well, the way you would keep it up to date is by creating We actually could, actually, you know what? Let's keep the function on there. Let's keep the function on there. And instead of saying score plus score value, we'll just say match what's on globals every time the score goes up. I think that makes the most sense, actually. Globals score, or rather, score becomes global score. So that way it can track it separately here. Okay, that makes sense. And then over on globals, we need to connect the on abduction, func on abduction, score value, and then we'll put the code on there. There's only a little bit of sloppiness here. And that increases the score. So that should work normally. Everything should be the same. If I haven't made a terrible mistake, everything should be the same. Adds a point, it goes up. Beautiful. No issues. Let's just test abducting something for real. I can't believe that other problem. Oh no, it's back. See, there's the problem. See? You see it now in the distance? How the chunks are loading in too quickly. I wonder if it has something to do with pausing and restarting. And maybe we need more of a delay or something before the player can start running again. I wonder if that's it. All right, let's test normal cow grab. Make sure that score still goes correctly. Looks fine. 2 at a time just to test it. Looks good. Okay. So now I'm gonna come back to my UI stuff or my debug menu. And for on score clear, we're just gonna say global's score becomes 0. Just set it to 0. That's it. That's what I did all that for, was so I could just neatly clear it without having to do some kind of weird thing. Okay. Whoa. Okay, it didn't work though. It did not work. Okay. Huh. The button is being detected as being pressed. Is that what I messed up? Print score cleared? We still have a bunch of messages being printed that are clogging up everything. So let's deal with that here. Don't care. Okay. And let's see if we get a print message when I press that button. It shouldn't even matter that there's a score or not. Oh yeah, so the button is connected, but it isn't clearing the score. I wonder, oh, we probably have to update it on the UI as well. Oh, so we need to, I know what we gotta do. We have to tell it to update the score as well, right? Because remember, we're updating the UI based on whether an abduction has been made. So we're abducting a 0, basically. Not the most elegant solution, but that's fine. So I would want to make sure we say messenger abduction emit 0. That way it doesn't increase it, but it still calls that function that will update on the UI that the score has changed somehow. So now let's try it. There we go, down to 0. Beautiful. Beautiful. Add the points, clear them. Great. So now the reason why I wanted to do that, by the way, was so I could click here and it doesn't automatically say, oh, you meet the minimum. Okay. Now you can see, yeah, it does do that. Okay, let me try this. What if I wait a second before I start running? Does that make that problem go away? So we're gonna add a point. We met the minimum. There that goes. I'm gonna press this, I'm not gonna touch anything. And let's see if it blends normally. I think the problem might be that I start running and increase the velocity of the terrain too early. That might be our problem. That looks perfect. I don't see them popping in too close. Let's clear our score and go back to the blank level. I wasn't running. It's kind of hard to tell because the blank level glows on the horizon, so it's kind of hard to see if that is actually popping in or not because it just reflects on the fog. So really the easiest way to see it is go to level 1. Oh, it's happening. I wasn't running there at all. So I don't know if that's the reason. What is that? Why is that happening? Let's see if I can force it to happen. I'm gonna be running as soon as this ends. See if they start popping in. They're not. They're not popping in undesirably at all. So it has nothing to do with running whatsoever. I guess what I really want to do is try to recreate it going from 0 to level 1. At a point, I'm just going to be spamming the click button. Click it as quick as possible. Click, 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 click. Run. Looks great. You know, maybe it has to do with when I change the level this way, but I don't think so. I'm pretty sure when we started the stream, I demoed it the correct way, the non-cheat way, more or less. I don't know, I'm just trying stuff. Let's try the right one. What if it's only if I choose a certain one? Whoa, oh no, if I went too high, we met the minimum for the next level. Okay, that was a mistake. It just skipped us to level 3, or level 2, which doesn't exist. Okay, no problem. Let's add a point. You want to add a couple, sure. Don't add more than 10 or more than 9. Click the right one, see what happens. Today is the Alien Takes a Detour to Egypt episode of the stream. As it should. Dude, that would be awesome. I would love that. Honestly, I mean, on one hand, welcome, Insane Alpha Beta. On the other hand, a part of me wants this game to be like location agnostic. That is to say, it could be anywhere in the world, technically. But as far as like the remake of the game, that is to say, after I make this version of it and I look into maybe hiring people to make a much more professional version of it, that would be freaking awesome. Like in my wildest overscope dreams, that you could like travel the world and like go to specific famous locales. That would be super awesome. It's fun to think about. But yeah, that music was very Egyptian appropriate, I suppose. Why can't I recreate this? I mean, in that sense, I almost want to just not worry about it right now. I mean, I can't even recreate it. Try the left one? Like, I don't know what makes it happen or not. That looks great. Okay. Actually, no, it's happening. It's happening. It's not as bad as it could be. But I can see it popping in the distance instead of fading in. What is that? Like, I wonder if it has something to do with, like, loading time. If I had to guess, it's that we should wait to start the terrain moving again. That would be my best guess. And so I'll need to set up, let's try the left one again. I need to set up a way for it to hold on a second before it starts loading them in. There I did the left one. I'm not seeing them pop. Such a strange little issue. But I mean, it kind of makes sense. We're loading in a bunch of stuff on the end. Like I could see, I don't know, like a part of me wonders, is it, because something else that we have in here is all of the chunks that aren't added in yet, but are a part of the old level, are deleted. And so maybe it's like in the middle of adding in like a chunk or something at the moment that we pause it to power up. And so then it deletes the one that would have gotten added in, thus making the overall length of it shorter. I wish it could correct somehow. That would be nice, but that seems really difficult to me. I'm gonna try running right away. I'd love to just like be like, oh, it's when I run after clicking it. But it's not that simple, unfortunately. It's a very hard thing to test for. That's for sure. Like, I wonder if we can determine, like, a certain position that the, like, past the player. Because, see, here, right, there's the player, right there, right at my cursor. And you can see that the last chunk goes a little ways before it disappears. Well, if we pause it earlier or later, I wonder if that has an effect. So I guess I'm gonna try that next. It'd be nice to have like markers so I can see exactly like how far it was. I probably could fetch like the position. Let's try that. I think I'm gonna do that. Okay. I want to solve this problem. I don't like this problem. I want it to go away. So in order to solve that problem, actually before I start solving it, let's make a GitHub push. I've done some stuff. Seems like a good place as any to just say, hey, please let me come back here ever. And thank you. Okay. Animated power-up orbs, orb hover. Added clear points, debug. I don't know that we did much else. That's pretty much it. Probably like fix the bug of a such. Clear points debug button exists now. Power up orbs animate on hover. Globalized the score variable. Probably something else. I think that's good enough. Push it. Okay. So I want to go to the terrain controller now. And whenever there's a new first terrain, that is to say the one that's in the front, the one that I'm looking at to see how close it is to being removed, I want to say that when a first terrain is assigned, which is right here, at that moment, I guess I'd like to start, not even at that moment, really when I pause it. That's all we need. We just need to say that when that power-up pause happens, actually, would make more sense. I want to fetch the first terrain position. So that pause actually happens. Where's first terrain? The variable is created in here. That's a little frustrating. And this is, looks like it's a process function. So that's good. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna do some Boolean stuff. And this is just for the sake of debug, probably, so I have to remember to remove this. I'm gonna connect messenger set minimum score. That is to say, that's when it pauses. Or not set minimum score. Minimum score minimum met. That's what it is. Score minimum met. That's what signal gets emitted when we pause it for the power-ups to descend. So when score minimum is met, we want to say on score minimum met. Let's create that function. Func on score minimum met. I will spell it corrector. I don't remember if that calls with anything. I don't think it does. So let's create a flag here. Variable score min met. I'm gonna actually just type it out in case I forget to remove it. This will show up when I go to refactor and search for this. We want it to be false, not false, but false. And then when that function runs, it's just gonna update score minimum met to be true. And when that's true, on progress terrain, when it's defining the first terrain, I would like to say if score minimum met, then print first terrain position Z, I think is the one that we care about. Okay. And then let's say first chunk is at, just to give it a little more visual context. Okay. So what I'm trying to ascertain here, just with some hard numbers, we'll see if this works. Oh, I forgot to set it. I mean, I guess I'd want to turn it off, like have it become false at some point. It's a little extra for the sake of a debug. Whatever. We want to say power up chosen, because it's actually going to print it constantly. Well, then just have it do it right away. Just have it become false immediately. That's all you gotta do, girl. That's easy. So what I'm trying to ascertain is if a further position I want a hard number to look at. If a further position makes it let's see where I did that wrong. I certainly did it wrong somewhere. Just gotta figure out where. If score minimum met. Oh, wait, nothing is setting it to true? Wait, I thought we are setting it to true. We created this function. Score minimum met becomes true. Is this happening? Print terrain. Yeah, stream went down just for a second. It happens. No power outage. Terrain knows score minimum met. I still have to buy a battery backup in case the power does go out. I'm working on that. I had one picked out like a long time ago, and then I lost it, and now I'm just like procrastinating picking it out again. Okay. The function's not even running. Oh, there it goes. Terrain knows score minimum set. Oh, okay. No, there it ran right there. Oh, wait. Then it gave me the position. Why did it wait to give me the position? I mean, okay. Oh, because there's a new first. I see. I'm doing it at the wrong point. I don't want to check it there. I need to be checking it sooner, because yeah, that's where that gets updated. But that doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Because I guess it needs to be. When you could try just doing it in the process, try just putting it in process. See if that, because there should be one. No, because you're creating it within progress terrain. So you have to do it in there because it's local to that function. But just pull it back here. We'll see. Oh, first, right. Oh, God. Right. It's local to that if statement. Oi, oi, oi. So, I mean, I can't. There's nowhere else I can put it but right there. That is the only place that it can be. I guess what I'm worried about is that it's going to report the wrong first terrain. I guess we'll find out. I guess I'll find out, because if it's the same position, I'm worried it's going to be the same position every single time. In which case, this is useless. Wait, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I can have it running all the time and tell it to stop at a certain point. I wanted it to be right here. Right here is where I want it to report that. But instead, it's after I press it and it starts moving 40.0900. Okay. I'm gonna clear the score. I'm gonna actually pause it. Go back to the blank level. 40.09. 40.09. 40.09. Alright. Add a point. Comes down. Click it. 40.15. Okay, so it's giving a different number. That's promising. I'm gonna adjust the view as well. Just to help me better understand what makes the most sense. It can load zips. You just have to deal with it hating .tscn. Nice. What hates .tscn? The zip file? It sounds cool. I almost can appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to clear the score. Let's move over here. And I want to add a point as soon as it's... Oh, it takes a while. It's kind of hard to do. at just the right moment. We gotta put the camera back. The exporter turns text resources into remaps to the binary version, which the loader hates. Okay. So I'm sure somebody can appreciate that as meaning something. Thank you for sharing it. I have no idea what to do with that. It sounds annoying. Oh, you know what I will say? You know what I do recognize there is the remap thing. Because there are people in this community who would understand what you're saying. Because something that I have to do in my code here is I have to trim the suffix .remap off the end of these chunk files. That is these basically all the terrain blocks that spawn in and move. We just say get rid of a .remap at the end if it exists. And that way, when I export the game, it doesn't say, there's no chunks. I don't know where the levels are. They're gone. I don't know if this has any relevance to what you're saying or helps you in any way, but this made my game work when it's exported because Godot automatically appends this on things that I'm trying to load in. Oh, I need more abduct. Oh, I see. Okay. I did something wrong here. I need to zoom the camera out, clear the score. You've been trying, but it hates them still. Gotcha. Switch to the blank level. I'd actually like to get to a different position. Add point. Okay, so I know now that it's closer than further. It's the issue of how you load them. Whoa. Now I gotta get back into the camera so I can press one of these. And it's gonna report 40.07. Okay, good luck, Roger. It sounds like you're doing good stuff. 40.07. Is that the lowest? That's the lowest number we've had so far. That's useful. Now what I'm hoping is that what I'll see when it's closer to the camera, when the chunk is further down here, I want it to be a much lower number, or a bigger number rather. So let me try that. Okay. Let's go back to the blank level. And we're gonna add a, whoop. Oh, it was too close. It's kind of hard to get it just right. It's its own little game that I don't like. Well, this should be another small number. Maybe even smaller. 40.3. Oh, that's not small. Why did it wait so long to print it? Oh, because the terrain has to be progressing. I don't think this test is correct. Okay. Forget the number print thing. The number print thing was a waste of my time. I don't know how to get the number at the moment that I want it. Do you know what? I don't need it. I'll just look. I will just look to see, is it closer or is it further from the camera when I click it? And does that reliably lead to something different happening? That's the best I can do. All right, so there it's close. Obviously, this is really close. Well, let me rephrase that. It's far from the camera, obviously, right? We have all kinds of naked space here. All right, now I'm gonna put the camera back, and I'm gonna click one. Are the chunks loading in closer or further? They are loading in further, which is good. Oh no, they're not. I can see them popping in. Okay. That's good to know. So let's, I'm actually just gonna, well, I would reset it. I should. That was 40.04. Okay. I'm a little unsure of if that number has any value to me. But I do need to reset it, because otherwise the terrain is not going to be in a new position. Okay. Let's pull the camera out. I'm going to attempt to get it so there's less blank space here, and it's closer to the camera. I'm going to try to time it right. Alright, it's closer. It's closer. It could be even closer, but at least it's something. Press it. That number does not seem very helpful. I would say the loading is better. Now the question is, can I repeat this? And every time that it's the chunk is further out or closer to the camera, does it always look better? And so then what I'd want to try to engineer, if that's true, is a way to ensure that it has gotten a certain distance before something happens. Obviously, I'm having trouble even capturing the distance, so who knows what's gonna happen here, but... Okay, let's try it again. Let's test it again. Really, I just don't want a middle. I want it to either be extreme close to the camera or extreme far away from the camera. Either one is fine. Whichever one I can manage. Luckily, they're actually very nearby each other, because if I miss it when it's close, it'll just end up going far. Alright, so this one was close to the camera. So if this theory is true, then I shouldn't see them loading in too closely. They should be loading in the distance. No, that's closely. I don't think it has anything to do with it. That theory, I think, fails. You see them popping in? You fixed your problem that I don't understand by a funny thing you can do in settings. Nice. In export, turn off convert text resources to binary. Oh, that sounds like exactly your problem. Then it won't remap anymore? Wait, so then I can even remove that line of code from my game? That's awesome. Wait, that actually is good to know. So why does it convert text resources to binary? What's the value of that? Dang. Yeah, I don't think that theory holds, because that was a pretty good distance. So why is this happening? I don't know how to reproduce it. I mean, it makes me think that it's kind of random based on however long it takes for the chunks to load in. It's on by default because it reduces size and increases read speed. It doesn't have to be human readable. Interesting. Thank you. Thank you for that information. That actually is helpful. That's pretty far out. Zoom back in. Press this. I also wonder if it has to do if I start running too soon. I don't know. So these look great. They're loading in just fine. What if it's that? Oh, I hope it's something easy. Like I can just make sure the player can't run until all those are loaded in the distance. Something like that. That would be ideal. Like I wonder. No, I don't know. All right, let's try it again. I'm still trying it. We're still testing it. This is a huge problem to me because the game's gonna look completely ridiculous if I don't fix it. I mean, this new theory would only matter is if I start running right away. Wonder if it's if I like change speeds frequently while it's loading the new ones in. Nah, that looks fine. Dang. This is devastating. I'm gonna be testing this a lot, y'all. That is the reality. Until I figure out what's happening. I'm just gonna be holding run the entire time. Oh, okay. I let go of it for a second. I thought it was gonna keep holding the run even if I let go, but it didn't. That looks good. That looks great. That looks fine. No issues. It just feels completely random. Then let's start running. That looks good. The only way I could resolve, I feel like the only way to resolve this is I would have to fundamentally understand what's going on. So like an option would be just to comb over the code very carefully, comb through the code very carefully, and try to see if there, it's popping in too soon. Try to see where logically that error might occur. Can you tell? It's like you can see the chunk appearing too early. Let me do that. I'm gonna analyze the code a little bit and see if I can ascertain literally freaking anything. So, okay. And what calls that level update exactly? The level update, right. That makes sense. On level update, yeah. An on level update is emitted from the UI when a power-up is clicked on. When we click on an orb, that's when it updates the level. Well, what if it updated it before you click on the orb? I mean, the timing could still get off if the player is just sitting there spamming click, click, assuming that even resolves it. We could have it be before it descends from the sky, but then it's going to have a lag spike as it's descending, which is going to look annoying. And it's going to defeat kind of the purpose of this whole idea, which was in part to mask the lag spike. But even just changing when the level updates could be something to play around with. I'm gonna try it. Let's put this, and ideally it would be before it plays the animation as well. So we could even add like an arbitrary await in here. So it takes a little bit of time before it plays the animation. But let's just see what this does. So what this is gonna do is as soon as we meet the minimum, it's going to load in the next level instead of waiting until we click on the power up, which it was doing. So we're gonna add the point, and right there, it starts to do it. Oh, that was fine. There was plenty of time for that to come down. Oh, okay. So that actually looked fine. But does it resolve the problem? That looked great. I would say it looked better. Nope, it's popping in. Did not resolve anything. I can see like the buildings and stuff. I know it's probably hard for y'all to see, but I mean, I can only zoom in on the widescreen. The shorts feed, you can probably see it anyway, but okay, let me move it right there. So like, especially on the horizon there, you see how they pop in? They're supposed to blend in. And the reason why they would be popping in is because this is loading too far forward instead of loading back there. Another thing to check would be literally if the number, the only thing that could, I mean, is like, that would be something else to try to figure out. Is it that the number of chunks are somehow being reduced? Because it's supposed to load 9 of these in all the time and keep 9 at once. So I could try to come in here and count to see if there's 9 or less. And then the other thing would be, well, is if it's shifted forward, how is it shifted forward? Okay, I'm just gonna attempt. I don't even know where the level is. Where's the level in here? There? Oh, we're too high up in the sky? Wait, where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, I see it. I see. I can't count them though. That doesn't look, they don't look different. I guess I need to turn off the fog. Let's go back to the above view here. Get the world environment. Just get rid of it. It's really hard to count these, honestly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait. It's actually it's changing the number of chunks that are in there at once. That's incorrect. It should not be doing that. If I reset this, and we pause it at any time, we can clearly see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 are there. If I add a point, we move to the next level. Let's pause it. Zoom out. Oh, because it's paused. I see, it doesn't like that. Okay, hold on. Okay, pause it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's one less. Okay, this is more concrete information than I can at least think about. But why? Why would that happen? And sometimes it would go even lower, I would think. Okay, at a point. What about right now? Do we still have 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I should put numbers on these. Oh, that'll be weird. No, we could, well, not right now. Alright. Pick one, pull out. The view's wrong. Don't be wrong. 1, 2. It's kind of hard to tell. But it's obviously less. Like, it looks like less. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wow. I mean, that's like every single time there's one less. And somehow, sometimes, there's even more less. You know what else I need? I need something that chooses a power-up automatically. So that way I can advance without having to be in the game and change the camera. That would be helpful. So actually, I'm gonna set that up. It's not really a cheat menu at this point. It's just a debug. Another cheatant. So let's do that. We'll come back over here. We're gonna add some more debug buttons in. Truly debug. True debuggery. So we've got score up, score clear. I'm gonna want some new ones here. This is going to be power up 1. Power up 2. Power up 3. A little dangerous, because, I mean, who knows what happens if you press this when a power-up isn't being offered to you. That actually could be interesting to even test, though. Alright, make these buttons visible. Let's update their names. Choose Orb 1, we'll call it. Choose Orb 2. And choose Orb 3. Let's give him the same font size, sure, 25. Font size, 25. Font size, 25. Okay. There we go. Now I gotta make them do stuff. Let's give them all unique names. Then I'm gonna head back to the script that they're on, and we gotta connect them. I will drag them in. I dragged the wrong one. Whoa. Oh, I also just got rid of their unique names. Please don't do that. There we go. Power up 1. Power up 2. Power up 3. Pressed. Connect. On power up 1. And I'll just copy this down. Make sure these all have unique names. Now we create them. Func on power up 1. And that should be as simple as messenger power up, or is that, how are we wording that these days? Is it power up chosen? Yes, power up chosen. There it is. I was looking for that autocomplete. That one's 1. Duplicate this. For 2. I'm even gonna smash them up next to each other. Power up 3, emit 3. Okay. Just so that way I can stay zoomed out and not, hopefully, break the camera. Maybe the camera will still break. Okay, so I can clearly see everything in there. How many there are. It stays at 9, as it should. Now, open up the menu. Add a point. Stays at 9. Choose orb 1. Did that... I can't even tell. I can't even tell. It looks like 1 less. It's really hard to tell with these non-debug ones. Yeah, that's definitely 1 less. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I wanted that to be more helpful. It isn't not helpful, but it gives food for thought. So it's at 9 there. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's got 9 here. When after we choose one, the first one from the old level that goes away properly triggers another one to be added on the end. So we still have 9. We're good so far. Play it. Just a little bit at a time. Okay, that one looks like it replaced it as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Looks good. That one replaced it as well. That one replaced. That one replaced. That one replaced. I mean, I have to wonder if, like, oh, there it went! There it did one! One didn't go through. Whoa! It's only after a few. That's interesting, because that makes me think that there might be an empty collector or something, and it tries to pull one from something that's empty because we've removed them. A consistent space between each? I mean, more or less, yeah. More or less, yeah. Yeah, they should be. Because they're all actually derived from the same thing. When it removes them, are the issues spaced equally? Oh, yeah. Let's try that. Yes, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Let's try it. Good question. I'm going to, because it's bothering me, and I apologize. I want this font size to be smaller. Okay, here we go. Go back here. That would be a scale issue then, which is a much easier fix. Wait, maybe you're not saying what I think you're saying. Are the issues spaced equally? Because I wasn't sure if you were saying, like, it's always the third one or something. I don't think it's a scale issue, because this problem was never happening before until I implemented this stuff. So, I mean, another question to ask would be, what if I don't add a point and I just click the levels? I don't know. There's a lot of questions. I'm not... I feel like the thing, too, is, you know, the way the code works, that shouldn't... I don't really see how that would, like, have an effect. But I would love it to be an easy fix. I love easy fix. But I don't know, it doesn't really seem like that would be a problem. The GitHub code is in the description box if you're interested in looking at. This is terrain progress, or this particular, where this is all controlled, is terrain controller in scene. You're removing the bottom one and adding one on top. Yeah. And it's after a certain distance, so again, you can, and look, I know it's extra effort for you, but it's hard because, like, the code is there, and if you look at it, I think it might make more sense to you what's happening. Yeah. So, okay, all right. Thank you for being willing to try to help. So here's where it decides the distance. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by distance, but basically, if the chunk gets past a certain Z position, if its Z position is greater than or equal to the size of a chunk times 2, then it removes the one on the end. Well, it identifies the one on the end as last terrain, and it identifies the one in the front as first terrain. When it identifies what the one in the front is, it removes it, and it assigns it to this variable. And then down here, it will start adding on a new one at the end. Here, it adds a chunk, it picks a random one, and it runs chunk chosen to add, which adds one onto the end. Right here, append to far edge. And this is a separate function. It adds it to the position. It takes the position that it has. I don't know, this kind of confuses me, if I'm being honest. I didn't write this code. Why pop it? I avoid messing with the child array using those methods usually. I mean, it's just the way that this code came. Like, if you want to know where I got this code originally from, so it's changed a lot over time, but I can show you where I got the tutorial from. Endless runner, explore game dev. Oh, let's type in Godot. And we'll make it one word. There it is. All right, check this out. If you're interested in seeing how it was originally made, you can find the code here in this video. Also, in the GitHub description, the description below, there's a GitHub repo link. You're gonna have a better job understanding it, looking at it, than me trying to explain it, because I got the code originally from here, and we've made a lot of changes over to it over the last several months. But pop front, I mean, it does exactly what we need to do. It removes it and it assigns it. And the thing is like, does that have anything to do with our problem? Like, I don't know. I would need significant convincing to think that that's actually related to our problem, because it's not a problem that we've had before. Granted, it could be related to it. I don't know, but I don't think it is. So anyway, I've given you all the information I think I can give you. The node still thinks it has a parent. Interesting. Which node? And then I would also wonder, why is that happening? The node getting popped off thinks it still has a parent, and because it thinks it still has a parent, it's not getting reparented back to the collector. But it is getting I don't understand. I don't understand. Okay, we're gonna add the point. It's got 9 right now. I'm gonna choose an orb. Still got 9. There, that was the second one that time. It didn't do it. So it's not always the same one, but it's doing it. Do it again. Add a point. Choose an orb. One doesn't get added. One does get added, sorry. One does get added. One does get added. One does get added. One does get added. It does get added. It does get added. It doesn't. The last one didn't. Print the info you think might be an issue. Print the node getting removed. And the one being added. Okay. Oh, so then if it... Oh, because maybe it'll print one being added, but we see that one doesn't get added. This is interesting. Okay, alright, so... Let me figure out where I can print those. So whenever it... I guess just when it assigns it, like it does pop front, right then and there, we can just say, print it. It tells us if it's a matter of not existing or the code failing to parent it. Genius. Okay. Thank you for helping me debug. I do appreciate it. I at least got to give you credit for that. My goodness. Dun, 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 dun. Do we have a credit for you yet? These credits entitle you to no compensation. They're just a way that I can honor the people who are giving their thoughts and helping me solve problems, and I really appreciate it. I'm gonna make sure you get a credit in the game and all of that. Roger Random. Debug, but this is also very specifically terrain stuff. Terrain recycling, terrain movement. We'll give you a terrain movement credit as well there. Okay. So we're gonna print first terrain at that moment. So we're gonna say first terrain popped, really. Let's just say first popped. And here, it's just assigning the last one. But we want to look at when the last one actually gets added. So append to far edge would probably be right here. Last terrain, chunk add. So let's say here. And that's going to be target block. So print last added target block. thank you. That is such a helpful way to think about it. I mean, this is like exactly a helpful next step. Okay. That method looks like it only moves the mesh. This one? Right here? It does look like that, doesn't it? That's true. Why not check that position? Last added target block at I don't know. I don't know if I'd know what to do with that information. I guess I'd need to know what position it was supposed to have been at, too. And we would want to look at it down here. So, wait, if that's not... I guess we can assume that the position is further down. So we could add position, I don't even know. We could add a position on the other one. Wait, if that's not where it's adding, where is it adding it? You're right, that makes sense that it isn't. Chunk add, reparent to self. Choose a chunk to add into the, oh, it must be right here. I guess it's close. How long that would take? Chunk to add, get children, pick random. Oh, maybe like even right here. Where is chunk add given a parent? Other than reparent. I would say right here. Right? Chunk to add, no, because it gets the children and it picks random and it assigns that to chunk add. And then chunk that particular random one that was chosen from the chunk to add children. If that queue frees, then there might be an issue since that node is not duplicated. Oh, here. I see what you're saying more. Perhaps. Maybe. So in this function, it is pick randoming and duplicating. Right here. This is where I need to print it. Yeah, I mean, so the thing is this definitely works, right? This definitely works. It's just like, it's hard because like different people look at code in different ways and I'm still new, so it's hard for me to like show you exactly what you want to see. I do beg you to look at the code in the repo. I beg you. I beg you. We just don't know what is that it is keeping it working. That's right. Yes. Correct. Exactly. Exactly. Yes. That's correct. So this is where it's adding it in. You pop arrays, you might be destroying the chunk list slowly. I mean, it definitely seems to keep working. I think it's just in a small window. There's one that, for some reason, gets removed. But I don't think it's slowly eating away at it or anything. You know, there is, now that you say it that way, there is something that I've added into this code, because I have to say, I think that a lot of this code is really good and it works well. But that doesn't mean that I haven't come in here and made it bad. And something that I did that what you just said reminded me of is that queue free, right? So I'm not, the queue free thing is something that I just recently added in. This wasn't here originally. This wasn't here before yesterday. This is new. And what this is looking for is when we switch to a new level, when the first terrain gets to the point of being removed, if it is not part of the new level, then delete it. So that way it doesn't go back into the collector. But I wonder if at that moment, sometimes the timing isn't lining up right. And it's deleting it before it can notice that something new needs to be added in. Yeah, call deferred. I think we just need to do call deferred. I think that might be okay. I think that's it. I think I sloppily wedged in something that is problematic. Okay, so let's hop up here. Your stuff deals with time issues a lot, so this comes up annoyingly often. I should have known when I was doing that like something like this could happen. All right. So we add a point. We choose one. Oh, it didn't like that. Why not? Trying to get a return value of a method that returns void. Oh, maybe we have to. What if we do it this way? Call deferred queue free in here. Check that error out. Okay. Okay. All right. I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Why not? What do we want to learn here? What are we looking for? You do call deferred on the parenthesis. Queue free call deferred. Oh, I see. Thank you. Okay. It's so weird. I feel like call deferred can be typed in like so many different ways. Okay. All right. Thank you. Wow, Roger. You've been so helpful. Okay, here we go. I'm never sure what's the best way to structure it until Godot's like, not like that. Like, okay. It's useful that way to call a non-existent function. Huh. I'm so glad. All right, so let's pull the camera out so we can see what's happening. Add a point. Advance. It adds one. It adds one. It adds one. Bam! It's adding one. It's adding one. And the last one, it's adding one! It's fixed! Okay, I mean, I could keep testing it, but I think that fixes it! What the frick? What the frickin' frick? I gotta give you another credit of some kind for that. What the frick in the world? I only tested it once, but I don't care. That's enough. Give you a Godot consultant. Rise in the ranks quickly. Wow. Debugger saw some errors. Oh yeah, sure, of course. Of course, yes. Of course it did. Yay! Celebration! Are these errors that I'm unfamiliar with, or are they new ones? Is the important question. These, okay, hit point, yeah, this is a different error, I think. I think these are other errors. I don't think they're related to our problem. Because the collisions, this is to do with like the collisions that the player has with objects, and soon I'm gonna completely redo, not completely redo, but completely revisit them. They do happen because of a deferral, but it's not like the same deferral. I think that's a different deferral, believe it or not. It's so like the player's collision with objects is a little goofy right now because I started working on it, like the limbs getting hurt. I started working on it and then I stopped working on it, and so I never quite finished it, and I'm remaking the player character. I'm gonna redo the collisions and everything, so it's just kind of there half working, and whenever I get back into that, I'll deal with those errors. But we can just double check. I just have to make sure I don't run into anything in the game. Add a point, choose one, and then let's watch to see if the error comes in at a crucial moment. Oh god, I'm trying to play the game from up here and not collide into anything. There, see, no error popped in. Oh wait. Okay, wait, but this is canvas layer. This is animation score finish. This is interesting. This one's interesting. So none of the collision ones came in. But there's this. Error emit signal P. Error calling from signal animation finished to callable. Oh. Wait, I don't need that. That's something else. Let's look at it, but that is something else. Give the method of value with a default of null. Just never use it. What? What are you on about then? Okay, I'm gonna search everything here for croissant. Okay. Yes. Very good. Croissant. Also, welcome Blackbird. Well said. It wants to give me a value. We'll take it and throw it away. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I hear what you're saying. So also, I'm not really using this, I don't think. I think this is nothing. I think this is nothing. I think this is something I tried to use and it didn't work out, and so I gave up on it. Literally, it's nothing. It's nothing. It's something I forgot to get rid of. I was trying to connect animation finish to something, and it didn't work out. Better solution. Just get it out of there. Alright, I actually have to use the loo real quick. I've been drinking my tea, staying hydrated, which means it has to go somewhere. It'll not take me long, 2 minutes or less. I'll be right back. Enjoy the music, stretch your legs, get yourself a snack. I'll make sure I put my BRB message up this time. Like I said, be right back. 2 minutes or less. Thank you, Roger. My gosh. I am so glad that problem is solved. Of course it was something that I added in. What, I think I could just delete things willy-nilly and everything be fine? No. Very lucky you were here, Roger. Like, I think there was a chance that I figured that one out, but it would have taken a lot longer. So much longer. As I say, code is no different than sorcery. It sounds true. Copy and paste is like having a spell book. Oh, I love that. Writing is like trying to cast without it. Whoa. I love that so much. I mean, I definitely find myself often, like the other day, someone, I don't remember who, it could have been any of you, someone possible prone to mishap, you know, was like, you should try a tween. So I was just like, okay, tween. I just searched all my files for tween, and I'm like, oh, there's a tween. Great. Grab it, copy it, paste it, done. I love that, like a spell book. That's pretty cool. That's very cool. You can write like off the top of your head. Possible prone to mishap. It's tough because, like, I mean, at least for that one situation, I don't know that I've ever had even a. What if I have a precedent for that? Yeah, I haven't had a precedent. If you want the tween to die with the orb, do orb create tween. What? Wait, what? What do you mean? If I want the orb to die with the tween? Oh, I think we've already done that. You can also bind tweens to nodes to prevent error from said node not existing. You got a lot of spells in your spell book. Okay, hold on. Couple things. Number one, I need to restore my world environment. Which I don't think is gonna be done easily here. Some people spell scrapbooks. Nice. Please do not look at my walls. Let me look at the GitHub real quick. You ran out of wall to write on? You are very interesting. So I wrote on my writing. Oh, man. Oh, please, I accidentally became a spellbook. What changes have I made here? I added all these buttons. That was nice. I do like the buttons that I added. I was just gonna go back. The buttons, the buttons, the buttons. Then in UI, I added a line to UI about messenger level update. Oh, right. Yeah. That would make sense because that's what the lines were doing. The only thing I need to undo here is yeeting my entire world environment. Here, I need this back. Currently setting something up so I can bind a parameter on a node to a signal's returned value. Bind a parameter on a node to a signal's returned value. That sounds doable. That sounds very doable. But maybe you're looking to have that code accessible in a way that's like modular or something. I don't know. All right. Simple but slightly inconvenient. I think literally every change made to the main scene we can just discard. So here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna close Godot. And then I'm gonna discard the main scene changes. Keep everything else. Fire it back up. I want it to be a way where it's hardly coding to do it. Nice. So you would like it to be like any property, like, hey, I need to return a property from a node. Oh yeah, I have this spell in my spell book. Kabam, kabam, done. I need that. So like every Friday, I do a 1-hour game jam on this channel. And my solution to a spell book is a little more, how do you say, training wheels than that, where I've literally made template. So like I have a player character already configured, I have a finish line already configured, I have a UI already configured, and I just drag and drop them in, and that's it. But I like what you're describing, because I think it might be more creative and interesting to have slightly more fundamental building blocks instead of an already built thing to move around with. You only ever did one game jam and it was the first thing you ever did? That's cool. I mean, that's what they say, is that's a way to get started, is doing a game jam. I have found myself, I don't enjoy game jams that are long, because I don't manage my time well, and it causes me to feel a lot of stress and unhappiness. However, I created the 1-hour game jam because I don't have to manage time at all. That is to say, not over a long period of time. I don't have to be like, well, maybe I'll skip my meal today so I can finish this game so I can win the game jam. Instead, it's like, okay, I only have an hour to work. I don't need to manage my life around this game jam. It also means that you can only output so much in an hour, but I like it. It's a little different than a normal game jam, but personally, I hate jams that are any longer than a few hours, because it stresses me out too much. I learned over time I like building tools more than the game. That's a good thing to like know and recognize and assert for yourself than suffering through an experience that you don't enjoy. Nice. I feel like that's what I'm doing right now, is I'm very much trying to do everything I can. A, so I can learn how to do all the different things that go into games and making stuff, but also so I can decide what it is that I gravitate towards the most. I still don't know what that is. Maybe it's just all of it. Kumrick says, my dog is so smart. She's walking around the house crying because I called the vet to make an appointment for his shots. What? She knows? That's wild. I guess they do pick up on patterns and stuff pretty well. Poor baby. I mean, it must be that, like, going to the vet is such an unpleasant experience for her that, which is, of course, no fault of anyone's, but she just wants to be home. She's like, I like being at home. I like you guys. This is what I like. They're gonna take me somewhere else. I don't want to go there, please. Alright, so this problem is now resolved, by the way. I should make a commit of that, but let me just make sure we're all good. Choose an orb. We move forward. It looks great. Nothing getting removed. Right? Right? Wait. We may not be out of the gate yet. Hold on. That was good. That was good. But wait. I'm still noticing the problem. But let me make sure I'm studying this correctly. Okay, couple things we're gonna do here. First of all, I'm certain that this line of code is still there. That line of code is still there. So that's good. I would like the environment to get out of my way, please. And thank you. I'm going to save it. I believe it's already saved, but let's just update it so I can easily just load it back in when I need it. And let's take a look, because it's possible that we aren't losing chunks, but something else is still causing a problem. Perhaps position-wise, there's still an issue. Alright, so there's 9. That looks correct. Add a point. Choose an orb. One's getting added. I'm gonna try running, make it go a little faster. It's adding one. It looks good. There. Did we lose one? Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, what? Hold on a minute. Maybe I just wasn't looking good. There's 9. Clearly there's 9. Open this up. Add a point. Choose an orb. 1 replaced. 1 replaced. Removed, replaced. Remove, replaced. Remove, replaced. Remove, replaced. Remove, replaced. Remove, replaced. Remove, replaced. Looks good. I wonder if running does have something to do with it potentially. Looks good, looks good. Everything's fine there. We're just gonna do it over. I technically didn't try it over and over and over again. Add a point. Choose an orb. I'm not gonna run yet. Added, removed. Add, remove. Remove add, sorry. Remove add. Remove add. Remove add. Remove add. Remove add. Remove add. All good, no problems. Better, better. This time I'm gonna try running. Add a point. Choose an orb. Speed it. Remove add, remove add, remove add, remove add, remove add. Oh, there, it skipped one. It skipped one. So I would say call deferred helped. It helped. Now, I can't, I guess I wanna, why would running make a difference? I mean, it speeds up the process, of course, because basically what running does is it moves the terrain more quickly. Oh, there, it skipped one. I wasn't running. It has nothing to do with that. Oh, we're not out of the woods yet, y'all. We are not out of the cattle farm woods yet. Okay. Dang. Rest in peace thinking it was totally fixed. It's better, but not totally fixed. So if that helped, I think I just need to explore a little more deeply what could possibly resolve that. I'm gonna look back at some of the things Roger was saying. Let me just run another one while I do that. If that queue freezes, then there might be an issue since that node is not duplicated. Well, actually, we're still printing stuff down here. So I wonder if we can still actually get some information from there. So here it did it. We didn't have any problem. Everything went great, went fine. It would also be helpful if we could count too, like how many had gone by. That would help, but whatever. All right, add a point, choose an orb. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's better. It's better, but it's not all better all the time. Try it again. It's not a very exciting problem. If you click on remote, you can see current world with the game node structure. That's true. That's right. Couple things. Number one, I assure you, it's going to make everything painfully slow. Number two, what am I looking for? What should I be looking for? That sounds like it could be useful. Technically, I don't know what I'd be looking for, though. But it depends, because looking at certain things will cause my computer to be much sadder than if we're looking at other things. Alright. Add a point. Choose it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna run 7, 8, 9. That was good that time. No problems that time. But what about this time? Running at least makes it go a little faster. The reason why it gets so slow is because there's a lot of objects in this game. Add a point. Choose an orb. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I ran into a tree. 8, 9. No issues that time. Oh man. Now we've got call deferred. It's like it's harder to even reproduce it because it's so much less frequent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh no, why can't I reproduce it? Boo! Oh wait, I think it was the first one. I think it was the first one. I kind of missed it. I'm not sure. I looked away. First popped was mesh instance. Oh god, these are really hard to read because they're just like generic names. First popped was mesh instance 3D at 4. The last added was mesh instance 3D at 21. That's interesting. So it did think it added something, but there's no this isn't giving me like any useful information. I can't track this back to something. What am I even tracking it back to? I don't know. I will say it does add the same one twice. That's interesting. The first one, it adds 21. How could it couldn't add that again? That wouldn't make sense. It couldn't have the same one twice. Unless it's a 20... No, it's the same down to every number. Oh, okay, wait, that's interesting. It's like this one got queued up to be added, but it didn't actually get added. and it wasn't added until the next round. This is very interesting. So if it got queued up to be added, and then it also gives this, it does give like a position. She has learned well. Now I have to infer something about that, or deduce something based on that information. But yes, one step in the right direction. I don't know what to deduce about the position. All these others were at negative 119. And that's the only one that's at negative 119 before this one's at negative 90. They start going at negative 99. I don't really understand what to think about that. They're not that far apart. I have a feeling that doesn't mean much. I don't know, but then it's adding these in the same spots. There's something to this. Somehow I need to examine that which not just that which queues up the next one that's supposed to be added and moved. That would be the append to function. So the append function would move it to the end here. The chunks to add function, chunk chosen to add function, is what would queue it up. Got your binding working? Nice. Let's go. Stupid stuff. Alright. It sounds fun. Fun should be... Stupid fun sounds like a worthy goal. Very intrigued by that way of building tools. So I need to examine that which... It's really weird because it's like moving it to the position didn't matter. That's really strange to me, because if it moved it to a position, wouldn't it be there? But it wasn't there. Okay, I'm gonna have to study the code a little bit. It's tough because I'm just like, wow, like I'm gonna have to, you know, run it so many times to reproduce it again. Not my favorite fact of the matter. Okay, chunk chosen to add. If chunk's list current size is set to 0, this is the initial populating of the list of chunks to potentially add in. It is then going to set up these lists from where we pick a random one. And it's picking between two lists. So this isn't really adding, this isn't adding a chunk. This is choosing which list to add a chunk from. So this is actually quite a bit different. Chunk to add is then pulled from which one of these. So it'd be this, chunk to add, where this is assigned right here. Pop front. So that's going to remove one from the current duplicated list. The randomized duplicated list. It's going to remove one, and it's going to assign that to chunk to add. So that must be what chunk to add is. Chunk to add is when this mesh instance 21 got assigned. It removed it from there, and it set chunk to. So then why didn't it pick something else? Why would it do the same one twice? Surely it wasn't just a coincidence. I don't know. I don't know that I have enough information yet to deduce what's happening. Man, this is confusing. Gab Games, what's up, Gab Games? Let's get you a song. Let's get you a song for being a member of Hyper Game Dev. What do we listen to? This one. Can I sing to this one? Is this one I can sing a song to? I mean, it's very cool and alien-y. But it feels difficult in terms of making music. Yeah, it's a green name. It's a green name. That means Gab Games is a member of this channel. Maybe this one has more of a beat I can sing to. I think it will. Here we go. Gab Games is gabbing away. Gab Games, I like GG about you. You got a good game, Gab Games, gabbing around and being here. I'm so glad for that. GG, good game, Gab Games. I'm so glad you're gabbing here. Oh yeah. GG, good game, Gab Games, gabbing here. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for supporting the channel the way you do. Gab Games. Welcome, Gab Games. There you go. There's your song. Let's never do that again. I apologize, but you're also welcome. It's a little bit of both. A little bit of both. All smiles here. There we go. You're most welcome, Gab Games. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. I'm doing one of the more boring things I could be doing, unfortunately. I am setting up like power-ups and moving in between levels, but I've hit a snag that requires me to, well, stare at code and see if I can figure it out. Yeah, we got a fade out in there. We got a little fade out in there. It's a blessing and a curse that you get a song. It's a blessing and a curse. Some people appreciate it more than others, but we do it no matter what. You better be careful. If I gift you a membership, which I can't choose, it's randomized, you might end up getting yourself a song, so be careful. Be careful. Alright. So chunk to add. I feel like I need to follow what's going on with chunk to add here and what its trajectory is. I can disappear faster. Yeah, I bet. We get it, okay? You don't like my singing. Look, I'm not saying it's great either, but it is what it is. Like, it's just, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Chunk add equals chunk to add. Okay, so well, thank you for clarifying. I mean, it's like I like that I'm not good at it in a lot of ways, because it's like I am willing to suffer the embarrassment to show my appreciation. Gonna take dog to the park for an hour. Gonna leave you on and I shall be back. Thanks, Qmerk. I appreciate it. Be safe. Have fun, you guys. You're not going to the vet, doggy. Don't worry. You're not going to the vet. And so maybe a little masochistic. Perhaps. I enjoy doing the songs. I will say it's fun. I guess in a way, you know, on some level, I want to try and, on some level, I want to try and, like, get over that fear. Like, who cares? You know what? I don't care. I can still feel okay about it. I'm still on that path. I'm still on that path. We on-ready the variable chunk to add as picking a safe one on random. It's actually only in 4 places on here, where we initially assign chunk to add to tell it to be the removed from the list. So if it's been removed from the list that's been duplicated, it's so interesting to me that it picked the same one again. That amazes me. How did it know that it still had that one ready to go? I mean, this probably isn't going to do much for me, but it might stop me searching in places that aren't helpful. In addition to printing what was popped and where it was popped, I'm also going to print what chunk to add was at that moment. So we'll say chunk to add is chunk to add, which is probably going to make it hard to read. Whatever, who cares? And then I gotta try to reproduce it again. So the problem that's happening is, well, the whole thing I'm trying to do today is set up a way. Oh, it's way up here, isn't it? I'm trying to set up a way to move between levels when we reach the minimum score needed to go to the next level. Some power-up orbs are going to descend from the sky. So we're just going to artificially add a point. We're on level 0. If I add a point, the game's going to halt for a second, and then we're going to get these orbs. And we can choose one of these orbs. When we choose the orb, the game starts up again, and it starts loading in the next level. Now, a problem that happens sometimes is it doesn't re-add the correct number of chunks. It skips one, and then the level becomes shorter than it's supposed to be. And thanks to Roger, they did figure out that a queue deferred would help make that problem less likely to occur. But it did not make that problem unlikely to occur entirely, just less likely. And so now I'm trying to figure out, in those instances where it's less likely, why did it happen and how do I deal with that? So I'm printing out some information, and then what helps me is to look at it from above. So I'm gonna set that back up here. So here I can see very clearly that we have 9, right? I'm gonna pause it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It works most of the time, but not all the time. So there's 9 here. Now if I add a point and we move forward. Oh, it just did it. It just did it. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It removed one without adding another back in. So I'm trying to observe what is being removed and what's being added back in so I can try to puzzle out where this could be improved. But wait, Roger says, if deferring isn't working, function code from before dot call deferred. In a function? Await get process. Oh yeah, process frame in that lambda, and you can force it to always wait one additional frame. Okay. So here's where the call deferred was before. That helped, but didn't fully resolve it. It can await the contents of the lambda while not awaiting the rest of the code in that method. Where did you type a lambda? That is a lambda. Oh, YouTube must be removing it or something. Like, it must be disappearing. Does YouTube have secret code? Oh, you put it inside of a function. What? What sorcery? Okay. Literally, I can do that? Standalone lambdas. What? The ultimate power move for dark magics. Apparently. What? Okay. I mean, this is a bit of a distraction, but I need to research this immediately. It has no contents nor call. Right. But what the frick? I didn't even know this existed. I've never even heard about this. Where is this in here? You can pass a method as a parameter to a function. My brain is shorting out. Okay, here's some uses of it. Lambdas are great, but a bit awkward in GD script. Hey, Techian. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Okay, I need to take a minute and read the documentation, because this is like a completely new concept. Putting it in parentheses helps keep clear what is and isn't a lambda. Okay, callable is a built-in type representing a method or a standalone function. Okay. Callable is a built-in variant type that represents a function. Okay. It can either be a method within an object instance or a standalone. I'm like, I'm like, what the heck? If you work with JavaScript or Kotlin, you use those all the time, though. Oh, I work with no thing. So, GD script. So, wow. Interesting. Very interesting. It can either be a method within an object instance or a standalone function not related to any object. Right, so I'm used to it not being standalone. A standalone function not related to any object, like a lambda function. Like all variant types, it can be stored in variables and passed to other functions. It is most commonly used for signal callbacks. Think of it like taking the call method name here, values, and storing it as a variable using call method name here dot bind. Oh, bind is another one that I'm woefully ignorant of. I mean, I've definitely had people come through and try to help me use bind, but it's been confusing. Taking the call method name here, values, okay, I can understand that, and storing it as a variable using call method name here. I bet that makes a lot of sense. Then when you do variable, you stored it in call, it calls with the bound parameters. It's good, but you have to realize bind puts values to the right side. Any new value will be added after bind is put to the left. This is wild. I.e. function name value1, value2, bound value 2. Okay. I don't know if that made anything make any more sense. But I heard it. Okay. There's a function. Oh yes, functions with arguments. Yes, this makes sense. Oh. Whoa, that's ridiculous. How dare it go to the front? Callable self print arguments. It's what made this signal bind I did annoying. Because value is the thing I'm sent back. But parameter name isn't the first value. Wow. Callable call, hello world, prints hello world, callable call, vector up 42, callable, print 0, -1, 42 node. Callable call invalid. You had to do a lambda to reverse the order and just swap it. Whoa. So you're like fetching the arguments or something? In GDScript, it's possible to create lambda functions within a method. Lambda functions are custom callables that are not associated with an object instance. Optionally, lambda functions can also be named. We have a middle function that just has the values passed in and calls the actual function the right way. Okay. Right. So so you have like this one function that puts it in a weird order. And then in that function, you have a way to sort it into a more sensible order. And then that gets passed into another function that puts it in the order that you want it to be. That's wild. All because you need to do some binding. It's possible to create lambda functions within a method. Lambda functions are custom callables that are not associated with objects. Optionally, lambda functions can also be named. The name will be displayed in the debugger when calling get method. Nice, Roger. Function init. Variable my lambda equals function message and print message. Lambda is an on-the-spot function, and you can store them in a variable or not. So here they're being stored in a variable. Or it is being stored in a variable. I like that description, Techie. And so the variable is, so here, oh, okay, so here we are defining a function. So whenever we run the lambda called my lambda, and then we do .call, it'll print, oh, okay, this is very helpful right here. Because we have message as a argument. And so whatever argument we put in here is going to go into the print parenthesis. You do lambda call when you only need it once. Avoids an unneeded variable storing. Okay, so we're gonna get a message we're defining an argument that can be message. And message, that argument in our lambda function, is going to be added to a print method. Okay. Then we just refer to the variable myLambda and we run call on it. And we just set it up just as if it was an argument in that function. And then this, even though we don't see it, is gonna point back to what it's supposed to do. Now this one prints attack when the button pressed signal is emitted. So what? This is connecting? What the frick? What in the frick? Connect a signal instead of, because normally we would say, we would point this to a function that's in the script, it's attached to an object, right? But this is like a floating function that's only associated with that which we're connecting it to. It's stored by the signal. This is cool. The signal example is a good example of how they are commonly used. I use it for a lot of GUI stuff. Button pressed connect, and then we create a function that this is calling. So the button being pressed is calling the function. So instead of doing myLambda.call, which runs this stuff, instead the call is happening by button pressed, because we're connecting and we're putting it in as an argument here, which is looking for a callable, and therefore it calls it whenever this happens, anytime. This is wild. So a function will then say print attack whenever that button is pressed. Okay, I mean, I get that. This is wild. Okay. Note, methods of native types such as signal or array or dictionary are not of type callable in order to avoid unnecessary overhead. If you need to pass those methods as callable, use a lambda function as a wrapper. My dictionary, that's the index, that's the key, that's what it comes with. This will not work. Clear is not a callable. Create tween callback, my dictionary.clear does nothing. This will work as lambdas are custom callables. Create tween callback, and then make a lambda, because tween callback is looking for a callable. This is not the callable. Then you just wedge this in here. It was wild. Okay, so now that I maybe understand a little bit more, I'm sure there's still more I could learn, but I generally kind of have an idea what the heck's going on here. I can go back and look at what Roger suggested and see if I can understand what it's doing. The lambda has access to any variable in the function it was creating within, not just its own properties. Okay, I just have to take your word for it, I think. That it was created within. Lambda has access to any variable in the function it was created within. Gotcha. Nice. Okay, so back here you said function code from before, call deferred. Then do await get reprocess frame in that lambda. Put await inside of something? Okay, function code from before. So so this function like that. And we're doing a parenthetical just so it's easier. I mean, this is just from an if statement. it's okay to just wedge this in here randomly. I guess I need to call it somehow. Yeah, Psychonic, we're doing this. We're doing lambdas. My mind is blown. I'm so confused to how to type this. I must be typing this very incorrectly. Somehow. Call divert is at the end of the parentheses. Here, let me bring up the other chat windows so you can see what I'm seeing. Except on Shorts feed, I don't have that yet. That's something I need to add to the Shorts feed. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, there it is. I need to remember that I have to add that to the Shorts feed. I don't think that's on my to-do list of things to add. Many things are. That's not one of them. Search feed, add long chat. Okay. What it is, you have funk await, get your. Whoa, look at that. Look at that. What? What? That is wild right there. We want the await here. Process frame function await get tree process frame. This is advanced. First terrain queue free call deferred. And I guess that 9 is supposed to be another parenthesis. Maybe not. Now we still get this standalone lambdas cannot be accessed. So should I assign it to a variable then? Surely I have to put it somewhere. Not all in one line. That would be hard to read. Okay. Psychonic's out of the loop of what's happening, but why are we waiting queue here? Telling it to call deferred, await one frame, call deferred, a queue free. We need more time given to delete it, right? Call deferred second time on the outer parenthesis. I'll tell you in a second, Psychonic. Not the inner ones. For the rest of the code to be able to look at it. The second call deferred is in the wrong spot, so the function is not being called yet. I didn't type it like you told me. Function. Oh. Wait, no, I did. Function await. Get tree dot process frame. Is this semicolon is first terrain queue free. I'm genuinely just typing what you sent me. Like I'm barely wrapping my head around anything. Oh, I forgot a parenthesis. I can tell you that. Wait, I'm confused. I'm so confused. It doesn't have an opening counterpart. Now last call deferred. Oh, we did it. We got it. Godot do be adding extra parentheses. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Now we'll see if this fixes it, and I'll try to explain it at the same time to Psychonic. What in the world has just happened? Okay, so Psychonic, the problem, the absolute chain of texture. I know. It looks wild. I know. Look at how this looks. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Oh, it's so appreciated. You just got taught Eldritch Blast as a priest. I promise you, I don't understand the full, like, perhaps Pathfinder D&D reference that's being made here, but I appreciate the implication. Very awkward. All right. So the environment isn't there, so it looks ugly for now. All right, so Psychonic, let's just go from the very beginning. We just learned a Demon Worshner exclusive spell. Yes. So the general problem is this. I'm setting up a way to move between levels. That is to say, when I beat level, in this case 0, I want to move to level 1 after that. So the way you move to the next level is by getting points. So here we need 1 more point. We have 0 out of 1 points. So I'm going to use a cheat menu, and I'm going to add a point. So if I add a point, we're going to get these orbs that drop down. Now in theory, these orbs would have power-ups in them, and you're picking a power-up. Now upon picking your power-up, the terrain starts moving again after it's stopped, and then it's going to load in the next level behind that level that we were just on. And now we've got a level in front and a level behind. Now I have to say, unfortunately, Roger, I didn't fix it! And so here's the problem. I could be wrong. Wait, you know what, Roger? I could be wrong. Maybe it did solve it, and it's just because the world environment isn't there. It looks wrong. I don't know. So it looks like it works pretty well, right? It loads the next level. This is great. Everything's fine. However, one problem is that it's not loading in as many chunks as it's supposed to. So I'm not sure if that's true in this case, and I'll show you from the different view. Yeah, that's 8. That's 8. We know what isn't the issue. Nice. I like that. So right now there's only 8 chunks in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 chunks right there. There's supposed to be 9. So normally there's 9 that load in and everything's fine. So if I restart this, we're gonna zoom out. This is why I don't have the world environment and everything's ugly, so I can see it from above. So if we look at it like this, we can count. I'm gonna pause it so we can see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9. Good, excellent. We can run all the live long day, and it's gonna stay at 9. It removes the first one, and it adds a new one at the end. And that's just the way it works, right? Now, sometimes when so I'm gonna artificially pull down the menu here. I'm adding a point, and then we're gonna choose an orb. And so now, let me pause it before it goes further. It's starting to load in the next level. Now, there is a line of code that I've added in that says, okay, every chunk that is labeled as a level 0 chunk, in this case, these colorful bars, when they go past that certain point that they're going to get popped and removed, just delete them. Just completely kill them, because we want only the next level chunks, these green ones. Those are the ones that I actually want to be in there. So what has been happening is sometimes when it removes one of the old level ones and it deletes it, it won't add a new one onto the end for some reason. And so one theory was that we needed to defer the call of when it deleted this one. And that seemed to help maybe, but it it still sometimes will not add a new one on the end, resulting in a smaller level, which is not what's supposed to happen. So we'll see if it happens this time. It may not. Removed, added, removed, added, removed, added, removed, added, removed, didn't add. See? It didn't add one. It removed one, and a new one didn't get added right there. And if there's like a pattern that I may have noticed, and I don't know, I've only seen it one time, but only because I checked one time. It was that the same one, oh, it might have just been a coincidence. Yeah, I think that was a red herring, that it might have been saving the same one. So I don't know. I have no idea. It's definitely not always in the same spot, but we could, I think it's not always in the same spot, but we could try to confirm it. So that's the main problem, and it usually doesn't do any more than that. It tends to just remove one, I think, but that's the main problem that I'm trying to resolve right now. All right, let's see what we got. Let's check if it is consistent now. Okay, so here's a question for you. If they are labeled, check the label of the one you added. Oh, to see if it's the wrong label. Interesting. The one, specifically the one that gets added. Okay. Visually no, but count left maybe. Does the debugger errors show anything of value? I don't think so. I think it's just gonna be like other stuff. Yeah, it's just hit points, collision stuff. Train controller in scene, can't take value from empty array. This is in the ready function. That's at the beginning. This is an error that's been there for a while. I don't think is related to this problem. I'm quite certain. That's why we want to check consistency in the one not appearing, to know if we can check specific things for that data. Okay, all right. So I'll get rid of the old print because it's starting to get a lot and I don't know even what to look at. So I'm going to hide the other one. So at this moment, I want to print to check the label. So to check the label, we want to do first terrain is level. First popped level, I think would be what we want. It is a very specific bug. Check the debugger. How do I, so come back. Dun 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 dun. Okay. So I have, so if by debug, you mean like try to solve the problem, certainly I have been trying to solve the problem. But if you mean use the debugger, one thing I haven't been able to figure out is how do I get all of the stack information if I don't have a breakpoint? That's something I wasn't able to figure out. Oh, okay. That's okay, Psychonic. Debugger lets you pause the code and look at the values on nodes, but it's troublesome usually if you don't have a vague idea yet. Yeah. Well, I've tried to pause it before, and I don't get, like, the stack information, and that's okay, Psychonic. I appreciate you stopping in. Okay, so I want to type this out. Terrain, first terrain is level. So that way we can at least see what its level is. You can get the stack using get stack. Oh. Can I just type that into output? Wait, how do I know I can't? But then I'm gonna have to read a bunch of, okay. Yeah, that sounds horrifying. I guess what I mean is like whenever we hit like a breakpoint or something on the debugger, we get like this whole stack trace here, and that's super awesome. But if I don't like hit a specific breakpoint and I just pause the game, it would be nice if this would fill out. Try to look at the tree while the game is running. That's true. That's true. But like, yeah, that is, yeah. All right, I guess, yes. probably make an editor plugin and do that. Oh. All right, let me find these print. One thing at a time, one thing at a time. Okay, that was one we're keeping. And then this one we want as well. I'm gonna comment this out. We're gonna say last added's level. And this will be target block. And really this is when it moves it. This isn't necessarily when it adds it on, but it's when it moves it into place. But it's not necessarily when it actually adds it onto the end of the thing. Did you know in terms of male human and female Pokemon? Because maybe you have all the chunks, but it's just not positioned correctly for some reason. Yeah. Yeah, we were printing it with like positions. Roger, thank you for all of your help. I appreciate it. It's been a pleasure. May my horrific assistance be of help. It was helpful, however horrific. Take care, and yeah, thank you again. Appreciate it. I've learned a lot. I've learned a ton. Good luck with your spell books. Okay, so print last added's level. Great and good. You made people learn the problems, but I never fix them. That is a valuable role. Cheers to that valuable role. Okay. So now we'll at least get a little more information, and then yeah, we can check the remote as well to get some more details. All right. Alright, so here we're seeing nothing surprising. I will say it's a little confusing because it's hard to tell which ones are popping because it's just like giving us new ones. But at the very least, I can see that these are all level zeros, which makes sense. I could pull up remote. I'm a little afraid Godot's gonna have an entire connection when we switch to level 1. But what the heck? Let's see what happens. And what makes it... Here's what makes the remote very challenging to look at. There are 3 possible nodes that we have to look at all the time. 3. You can see the game is like, it's like, oh my god. Okay. It could go into collector points when it, and this is the controller is where it is in the level. That's where it is while we're running. This thing that we're looking at, these bars going down, this is terrain controller in scene right here. Collector points is where the yellow ones go. Collector obstacles is where the red ones go. Collector safes is where the blue ones go. Once the next level starts coming in, it's going to be a lot harder to tell what's what. But it's randomized in the sense that, I mean, we can try to look and see. I guess we can. I guess if I look at the color, I just can look to make sure. Safes are the most popular ones, so I guess I'll pop open the safes. And I'll try to make sure I do it before a bunch of safes come. Even though it might not happen on a safe. And then Roger was also giving a good thought, which is it the same one? What if it's always a safe one? What if it's always a yellow one? If it's always a red one? You know, I don't know. So then right here, you'll see that this will jump, right? So if I click on this 4, or this 3, see it moved into safes? So click on 37, 37 goes into safes. 8 just jumped into safes. That yellow and red went somewhere else. The 12 I'm not sure which that was. 6 jumps into safes. So the blue ones are probably the easiest ones to track here to see if they go in there. And then when I load the next level, the instruction in the code is to delete all of the ones in the existing collectors that are labeled as the old level. So right now, it's hard to tell. Let me unzoom that over here and there. So it's printing level 0. The first popped is level 0, the last popped is level 0, right? So every single one of these are labeled as level 0s. Now if I guess I could try to click on one of them, perhaps. Okay, click on one of these perhaps. Is type dictionary size 3, it's not really telling me which one it is. Is type 0. Oh, okay, there we go. Is type. Okay. So that's a little harder to see on the shorts feed, but it's there. Maybe I can drag this in. Yeah, you can't really see it, but there's an is type here, and it's set to 0, which means that it is, well, oh, is level 0. Oh, this one is level. This is the one that's important. It's set to the number 0. That's correct. That's what we need to look for. So if this is level 1, then it's going to be level 1. All right. Anyway, just trying to get my looking in the places that I need to be looking. All right. Now. And that corresponds with the number that's being printed. Okay, it's all very confusing. So there you can see they're jumping between. All right, here we go. I am going to add a point. I'm going to choose an orb. It added 1. 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 It didn't add 1. That last one didn't get added in. Oh, now I wish I would have printed it. I wish I would have printed the name of it so I could see what the name was. Okay, so that one, oh, I don't even know which one that was. Oh God, I'm so confused. What am I even looking at here? This is difficult. This is difficult to follow. I need to figure out the right information to be looking for here. I mean, it's just 1 and 0, 1 and 0, so nothing is going wrong here. The last one, the one that was added is a 1. The one that was removed was a 0. The one that was added was a 1. The one that was removed was a 0. And that's just all the way across here. There's nothing is going wrong. It's not printing anything unusual there. But what I didn't track now is which one. Oh man, this is being so slow. Because we have remote up. If it's printed, then it's here somewhere. Oh. Right. Yes. And it did it before. Actually, before, when we were printing the names of them. What's up, Govind? When it was printing the names of them, it did have a name. Yeah. All right, I need to print. I need more information. Having remote up is a nightmare. It makes everything so much slower. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Check the tree if you can find 9 blocks. Oops, I closed it. Oh, you're right. That would have been such a good thing to check. Okay, let's okay. We'll be able to reproduce it. Here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to just add a little more information in this print, because this is not a lot of information. We're going to say last added, and then clarify what it is. Target block. I could do the position again. It just gets really to be so much. Target block. We'll say position And then target, block, position, Z. And then level, target block is level. I'm even kind of curious to know what type it is. It's maybe a bit arbitrary. I wonder if we could even like print the parent that it has. Is get parent a thing? Target block. Oh, don't make it, well, we'll say parent. I don't think it is. I feel like get parent is not. Get parent node 3D, or maybe just get parent. Maybe we can just do that. Do I need to be more specific than that? I have no idea. I hope not. I should learn the BB code so I could make this stuff stand out a little better. I've been meaning to get more familiar with that. I forget BB code. I don't remember how BB code works. We could bold, yeah, bolds. Yeah, give me like some, right, like HTML. Okay, got it. And then I guess I can put that just like right here, like color is, wait, maybe like here? I don't know, is this gonna work? Color equals red. Wait, what does this look like in here? Oh, there it was. Oh, inside of the string. I see. That makes much more sense. Okay, got it. But wait, then how do I do it outside of the string? Yeah, it's new in the latest version of Godot. There's just so much information. It's just gonna be really hard to parse it. I'd love some colors in here. Whatever, it's fine. It's just fine. We'll just keep it with a string. Use line breaks? How do I do that? I did learn it once, but I forgot promptly. I guess I want the color. Oh, geez. /n, thank you. And then do I need like a comma for that? Oh, wait, but does this line break, and this line break will show up? Inside of the string. Whoa, okay. Okay. Nice, thank you. Just like pressing enter. Okay, dope. I just wasn't sure. Okay, I gotcha. So I'm gonna add some bold. You got underline? Give me some underline. That would be sweet. Some bold and some underline. This is a little chaotic. I'm just kind of winging it here. Just to add some variation. Okay. I know, this is the weirdest. What is she doing? A little something. Just a little something. Alright. Wow. What a chaos print. And then for the other print that we're doing, this one, we need to change it to first popped. Change it to first terrain. First terrain. First terrain. One more. Okay. All right. Let's try this again. See what output we get. And then I'll check the remote after it happens to see what it looks like. Oh, none of this worked. 0% of that BB code worked. Exactly none of it worked. Wait, do we have to like activate it somehow? Godot output log BB code. Color console output 2015. No, I'm telling you, this is real. I did not make this up. Oh my god. Alright, hold on. Now I gotta look at my my playlists. I swear I'm not making this up. Did I put it in here though? I don't think I put it in this one. Right, so do I have to like switch it to that? Godot BB code output. I swear to God this is doable. Rich text label. No, dude, people are doing it in the output. I'm telling you. Not with a rich text label. Right there. Print rich! Got it. We gotta print rich, baby. We're not just printing. Printing rich. Okay. Give it to me. There it is. If Godot is made with Godot, then it should work. It does. Except my underline, my closing underline did not work. Print, richer. That red really stands out. A little more than I wanted to. Wait, why is my underline broken? Oh, did I put the... Wait, why? I don't know. But it doesn't like that. It does not like me trying to end that underline. Okay. Forget the underline then. I don't need the underline. You know what? Not a big deal. Okay. Yeah, it's a bug. Not my fault. Okay. There we're getting all kinds of great information. Super useful. Let's go. Slightly easier to read. Here we go. Learned a little bit about how to do that. So here we are, we're looking from above. Everything's great, everything's beautiful. We're gonna add a point, choose an orb, and check to see when it happens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would say it is frequently the 5th one. All right. We've got some data here. So many of these, I'm just gonna get this out of my way. Let's pull this up. Let's take a look. Let's hunker down, see what we got. So we got a level. I'm just trying to like wrap my head around the way this looks. First popped, last added. First popped, last added. So it popped. This is the one that it popped and added somewhere, but who knows where. It's Mesh Instance 4. Mesh Instance 4 has been added somewhere. Don't know where, but somewhere. Its position is negative 119. That's also where the last one that was added was put. And the one before that was put. So it was physically put in the correct place. It is correctly coming from level 1, and the one that got removed is correctly from level 0. The parent for the last one that was added successfully is terrain controller, and the one that was added unsuccessfully is also parented to the terrain controller. The one that was popped first recently was parented to the terrain controller, and the one that was last popped was also parented to the terrain controller. So all we've got from this is everything looks good. It looks like it's behaving normally based on all this information. It is Mesh Instance 4. So now we're gonna look at the remote and see if we can find where that is. Where have you gone? Now Godot is gonna be a little grumpy about having to deal with this, but let's do it. I see a Mesh Instance 44 at the end. Oh, it is 44. It's not 4. It's 44. Okay, my bad. I read it wrong. Mesh Instance 44. It is in there. It is in there. Thank you, Techium. Let me pull this up for the shorts feed there. Okay. It's in there. Look, it's right there in the remote. It showed up. It is level 1. But it's certainly not there. I'd be interested to know even what kind it is. It's a safe type. Which means it could look just like that. Where is it? If it's not there, where is it? What? And I guess that would make sense if it thinks that there are enough on there. It's like, oh yeah, there's 9 in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, there's only 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How is this possible? How? Let me see. Wait, what? How could there be 8? But it definitely added the one in. I mean, maybe I'm not printing these at the right time or something. Like, is the one that got removed, is this one that it's paired with actually... I'm more confused now. I'm just gonna run it a little further again. Play it. Does that one. So then it pops 2, and then, okay, this is interesting. So now it added 44. So this isn't caught up, because look, this has 55 on here now. But it says in the output, it added 44. But what it actually added was 55. Unless, like, my timing is off somehow. Let's push it again. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, why didn't anything come through? Oh, I just died. Dang it, I just died. No! Okay, alright, try again. Oh my goodness. This is very confusing. I can't help but wonder if I should be getting some of this information from somewhere, like a different point in the code. Alright, I'll pop open remote again. It'd almost be nice to print this, like, on the screen, honestly. Like, instead of in the output. It's fine. It's whatever. I think that's the least of my problems right now. Okay, there's terrain controller in scene. There's one... Okay, it's hard to see because it keeps moving. Let's pause it. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 in there. I'm going to add a point. Choose an orb. Okay, let's just pause it after the 1. So far... Here, don't show me all these. This is just chaos. So far, we should still have 9 in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, good. It just removed 5 and it added 9. There's 9. So it's also added 50, but that hasn't shown up in the output yet. 50 has not shown up in the output. So I think that I need to move the code probably somewhere else. The print output. I wish I had a better view for this on the shorts feed so you guys can see what I'm looking at. Well, the delay, I think, is because I'm putting it in the wrong place. I think that's what the delay is about. All right, I'm just gonna tuck this in. Oh, that did. That's funny. What in the chaos? Oh, I see. Okay, there we go. That's what we need for the shorts feed. Okay, cool. All right. So at least shorts feed hopefully can see a little more there. maybe. Wait. Now I'm confused. Oh, that covers that up. Dang. Yeah, I kind of need to... I don't have a good solution for that, unfortunately. I do have an idea, actually. Sorry for the delay. I'm just, I'm trying to... make sure we can see it on the vertical feed. Not that anybody's probably even there. But... okay, there we go. Nice. Okay, we got it. So, sorry about that. Let's get it in a better place. Let's get it so I'm actually not sure where it actually puts it in there. So I'm gonna go find that. I'm gonna go look for that here. Let's go see if we can see where that is. So over here in the terrain controller, somewhere, I think the reparenting. I feel like that's at a reparent right here. Probably. That's different. That's one place, but that's the wrong place. Somewhere else. First terrain, reparent. No, not there. Not there, not there. Oh no, it's not a reparent. Chunk add reparent cell. No, this is it right here. Choose a chunk to add into the level. This is where we should print it. Is right there. I would think. That makes the most sense. Oh, we need to rename the name. So instead of target block, we need it to be last terrain. Okay. And I'd love to adjust this. The red is really throwing me off. Because parent does not need to be emphasized like that. In fact, what would be more useful is if I could tell the difference between first and last more easily. So what if we do the popped in red? Increase at at the end of print. Oh, yes, that would help. That would help a lot, actually. Especially, I guess, if it was at the end of last added, so I can tell the difference between these two. Yeah, this is an art form that I have not really developed at all. Like printing out visually pleasing messages. I think we can even make the font size bigger. I mean, if it's BB code, we should just be able to say like font size equals, I don't know, 10. That sounds big. I would guess that's like 6 or 7 there. Try like 9. It's not much smaller. I usually use dash to indent. You can indent stuff? Techian, this is really helpful. I gotta give you some. If it's anything like HTML, I think we just do a slash. I gotta give you some Godot consultant credits. This is helpful. This is gonna be a slow process. I have no idea if the font size meant anything there. And then we can indent stuff. So for, yay! So for, actually, yeah, that would be awesome if we indent each one. So, when you say when you say double quotes dash, oh, I see, just so it like pushes it in further. I see, that makes sense. So I could even just say, for like these italicized ones I'm doing, I could put like a couple dashes. I see, that makes sense. In there. So they just read a little more easily. Love it. It's complex, but it's worth it. All right, then we come to the other print up here. Paste that in. And let's just add a cursor into each one here. Oh, click, click, click. Delete, delete, FIR. Okay. I think /T is like add a tab. Whoa. Let's try it. I'm trying it. Sounds cool. Wait, /N. Yeah, that's where you want it, right there. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, and then come down here. /T. /T. We're just trying to get good at learning how to print messages. The art of console logging. Exactly. I'm gonna need to remember this. I'm not gonna delete all this. If this looks as good as I hope it can, I'm gonna keep it. As Roger would say, I'll keep it in my spell book. All right, let's see what we've created. The font is smaller. It is definitely indented. And my closing font tag did absolutely nothing. I'm probably doing some terrible mistakes without closing the font size, but who cares? All right, 15 font size. But then I gotta do it up here as well. Get rid of the closing font. I don't know why that didn't work. I was just gonna tell me, surely it's not gonna tell me I have to add that in every single place. Oh, last added was super large. Oh. That does make it bigger. It just makes the first one. It's so confusing. Almost. All right, I don't know. It's easier to read. I'll tell you that. Wait, where's first? The first one is consumed. Last added is there, but first popped has disappeared. Oh, because I pasted it. I pasted it, that's why. First popped. Hey, what's up, Q-Merc? Welcome back. Okay. Now I'm just trying to set up my console log to be comprehensible. I think I would like as well to set a color. Oh, you might even be able to, instead of doing font size, you could probably just do size. And what if we do color equals red here? I know, this is wild. End color there. I'm gonna try size. I don't know if it'll work, but I'm trying it. For the position, try the whole vector. Whoa. Oh, just to make sure. Ooh, good idea. I gotta make sure I update that up there. Color equals, this one will make green. Sorry if you're red-green colorblind, you'll be all right. In this case. Okay, come up here, update the vector. Right there. I wonder if it's smaller because I didn't put the space between the tab. Okay, I think that maybe this is set up in a way that's helpful like I want it to be. Maybe, possibly. Ooh. Size 15. Okay, nope. It's gotta be font size. Yes, I'm going to change it. That red is rough. It's so hard to read. That's okay. I don't think we need to really read it. Okay, last change, last change. Never forget this amazing setup. All right. Now. We've got, well, I don't like that it says /B at the end there. Why? I don't understand why I'm not able to close. Okay, one last thing. Why am I closing these wrong? Do I need to do a / the other way? Hey, what's up, Abba? Welcome. What am I doing wrong with that? Close color. Maybe I'm closing it more times than I need to. That might be it. Yeah, see this /B. I don't want all these /B's in the way. Wait, why would last added? Oh, probably because it's carrying over the /. No, it doesn't make any sense. Oh, I zoomed in. Godot's gonna take so long to reset the zoom. This is probably one of the most boring things I could be working on. But you know, it's worth it. Give it a second. First popped. Okay, up here. Why doesn't it like this? I wonder if it's because I need a space. You're working on a new game? Nice. Do I have a space on last added? I don't. It was very confusing. /B /color. We have entered the debugging. Yes, we are in debugging the debugger. Oh no. Oh no. Devastating. I definitely gotta put the crying laughing emote for that. That's definitely the crying laughing emote right there. Essentially. Oh my god. Oh my freaking gosh. Why is the bold not unsetting? What? It's the same code. Font size 15, color equals green. B last added. Oh, the B is in a different place. Better put it right there. Better put it right there. Makes all the difference. Apparently. Apparently it makes all the difference. Alright. Now it's looking clean. Holy freaking crap. Alright. So, the information that we have compiled, that's very exciting, by the way, Abba. I love to hear it. We've now got some information. When we look from above, that's not above. When we look from above, down here in the output, we are getting some key data. When this one gets removed, it's first popped. It's being recorded in red as first popped. When one gets added onto the end, it's being recorded as last added. I need to reset it. If I resize the window, Godot gets angry. I don't know what to say, but sometimes it does, and I'm not gonna deal with it. Okay. So that's what we've got. First popped, it's telling us what the name of the mesh is, the position that it was at, the level that is associated with that mesh, and the parent that it had at that moment. And we're going between level 0 and level 1. And I need to figure out what's happening when I switch from level 0 to level 1, when sometimes the ones that get removed, when one gets removed, a new one doesn't get added into the game. What is happening behind the scenes at that moment? So far, it has seemed like nothing is happening, except in the game, something is happening. Okay, so let's see if we can study this. I was sorry because you didn't see the last streams because you made a team with your friends and we were planning to make a game and you joined 2 game jams. That's awesome! I love it! Don't you dare come here. If coming here will impede your ability to make games, you go and you make games. You make games! I never expect anyone to be here. Do you understand? Like, I come here to stream so that way I can work on my game. And I'm sharing this with whoever watches it live or whoever watches it after the live stream. It's fine with me. I don't look at how many viewers are here. I don't want to know how many viewers are here. It's literally ban-worthy if you're going to tell me how many viewers are here. Because I don't want to know. I'm just here. I'm hanging out. And if you happen to be here, that's cool too. You never have to apologize. That's all I'm saying. I never expect it. But I'm ready. If you are here, I'm ready for you. When I see you streaming, I enter and say hi. Yeah, whatever. It's all good. You do what you gotta do, Abo. Don't you worry about me. All right? I'll be here. I'm so excited for you. That's good news. You're apologizing, but you've got good news. You're making games. That's awesome. Okay, let's do this test. So I'm going to add a point. Okay, we've added a point. That means we have begun. Right now, what these 2 output messages are saying is that the paths for level 2, well, it's level 1, but for the next level have been updated. So previously, it was adding in things. Of course. Previously, it was adding in things from an old path. That's how we got the colored chunks. But now it's adding in chunks from a new path. And when this one gets removed, it's going to start adding in different ones. Now this time, if it sees that it's level 0, that is to say these colorful blocks, when it sees that it's level 0, it's gonna delete it. It's gonna throw it in the garbage. And at the same time, it should bring in one from the new level. Welcome, noob man. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through and saying hello. Hello. Now, after well, maybe the first one, after a couple, not sure if it's consistent yet, it's going to remove the first one, and then it's not going to add a new one. And we're going to try to see if there's any anomaly that shows up in the output or in the node tree that explains why one isn't getting added, or what's happening to that one that's supposed to be added. Okay, so here we go. We've stopped it. We didn't really stop it. The game stopped itself, because we met the minimum number of points, and it loaded in the next level. It seems to be when it's the last yellow one. We'll see. I could also print the type it is, too, and we could have that in here. That would actually be really interesting. Next time I'll add it in. I'll add it in next time. Alright, so now that I've gotten the minimum number of points, it went to the next level, it updated the minimum to 10, and now I'm going to choose an orb. What this is going to do is it's going to start moving the level again, and then we're going to start seeing things get removed and hopefully added. Well, hopefully not. Hopefully it doesn't do it correctly, because if it does do it correctly, we have to try again to reproduce the bug. All right, here we go. It's moving. It removed and added. It removed and added. Removed and added. Removed and added. Removed and added. Oh, that was a blue one. So it removed it, and it didn't add a new one. Saving for a new PC? Oh, that's exciting. That is exciting. So what happened when it did that? So just looking at the output log on its own, what do we got? What you got for me, output log? So the last one that was added was mesh instance 42. At a similar position that the other ones were added at. It's a level 1 chunk, which is correct. Its parent is terrain controller, which is also correct. So all that looks fine and good. It popped 37. So where is 42? So we need to go find this. Am I working this project alone? Yeah. I mean, except for all the people who come through the live streams and give me advice and help me out. Yes. But, you know, some people have contributed code and stuff like that. But, yeah, I would say yes. So I'm going to open up the remote scene tree now, which means we will be looking at, let me adjust this, which means we're going to be looking at all of what should be in the level. So here's the terrain controller. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's only 8 in there. Why is there a node named Terrain 0? The reason there's a node named Terrain 0 is because that's the first one, I think, or whatever. It's like, you know how if you instantiate something, like a scene, and you instantiate it multiple times, the first time it has the name of the top level node, but then every subsequent time you instantiate it, it changes the name to like some default thing. I don't know why that happens, but for me that always happens whenever I run instantiate. And that's what that is. This was the first one that got added into the scene. And then these were all the extra ones. Sorry, I'm only here for moral support. That's okay. My equipment is busted. Equipment? I'm so sorry to hear that. Again, no need to apologize. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. It's okay. It's okay. You guys are great. You're very kind. It's very kind. So there's only 8 in here, which we see that there's only 8. But what doesn't make sense is that it says it added 1 and it removed 1. How could it have added 1 and removed 1 if there's not enough? And it's terrain or mesh instance 42. And look, 42 is in here. There is a 42. I hate to say it, but I think I'm gonna need to watch it. Well, let's add the type. I mean, we can add the type. It's not that necessary, but we could. We'll just keep going. I'm very confused. I'm very confused. So I'm gonna try to watch this as we go this time. Let's go to the remote. There they are. There's 9 in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What is the code that adds the chunk? Yes, we should look at that. Okay. Let's run this last test and then we'll check that. Add point. So the game stops. I said the game stops. Okay, but I guess remote tree is not fully updated yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 in there. The last one that it added, now this is kind of interesting. The last one that it reports to have added is 8 in here. It's okay, noob man, get some sleep. I'll see you next time. Thanks for stopping in, appreciate it. If I have time, I would like to see all your live streams to see your journey and how did you become professional like that. That's nice of you. I mean, you know, I would like to be making like videos that summarize what happens in these live streams, but I'm working on it. That's actually very difficult because somehow I have to go through all of these hours of footage, and it's very difficult, I find, to track it along the way as well. So I don't know, but you know, one day I'll make videos soon. I'm working on videos, and maybe that will satisfy some of keeping track of my journey. But I understand that. Sounds like you should only apologize to yourself, not to me. But I hear you. I hear what you mean when you say that. That's what you mean when you say that. I'll probably forget it. And the next time you say sorry, I'll be like, you don't have to apologize. All right, so there's 9 in here, but that's very interesting that it says 6 has been added, but we don't have that printed here. What is up with that? I don't know. I'm gonna choose an orb. Oh, I paused it. My bad. Whoops. Let's see if 6 shows up down here. Ever. Oh, there's 6. It's like it's one behind. 57. This code is behind. This output is behind what's actually happening. We're one behind. When you make any update in the game, do you upload the update on GitHub? Yes, I do. At the end of every stream. So that is not the right place. I suppose it's not. Something I've often thought, wouldn't it be nice if I could see it printed on here? Just like the mesh name, just like right there. You know, the same thing, terrain 0, mesh 21, whatever. If it was just printed right on top of there, that would be sweet. Do I have any ideas of making an online multiplayer game? No, I don't. Absolutely not. Someday, not today. If I did though, it'd be a survival game. Right, 3D text layout, but I just have to like do it. And then the other problem, well, yeah, it's gonna be some effort. It'll be a time sink. Is the main concern. All right, I actually have to use the loo real quick. I stayed drinking this tea, but I'll leave this up anyway. Yeah, we got some music. I'll pump it up. Give me... Oh, it just ended. Well, the song just ended. Give me 2 minutes or less. I gotta use the loo again. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Thank you so much, Techian. You've been so helpful. I really appreciate it. I'll spend the rest of the dang stream getting into the bottom of this if I have to. I will spend the rest of today. I will do it. Dang it. It is what it is. It is the mission. Exactly. Exactly. Thanks, Techian. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Be right back. 2 minutes or less. Alright, alright. I feel so taunted by this level. It's just there scrolling by. What's up, zombie fish? I don't know if I would use the word good progress. I'm spending the entire stream pretty much debugging a very, very specific problem. So, yes, I'm making progress on debugging this very specific problem. But it doesn't feel like we're moving forward. Yeah, it is progress. It is progress. I wish it felt more like, you know, oh yeah, look at the game. It's coming together. Wow, wow, wow. Oh my gosh, I'm playing the game in a whole new way. This is amazing. It doesn't feel like that. But that's okay. That's all right. I'm gonna eat some cashews. I'm gonna be fine. If I have to spend all day puzzling it out, at least I'll be a little closer to understanding it. Some days are like that. They really are, though. You're right. It's part of it. It's just part of it. Alright, so let's find out what's happening. Now it seems... I kind of like to confirm this for sure, but it seems like I'm not actually recording this info at the right moment. Let me just clear my output. If I hit play here, I'm trying to keep track of when a chunk is removed and when a chunk is added. Oh, dang it. Now look, some have already been removed and added. We need to find the code that adds the node. Yeah. The chunk, yeah. Absolutely. Exactly. Have I found it? I suppose not. So what I have thought, well, I'm pretty sure I know when it is removed. When it creates the first terrain chunk. Yes, Roger, absolutely. I've spent probably most of the time designing my debug output. Alright, so making sure we're printing these messages at the right times. So this is when the first terrain chunk is removed and recorded. First terrain, pop front. That's when we're printing this. I think that is undisputably the right place. I cannot possibly imagine there being a better place for this. It just makes sense. Now, last terrain is defined here as well. This moment occurs... Actually, it occurs at the same point. We might as well just put it right here. Well, no, because this is getting... If it skips one, wouldn't there be a gap? Yeah. I know. I mean, no, because it automatically lines them up. You should really look at the code. I feel like you would look at the code and so much would make more sense to you. So it never skipped. Yeah, it appears that there is no skip. As far as I can tell anywhere, there is no skip. That's exactly what it seems like. Like, I can't prove that a skip is happening, except that there are less nodes in the terrain controller. Less chunks and nodes in the terrain controller. Otherwise, I can't prove it. I just can't do it. Yet. Okay. Focus. So, if get child, so this right here, this is saying when the first chunk that's in the front passes a certain spot, it's going to assign the last one by looking at the one that's on the very end, right? You'll fix it after the stream? What? Interesting. I wish you luck with that. I wish you luck with that. Let me know if you have questions. I try to put as much info in the GitHub as possible. Getting things running. You do have to have Blender integrated into your Godot project, for the most part. I mean, there's a way to get around it, but you gotta give me time to stew in my own issues. Okay, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. All right. So, I do not expect anyone else to do that, by the way. Feel free to lift me out of the stew. So, because, honestly, Roger, okay, you're distracting me. The reason why is because I like it better doing it this way. I can't think about that. I have to do this. I mean, I find it a lot easier. And then there's some other reasons it's easier for me to update the way I have the project structured, stuff like that. Okay. If getChild 0 position goes past a certain point. Okay, stop it. If getChild 0 position Z is greater than or equal to the child mesh size, okay? At this moment is when it removes the first terrain and it records it, okay? And at the same time, it also keeps track of what the one at the end is. Now, in my mind, that would not be the new one, right? That would be the one that's currently at the end. And the reason why it gets that is so it knows where to tack on the new one it's going to put on there, right? And so it doesn't even use last terrain again. So let's look at all the places last terrain pops up. It assigns last terrain right here. It looks at the one on the end, and then not until the very end does it run this append to far edge function. When it runs the append to far edge function, it pushes last terrain down here. Well, it doesn't push anything, but it checks, okay, where are we moving the block that we are going, or let me rephrase that. Where are we going to move the chunk that we're moving, right? That's the appending block or appending chunk right here. So we're appending to target. Target was last terrain. And this is chunk add. That's the one that we're adding in right there. So this just literally physically moves the one that we need to be in the new spot to the end of last terrain. So we don't want that assignment. We don't want to record last terrain at that moment because that's not gonna be the new one that was added in. We actually, that would imply that this needs to be different, right? Chunk add reparent self. This is the chunk that gets added in the level. Oh, so this is wrong. Oh, okay. This is wrong. that quickly solved that. Chunk add is the one. That's what needs to be typed here. Not last terrain. Okay. Got it. So, this is good. Let's see if this helps us get better information, more up-to-date information. Let's go above. It definitely looks to be updating more correctly. I'm gonna take a look at the scene tree and make sure that this matches up correctly. Now the remote scene tree, I mean, it's gonna do its best to say updated. It should be okay. It just takes a second. It can be a little slow. 18. Okay, I would even say it's a little faster than it. Let's pause it. It says mesh instance 3D at 2, mesh instance 3D at 2. Okay, we're definitely looking better now. All right, let's run the test again here. Pop this up, add a point. Choose an orb. It removed one and added one. 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 So that time there was no error. That worked fine. We gotta redo it. The position varies for each chunk, and the chunk is added based on the position of the last. Maybe that could be the issue. It is interesting that the position varies. I'm not sure I understand why that happens, if I'm being honest. I mean, they all should be the same size. But also, the code is set up to adapt to them being different sizes, in theory. So it's able to, like, grow and shrink, in theory. Yeah, a timing artifact. That sounds correct. See if I can reproduce it here. Okay. Pop open this, add a point, choose it. It removes one and added one. It removed one and added one. It removed one, it added one. Remove, add. Remove, add. Remove, add. Remove, add. Remove, didn't add. Okay, caught one. So, pop open remote. I don't think this is updated yet, so we should wait a second. Okay, this is interesting if it is updated. This is interesting. Oh, this is very interesting. Look, it removed and it added the same one. What? That's not possible. Because if it got removed, it got deleted. Or it should have been deleted. This is new information. I don't remember which one that was, but maybe if I look at a few of these collectors, it's got to be in there somewhere, right? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it's not in there somewhere. Because see, look, it's level 0, level 0. It's only supposed to be adding in... Oh. Oh. Because here's the thing. When... I think there might be another... I wonder if there's another queue free we need to defer the call for. Actually. Oh, that might be it. Because there's a second queue free that we haven't looked at today. There's one queue free that's on the terrain controller script. And that one we've deferred the ever-living crap out of, thanks to Roger. There's another queue free, and it is on the collector script. That is to say, where all of these go, waiting to be added in. And what it looks for is the chunk level 1 or is it level 0? If it's level 0, that is to say the last level, it's going to delete it. As soon as it's in the collector, it's like, hey, you're not supposed to be in here, delete it. But then again, that should happen right away. That actually isn't it. No, I don't think that's it. Because that happens as soon as it swaps levels. It clears them out. That's not it. Indeed, the only relevant one should be the queue free that happens when it removes it. Okay. I thought I was onto something. I don't think I am. I mean, it's almost like, that's so weird. Like, how could it even be, why would it even be choosing it? I wonder if there's something set up wrong. Maybe there's another place we can defer when it updates the chunk that it's supposed to add in. So it doesn't update the next chunk that's supposed to be put in there. Anyway, let me see if I can find this in any place. But I don't think so. I'm guessing it's still actually being removed. But then again, how could it grab the information? Is it possible to use a signal for that? For what? Instead of deferring? Maybe. I don't even know how to think about that. My brain doesn't even know how to compute it. I don't see it anywhere. I don't see mesh instance 3D37 anywhere in here. These are the only places that it would be, are in these collectors or in the terrain controller. It's not in collector points, it's not in collector obstacles, it's not in collector safes, and it's not on the terrain controller. And yet we have a print of it as if it is still existing somewhere. But indeed, it exists nowhere. It is gone. Is Q freed add chunk? Whoa. Oh, so like just for the process of switching levels or something. Because it's not always gonna queue, because normally when we're not switching levels, nothing is getting deleted. Normally, absolutely nothing is ever getting deleted. Instead, everything is just moved around. It's only during the level change process does anything get deleted. So we'd have to say, if currently experiencing a level change transition, then use that signal instead of the normal stuff that is done. Can I filter out the remote? I don't think I can. I was hoping I could search the number, but I mean, maybe it's just dragging on it. You can check if something exists with get. Right, but I can't do that while I'm running the game. How could I do that right now? I mean, I guess I could put it in the print message, you know? Like, print all this, and also, does it exist? And then it could say yes or no. I mean, I'm pretty sure the answer is no. But it'd be interesting nonetheless. Okay. So I'm hearing that my next step is to examine more closely what happens around the deletion. And also the assignment of the next chunk to add in. You know, there's some discrepancy between the timing of when it removes it and when it assigns what should be added next. Because it thinks the next thing it should add is a thing that's going to be gone. And it's like, oh yeah, I added that thing that's gone. It's in there. Yeah, I put it in there. Even though it did not do any such thing. actually think there could be a corrective measure put in where we check to see if there is a minimum number of things in that node tree, and if it doesn't meet that minimum, just wedge a new one in. Not that I'm exactly sure how I would do that, but tree existing. Tree exiting. Tree exiting. Right, it wouldn't really be solving the problem. It would just be like avoiding the problem happening in the first place. Tree exiting. So wait, when you were, I thought you were talking about creating a custom signal. Is qfreed add chunk? How would I emit that? I might need some guidance on how I set that up. That sounds interesting. All right. Okay. So. Just to look a little more closely at what's going on here. Tree exiting is a signal that is emitted on qfree. Oh, so I could just connect it and then we could just know that it's gonna happen. Oh, wow. Really? There's only one qfree in this whole script, as long as we don't add new ones. And if I do, I'm gonna need to make it say, you know, it only do it if in this condition or something. Okay. I mean, this is just a theory, of course. This isn't digging. Oh, we need a messenger. This isn't digging into, you know, whatever is causing a problem. That's a really, thank you. What a freaking cool tip. Oh my gosh. I couldn't have even imagined that that existed. What? From the docs, emitted when the node is just about to exit the tree. The node is still valid. As such, this is the right place for deinitialization, or a destructor, if you will. The signal is emitted after the node's exit tree and before the related notification exit tree. So it will be gone when this is emitted, or it won't. Otherwise, wouldn't we just have like a similar problem? Connect on tree exited. Create a function. I'll bring it down here. It's about to be destroyed. Okay. So there's still, so then there would still be a chance that it could, but it will still be valid. So okay, but we're doing this to set up a better time for it to assign the, I don't know, I'm a little confused, but I could be more confused. Tree exited, tree exiting. Oh, there's tree exited for after it exits the tree. I feel like I would want that one, right? That way we know, right? I could be wrong. Because what I want to avoid is that one that's freed, making sure it is absolutely not being added in. So we don't end up with one that's supposed to be gone being assigned. But maybe that would be too late or something. Amazingly, I think that's the one I actually typed in. Quite by accident. Oh no, I did do exiting. Okay, exited. Now, what I need to figure out right here, this assignment, I would think. Wait, this is a little confusing. Chunk add becomes chunk to add. Is a little bit, I mean, it's gonna be a little tricky. Right? Because I mean, I guess I could set like a flag or something. We could say chunk add okay. This feels messy. How messy am I being here? Also, really just going off of theory and not, I feel like we're not digging enough into things, but and chunk add okay. Just try to print something there. Oh, okay. That seems smart. Seems like a smart thing to do. That's a really good idea. I like that idea a lot. Okay. I'm not gonna print quite all of this. But wait, it doesn't call with anything, so I don't really know what. I guess just print anything, really. I wish I could, I guess I could assign a variable. Are any of these global variables by any chance? I don't remember. Chunk to add. But chunk to add is like a an array. So that's not going to be that helpful. Oh god. Use a lambda on the signal? Oh, to get an argument to pass in there? And pass the chunk as a parameter? So then instead of doing it, connecting it in the ready, I would... Oh god, how the heck do I set this up? Func on tree exited chunk. But this wouldn't go in the ready function anymore, right? On the signal? Up here? I'm so confusing. Let me pull up the docs where we looked at that forever ago. Button pressed connect func print attack. There? But how is it gonna know? You're saying in here. How is it gonna know what? How's it even gonna find that? This isn't a global variable. Should only be connected when the level is different. Right, not on right, exactly. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, we can't put this on ready. That doesn't make any sense. Alright. Right, so down here, tree exited, connect, func, signal connecting the chunk that is going to be removed. Too many arguments for on tree exited. Expected 0. Can't believe we're using lambdas already. Just learn what these are. Func on tree exited. I'm doing something terribly wrong here. Go back to the definition of on tree exited. Oh, and add the parameter. I see. Duh. Okay. Not duh, because I didn't really understand, but I see. Chunk. Oh, thank you. Wow. That honestly made a lot click for me about how this works. Because I've seen that error. I see that error a lot. But I usually don't see it in line when I'm typing code like that. That's pretty cool. Wow. Okay, cool. Neato. Okay. Alright. So this is literally chunk freed is this one. This is cool. We're gonna make it blue, because blue is the color of freedom, apparently. Blue, and then we just switch all of these to add. Or just remove all the add from them. And then we get that information. Some of this, it might be like, it might not have this information, actually. This doesn't make any sense. I mean, if this is after it's exited, it's not going to be able to fetch any of that. So I suspect we'll get an error, which is, I guess, why we want exiting, per your suggestion. Your original suggestion. Maybe I want exited if I'm implementing like a timing shift. Make the info the parameters. What? What does that mean? What does that mean? I see. So we capture the info here. Oh, that's a good idea. I get it. That's a great idea. Understood. Okay. Let's do that. I gotcha. Okay. That's a lot of parameters. Okay. So, wow, that's gonna look nuts. So I would want to, oh my God. It's a lot of parameters. It's a lot of parameters. Honestly, I don't... Oh my God, that's a lot of parameters. I feel like the only... Oh my God. Let's see if it works first. I'm gonna go back to exiting for now. I'm gonna live the exiting life. and just like be happy with that. And that'd be good enough. Okay, yeah, let's make sure it all works. A lot of theory here. A lot of theory. A lot of maybes. Okay, so we shouldn't see anything getting printed at this point. Well, yes, anything, but nothing related to what we just set up. Not yet, anyway. So let's change it. At a point. Hey, buddy. I love you. You're a good guy. You're a very good guy. And then it's the kitty. He hasn't made an appearance in a while. I still gotta set up a proper cat cam. Now it looks like I have a tail. Oh wait, what happened? It switched it sooner than I thought it would. Also, it's not printing anything. And it didn't even cause the error. Wait, so if it's not printing anything, how is it not printing anything? I guess the signal isn't working. Tree exiting connect func on tree exiting chunk add. I think it's just not doing anything. Why not? I mean, look, I've never used any kind of inline signal connection function running voodoo. That is some serious news to me. But I'm not seeing it print it at all. Tree exiting is the node. Tree exiting is the node. What does that question mean? Oh, I see. So I was just thinking like we could do self. Just like if it's self. I figured it would just automatically apply it to self. Perhaps not. Perhaps not. Okay, let's try that. Good catch. Okay, look up here. Add a point. Choose an orb. Still no new print. I mean, I would think, if it's exiting the terrain controller, I see the code is running on the chunk itself. It is not, no, it's not running on the chunk. It's running on the, I thought we were saying that it, oh, I thought it was checking to see if the node that we're on had anything exit from it. But you're saying that it's if something itself exits. Like, hey, I'm exiting, then that's when the signal runs, not when something inside of me has exited. That would make sense then. Okay. So if I wanted to get it on the chunks, yeah, we could do that. Well, yeah, okay, so we need to reposition the crap out of this. And I don't think a lambda makes sense in this case. Alright, let's pull all this out. So the chunks themselves, since we're doing this debug level, well, it'll be block. Okay, so the script is block right here. This is a script that's on every single chunk. So I would think we can get away with putting it in the ready function. and we can just say, this makes so much more sense. What's it called again? Tree exited. Because to me, I was like, oh, it's tree exiting. Wait. Because to me, it was like, oh, it's the tree, so I'm waiting in a way. In a way, I am waiting. In some ways, I'm not. It's in that previous file. It's in that previous file. What do you mean? You just had to change self to the name of the variable holding the chunk. Oh, really? Oh, you're really? Well, that sounds much cleaner. Not cleaner, but less chaos. Okay. Put that back. Put it back. Put it back. Rewind. Rewind. Get that back in here. So you're saying here we would just want to say chunk add. And that would do it? Nice. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. See what happens. I'm gonna go bird's eye. Don't really need to, but I want to. I mean, it will be useful. Add a point. Choose an orb. Oh, it's doing it! Nice. It's printing twice for some reason. I don't fully understand that. I kind of was just overwhelmed by the beauty of it all that I forgot to pay attention to anything. Sometimes it runs 2 times. But it's actually reporting the same thing. Whoa, this is new information. Why would it run twice sometimes? How did it do this many? I think it just... This was the first one that it reported. Wait, if it freed it, how could it end up in another parent? It's supposed to get removed. Do I have do I have multiple instances of this being exiting? It's all exiting. No exited. It's all exiting. Exiting equals about to be removed. So then okay. And that, it makes sense then that it would do it twice. If you try exited, you might get an error. Right. Why is it doing it twice? Is it supposed to call 2 times? And it's different information as well. It's surprising because nothing else is happening twice. That message after it last added is only going once. Interesting. And here it did 4 times. 4 times! Now this actually makes some sense, because these are the ones that get removed if they're already in the collectors at the time of switching levels. So here, wait, this is so weird. And that's before? Man, the timing on this is wild. Wow, I'm so confused. This is some information. I gotta figure out what to do with it. How do I even parse this information? All right, I need to play the next 50 songs. I must. Maybe it has to do with the queue free call. Oh, it being deferred. Oh, that is an excellent theory. Of course, that's not to say that there isn't some value to it giving me all that information, but at the same time, is it clogging it up? So what if I clean this up just a little tiny bit here for now, and we just say first string queue free call deferred, and we just do it like that for now, and see if that just makes it a little less messy or something. And maybe because at first I thought that doing queue free call deferred was helping, but since the problem doesn't appear every time anyway, I'm not actually sure that it is helping. Which means if I don't defer it at all, we might just get one single piece of information. It's very interesting. I'm learning so much, and yet realizing I still have so much to learn at the same time. Okay. So right now, absolutely nothing should be getting freed. Nothing is being deleted. Oh wait, there is stuff being deleted. Let's go. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Why are things being deleted? Does this must not be, when it says exiting tree, that's not necessarily queue freeing. That literally means that it's exiting the tree. Because the way that this works is something gets removed from one node and it gets reparented to another node. And I think it's saying that when it's basically reporting the reparenting, not just the queue freeing. If I'm understanding what I think could be understood here correctly. So I think tree exited doesn't necessarily discriminate between whether it was freed or not. It only tells us that it left, which kind of muddies the waters a little bit. It makes it a little harder to understand the data. So I'd almost like to differentiate between reparenting and the freeing. Which sounds easier said than done. We got something to try. Okay. Of course, that doesn't have any bearing on the printing, but just to try it again. It doesn't return anything. I was hoping we could find out. Use object is queued for deletion to check whether a node will be deleted at the end of the frame. Queues a node for deletion at the end of the current frame. When deleted, all of its child nodes. If I understood correctly, the Lambda code is just making sure there's a delay and calls queue free on a delay. Yeah, I think so. I think the theory was just that maybe the timing of when it was deleting it was off. Or something. My brain is all twisted up at this point. I don't even know anymore. It was kind of a shot in the dark. That, you know, when it removes a chunk and it adds a new one in, that maybe it was adding in a new one that should have been removed. No, it doesn't make sense. Or the theory was that it was... I don't even know. It's, at this point, I'm not even sure why it makes sense that it would help. When deleted, all of its child nodes will be deleted as well, and all references to the node and its children will become invalid. See object free. Safe to call queue free multiple times, and to object free a node that is currently queued for deletion. Use object is queued for deletion to check whether, because, I mean, we can do this. I guess I could. I just need to differentiate between whether it's being deleted or it's just moving, if in the outputs. Using the signal should be a resolution if that was the issue. Oh, yeah. Well, so, but the signal, of course, okay. Right, but... Okay, so, here's the thing. Okay. I'm confused. The thing that we just set up, all that it was for is printing a message. That's all it does, is print a message. It does nothing more. I didn't have it decide to assign something at different times or anything like that. The only thing that it does is print a message. So that's not going to resolve anything. There's no resolution that can happen. But maybe what you're saying, I mean, well, okay, but the thing is this function is running too often. I mean, I guess unless we just always have the assignment. Okay, you're right. Okay. So I guess, and so this is in theory going to, okay. So then I'm a little confused about how this is helping, but oh, my little brain, my little pea brain just like is melting. Oh, man. Oh, man. I mean, the thing that I was thinking was we do chunk to add okay. I'm afraid that if we say it's gonna be a little too late if we do exited, I don't even know. I'm just kinda gonna just frickin' do this. Even though I'm getting severe brain melt. Chunk add tree exited. So after it's been exited, but it won't have the information, I see, and that's why that's a problem. Well, it won't matter for up here. Wait, how's this gonna work? The idea I have in mind is to use a signal to actually add the new chunk. Right, right. But if it deletes it, well, I guess chunk add will be something different then. Okay. I don't know. I feel like I'm not setting it up correctly. So wait, I don't even need this Boolean in this case. This Boolean is not doing me any good yet. Is chunk add the one that is going to be removed? Chunk add is not the one that's going to be removed. Chunk add is the one that's going to the end. First terrain is the one that's getting removed. This is the one, however, actually, yes, no, yes, yes. Normally, chunk add is going... Normally, chunk add is the one that's chosen to go onto the end of the level. Yeah, yes, that is the case. Yes, the signal should be the one that's going to be removed. Right. Why did this, how did I even get into this? Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. So the one that's going to be removed would be up here with the queue free. And so the only time, okay, I'm starting to recalibrate a little. The only time that we queue free is in the event that we are changing levels. Normally, when the first terrain passes a certain point, it gets reparented. That's normally what happens, is we reparent it. Typically. Now it does get removed, right? It gets removed from an array, but in that same breath, so it gets removed from that array, but then it gets reparented here. When levels are being changed, I'm almost starting to hear out loud what the problem is. When levels are being changed, instead, because if you think about it, it pops front, which means it's going to capture the name of it, and then it's going to remove it from the array. And then if we are changing levels, and it's the one from the old level, it's going to delete that. Then after that, it's going to reparent the one that was popped from the array into the collector. It's almost like it's reparenting something that was deleted. And so when it tries to add in the one that was deleted, it's so confusing. It's like, well, there is something in the array. I don't know that it's invisible. So really, it might be doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing. Pop chunk if it's going to be deleted. Queue free if it's not. Pop chunk if it's going to be deleted, and queue free. That's what the code is doing. Okay. Pop chunk if it's going to be deleted. Yes, it is doing that. And then queue free it. If it's not going to be deleted, pop it back in, but at the end of the line, even though it's already been deleted. It's not like it's saying, hey, that was deleted, I have an error. It's just saying, okay. So therefore, what needs to happen is we need to say that if it's being deleted, do not pop it. Yes, we need an else. So I kind of think we can get rid of the signal stuff entirely for right now. I mean, it definitely led us here, so I'm not at all saying it's not incredibly important to this whole process. But it seems like for right now, we don't need it. Imagine all this just to fix with one key. I mean, it's very confusing. It's very confusing. Honestly, like, what a learning experience. If it, like, this is hyper game dev, I got the ADHD, I'm new to all this. It's gonna take me 6.5 hours to figure out something that could have been understood. It's part of the process. Oh man, okay. I feel like this also brings us back to the rubber ducky coding principle. Or just explaining code out loud just kind of like makes things click. Like, wait a minute. I just said that it's going to record something that's deleted and then try to add it in. I guess where the reason why I didn't question that is because I expected that Godot would say, hey, you're trying to move something that doesn't exist. But instead of saying, hey, you're trying to move something that doesn't exist, it says, okay. And I think there's a reason for that. My guess would be it's because of the ways that I have the arrays set up. That the array doesn't, the thing in the array doesn't have to actually be anything or something. I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to, okay. All right. We're trying to get back to a normal place here. So, oh my god, this code is so hard to read. There's queue free. Let me make sure we've reset everything. I'm just gonna make sure we've reset everything. I think we have. Make sure we're getting the same things. It works. Sometimes it's gonna remove one that's over there. Whatever. Okay. Got it. Now, if the first terrain is of the wrong level, that is to say, if it should be deleted, right now, we want to do a little queue free. That is correct. However, I feel like where things get complicated is we need to up is it just an else? Is it just an else? Because I do want to record it. I do want to pop it. So I want pop front. I do want pop front. However, I need a new thing. This needs to be re-recorded. before it gets reparented. So for example, first terrain, there's a lot of different places where first, no, okay. I think I need to bring out Excalidraw, because this is really hard to look the code, because the queue free won't run. Right. Wait, do I understand that? Okay. I need to pop out Excalidraw. It's the only way forward. It's the only way. So we have the cast of characters here are first terrain, old level. Well, we'll just say first terrain, and this is something we would assign to something else. Not only is there a first terrain, but there's also a the level array, the array that is the level itself. That's when we pop front, the one that it removes. Or from where it removes it. So it's got all kinds of things in it. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now, first terrain can be a couple different things. It could either be from the old level, in which case it needs to be deleted. Still kind of getting used to Excalidraw. Okay, group that. Or it's from the new level, in which case it needs to be, well, that's the thing is, well, yeah, well, it's a little confusing. Because all the first ones are going to be old. There's even like a current, like, so actually there's even, I would say there's even another one. There's current level. That is to say, before we start even worrying about whether or not it's become old. This is confusing. It's confusing. So there's gonna be like a bunch of currents. We're chilling, bunch of currents. Let's make our level array a little longer here. And a first. So at some point, we're gonna say, change levels. We will issue this command. When we issue the command to change levels, well, normally everything is just going to be moving along, right? These move along. The first terrain gets removed. Another current one gets added down here. This keeps moving. Really, it becomes the first terrain. And this is doing its current thing. We say change levels. Now, all of these currents transform into olds. Immediately. They become olds as far as the code is concerned. So the first one is now an old one. And when it's been switched to the old, and that happens instantly, as soon as we change levels, this is an old one. When it becomes an old one, as it goes to be the first terrain, and we do pop front, this should go in the garbage. Okay, trash can. The old goes into the trash can. Okay? Now, this is gonna move forward. We get a new one in here at the end. It's gonna start putting in the new ones. And in that sense, it's a current, but we're gonna ignore the current for now. But due to how queue free works, it's just on the queue for the garbage. But it is still going to the logic to be put back in the array. Yes. Yes. Right. So that means there's even a different one. There's olds. So it's put back in the array, and then it's put into the garbage. Right. So there's like this ghost one. We're gonna call it a ghost. And at some point, so it can do an old... It's weird because it seems like it only happens with one of them. And that's kind of strange. Unless it isn't just one of them, but it seems like it only happens with one of them. Which is a little confusing. Oh, maybe it does another new one. But then, one of these becomes a ghost. And it puts a ghost in here, and this doesn't even advance. It doesn't even appear to advance. Even though one disappeared, and now it's a shorter train. And the ghost was just in there. And it starts doing all the new ones. So, what we need to do is not create a ghost. No ghost can be created. And the way we don't create a ghost is we say, if it is marked to be deleted, do not assign it to first terrain. But the thing is we can't delete it unless it's first terrain. Or we need to change... We need to remove its entry from the array. Because the ghost is being kept in... So there's the level array, right? And then there's the collector array, where it goes. Change first terrain? Right. Well... Like at what point, though? What? Okay. I have another idea. Wait, I don't know if it's gonna work, though. No, that won't work. Because it's gonna happen immediately, probably, right? As soon as an old one, for whatever reason, gets converted to a ghost, presumably, that immediately gets added in. Wasn't there a property to check if something is marked for deletion? Yes. That would be if it is level, if it's in the old level. So there is a property to see if it's old. If it's, and that's the if statement right here. No, not right here. Just kidding. Right here. It's checking to see, is the first terrain not the same level as the current level? So this is old, this is new, and it's saying, hey, first terrain, are you not in the old one? And if it's not in the old one, or sorry, let me rephrase that. If it's not in the new one, hey, first terrain, are you not a new level? You aren't? Delete. You're not a new level? Delete. You're not a new level? Delete. After you use Q-free, there's a property on the chunk you can check. Yes. Well, I mean, if you mean the same thing, it still knows what level it is. Oh, it's queued for deletion. Oh. After the Q-free? After Q-free runs, we can check if it's queued for deletion. And then if we check that it's queued for deletion, check for that on the reparent. Whoa. Is queued for deletion. A Boolean true or false. Returns true if the node queue-free method was called for the object. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Oh. So there's a couple different places where it reparents it. First terrain reparent. There's 3 different spots because there's 3 different collectors that it can go into. Depending, it may or may not be chosen from that collector to spawn in, which is why sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Hey, Mohammed. Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in while you got a break. I appreciate it. I am deep in solving a problem, and I gotta say, we're maybe close. We're like maybe on the precipice of solving this problem. Maybe. So we have to say not only, everything is just a matter of adding an else. Orbs. Yes, orbs. Yep. So when we go from one level to the next level, there are orbs that come down, and they let you choose what your power-up is going to be. Because it's like a roguelike, right? You get the end of a level, you get power-ups before you go to the next one. And so if you are about to move on to the next level, these orbs descend from the sky, and you pick one to choose your power-up. And I'm using this to help me figure out how we move from one level to the next level. And so these are the orbs. I did add some animation, but I'm not really getting to do much with them because I'm trying to figure out how we can have the best transition to the level that comes next. And so then there's the next level. So that's what the orbs are. To the if statement that checks that the level is the same. Oh, so I don't need to do the reparent? What would be the else statement? Or what would pseudocodally, if nothing else, would it do? So if it's not the first, if it is a new, Oh, so what you're saying, don't reparent it at all. It makes sense. Yeah, that that makes sense. I mean, literally that. Wow, that makes a lot of sense. Wow. Just everything. Just reparent it all. Boom. Wait, some of this isn't, hold on, not reparent at all, but indent it all. Wait. Some of this is outside. I gotta make sure I know what is outside of this if statement and what isn't. So what's in the power orbs, like the powers? Yeah. I don't get to enjoy setting that up just yet, but yes, it would be different abilities that you could use in between levels, for sure. Maybe there's some cleanup to do, but I think that should work. Oh my God. Okay. One indent to everything that's 3 indents in. Okay. 3 indents in, 3 indents in. That's 2, but that one is part of that. This stuff we want to keep because there's no reparenting. Okay. I did it. I think I've done the thing that you were suggesting. Okay, game still works. Nothing is broken. Let's zoom out. We've got 9 here, as we should. We're gonna add a point. I'm gonna choose an orb. It added a new one, 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 and added a new one, it added a new one! We didn't lose any. I have currently basically 1 level and a debug level. Something I wanted to do today, and you know what? We may have just solved it. I may finally actually be able to make more levels. And they're gonna be placeholder levels, but they'll exist. Yeah, I think maybe it works. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, this time it was. Sometimes it would happen, sometimes it wouldn't. And I think the reason why it would or wouldn't is because it was only if it randomly picked it from the ghost from one of the collectors. Dude, I think this is it. Okay, try it again. We gotta run it a few times. Just gotta make sure. Spot on. Let's go. Okay, I zoomed in. Nothing weird happened. Look at that. Dude, these odds are too good. These odds are too good. Timing artifact. What does that mean when you say timing artifact? You don't have to explain it, but like, I don't even know what that means. Okay, here we go. Techie, it is smart. Techie, it is smart. Okay, done. Don't know if Techian identifies as a boy, but yes. I have no idea. I don't assume. Doop, looks perfect. I think that's it. Oh, oh man. Oh my gosh. It was an L's, you do. It was an L's, my boy Techian is smart. It was an L statement. Oh man, of course we can't delete something. I guess, you know, when I first set up that queue free, I kinda just assumed that Godot would yell at me. We've got confirmation, Muhammad. Techian identifies as the same gender as boy. Look at that. Let's go. It's kind of beautiful looking at the game from up here. Time artifact is the reason chunks are on a slightly different position. Oh, you think it does have to do with that? Time artifact. Oh, like in a JPEG, when you say, because when I hear artifacts, I think about like a JPEG file and like the distortion you get when you convert a file from a PNG to a JPEG and it's got artifacts on it, right? It's like, oh, look at those artifacts, looks like crap. And you're saying that there's a time artifact because there's like some fuzziness, there's some distortion in that it isn't the same every single time. Got it. It's not like perfectly aligned. I see. And so once in a while the alignment would be misaligned. Yeah. Wow, even the shader works from up here sometimes. This is wild to play the game from above. Sometimes it would run into that bug. Yeah. I mean, it's not happening. So I think, wow. I was like, all right, we're doing this for the rest of the stream, folks. This is the rest of the dang stream. I mean, don't get me wrong. I got more things to do. There's no brake pumping happening, but wow, the problem is resolved. Thank you, Techian. Oh my gosh. Oh my freaking gosh. Spot on indeed. So, I mean, this is almost its own category. You know what I hate? When I watch the stream, development stuff you guys talk about, I don't understand. That's understandable. Well, I mean, it's not understandable to you, but that makes sense. That makes sense. I relate to that. I completely relate to that, watching other game dev streams or other, especially when I watch like web dev streams, I'm like, huh? Software development stream, huh? I don't know what the heck we're talking about. It's frustrating, yeah, for sure. I hear that. I hear you. Terrain recycling was actually something different. I mean, terrain movement, really it's terrain... It's terrain movement. I work with web dev, so I've been in the worst places. Wow. Respect. Respect! Terrain spawning. Yeah, maybe that's a terrain spawning credit right there. Let's give you a terrain spawning credit. Psychonic Joe's in the web dev gang, let's go. Alright, Techian has moved up quickly. 7. Dang. Give you terrain spawning, give you terrain movement. You've sat through it with me and I appreciate it. JavaScript will make you think a lot. I only laugh because I hear a lot, I see a lot of content out there trash talking JavaScript. That's the only reason I can laugh at that. Not because I'm like, oh yeah, totally, that one thing in JavaScript makes me think that what you're saying is true. It's just like, I feel like JavaScript has become the butt of many jokes. Alright, wow, time for a GitHub push. Before I do that, let me restore my environment. Make sure that looks correct so we're not looking at Uggo Town anymore. Of course I do, Muhammad. Muhammad, you know that I have videos with me playing the Pig Detective game. There's even some old ones that you can't find, but there are some you can find. Imagine we just come up with a language during the stream and tomorrow it becomes a worldwide standard. This is JavaScript. Oh no! Really? Uh-oh. Oh dear. Yeah, I still have contact with him. Absolutely. I must assume that you know that there are videos that you can watch of me playing a pig detective game. You must know this. What's JavaScript? It's a coding language often used in web development. Okay, you do know. You do know. Just making sure. I was like, if you're a fan of Pig Detective, like, I mean, you watched it? That's so cool, Mohammed. I love that. Let's go. Let's go. You gotta go to the playlist tab. It's a little hidden, but it's in there. Pig Detective 4. It's in there. Got it. So you already know. Wait, Mohammed, do you have dreams? You didn't play Pig Detective. You watched the video a bunch of times. I see. That's a lot of times. That's a lot of times. You have dreams? I didn't know you had dreams. Okay, anyway. So I want to set up, oh, GitHub commit. This looks good, everything looks fine. I need to set up the placeholder levels so we can go beyond level 1 sometimes. This is great. Oh my gosh, what a breath of fresh air. So we're gonna say in the GitHub commit here, fixed terrain spawn issue. How about that? Terrain chunks were being deleted, then ghosts of the were being deleted. Let's be even more specific. Old terrain chunks, when switching levels, old level terrain chunks were being deleted but stored as ghosts that would then get added in back in to the terrain controller. This led to the terrain controller spawning less chunks than it should have. Yeah. This led the terrain controller spawning less chunks than it should have. Or whatever. That's fine. Techium helped me figure out that the if statement checking for old levels needed, which resulted in deletion, needed an else statement that would allow for reparenting of chunks that were never deleted in the first place, or something like that. It's a little not great, but it kind of gets the idea across. No ghost chunks now are added into the controller. Alright, that's enough. That's enough of all that. I think there's some debug stuff that was added in too. Also added debug buttons that allow for advancing levels manually via power-up choices. Okay. Done. Got it. Commit. I wanted to be a little bit detailed in this case. Can you see the levels and map? Yeah. So right now there's only a level 0 and level 1. Level 0 is just debug, and it's this, just colorful bars. It's Rainbow Road. That's this one right here. Nothing really special to see. And then if we meet the minimum point requirement, we're gonna get these orbs that descend from the sky. And when you pick an orb, it's going to advance you to the next level. Now, thanks to Techian's help, this will advance properly. And as you can see, we're now in level 1. So this is level 1. It is semi-randomized, so there's elements of randomness in here. I feel like you're the one helped Hyper. Yeah, I would say Techium helped me a lot. I mean, there was also, you know, Roger helped me a bit as well. But Techian definitely got me thinking about things in a way that resolved it, and then helped me not get my brain tangled up when trying to figure out like how to solve, like when I realized what the problem was, the solution was very confusing. It took some time, but we did it, and Techian just kind of like helped me see how to get to that. So yeah, it was a team effort. It was a team effort, and it took some time, but we did do it. So yes, that's level 1, and then there's other levels too. Now I'm not gonna build them all today, but I do want some placeholders, because let's say when I meet this 10 abduction minimum, when I hit that benchmark, there's not gonna be a level 2 for it to go to, but the code is gonna say, okay, time to load level 2. There is no level 2. And I would like to set up a sort of stand-in level 2 until I actually make level 2. So we're gonna hit that. The game is gonna actually crash, and it's gonna say invalid get index 2 on base array, because there is no level 2. Can I continue? I like that I can continue. What's gonna happen? Invalid get index 3 on base array. Oh, it's just gonna, let's clear the score. I wonder what it's gonna load. Is it just gonna be like empty after a while? That's interesting that it just keeps loading level 1 chunks. I'm a little surprised by that, actually. Oh, but now it's trying to reparent. Can I see the map like military? I haven't made it yet, but I can show you. There's some things I can show you. There's just not much I can show you. Like, in terms of the things that I've made so far, the only things that exist are maybe this one. I can't put it in the game yet. But technically, I've started to work on a hangar. So, hey Techian, thank you so much for your help. It's been a pleasure. Take care. And yeah, I hope your web dev journeys go well. I appreciate you. Yay, it was fun. It was fun. Let's go. That was me on a roller coaster. Okay. Hi Techian, yeah, for sure. It's been a pleasure. Techian, everybody. Round of applause. You too, Techian. And then there's like some different versions of the hangar. I had been trying some different things to get it to work. So really this is the only military thing that I've made, is this hangar. That's the only thing that I've made so far. There is the helicopter, which can spawn into the game, but it needs some context to matter more. But there is a helicopter. That will be any old time. That's not necessarily just a military thing. That's all I have for military. And then for I do have some city stuff. So I made this building. That's for the city level. And then technically the building will... Well, this is the wrong building. The building can break into parts. So when you go to attack it, you'll actually be breaking off one building chunk at a time until it's all gone. So sort of like that. The buildings could look like this. TNT? Yeah, maybe. Maybe something like that. I've kind of not been thinking too much about power-ups and stuff, or like, forget it. Okay. Something like that. There will be time to think about all that stuff for sure. And then there's another building that I made as well. This is the other building. This building is very special. Where is the special version of this building? Oh, we actually have to open it up in Blender, I guess. I'm a little confused the way this is set up. It's supposed to have, I guess I didn't finish making it, but this building is very special because it has lots of interior pieces that let it break apart. Let's see if I can find that. Objects, buildings, city, building 2. Nope, wrong building. Building 2, there we go. Oh yeah, so I haven't broken it up into multiple pieces yet. Alien's fat, yeah, for sure. Do I even remember how to... Oh, it still has all the modifiers on it? Apply it, then come in here. There we go. There we go. Okay, so this building actually has pieces on the inside. So I would separate these into separate meshes so that when you attack it, I just haven't worked on it in a while because I'm working on the cattle ranch, but all of these chunks actually can be broken apart, so that way you can still see the inside of it, and there's gonna be people in here and stuff, which is gonna be wild. So it comes apart into these little chunks like that. So that's the building stuff. And then definitely do not save this. And then there's some town stuff. That's the cow transformation. The fat alien is the cow transformation. This actually will come a little sooner in like level 2 and 3. But it's more designed for like town stuff. I have one house. I've made one house. This does break apart as well. Actually, that's set up a little bit more. Yeah, I guess so. And so this falls apart down to the frame. But I haven't actually built out all those levels yet. But I do have, you know, some things from each of those. But yeah, the alien that you saw is a work in progress. I haven't finished it yet. I work on it during the member streams every Monday. If you're a member of Hyper Game Dev, hit that join button if you're interested. It's a full 8 to 10 hour stream, just like this one. And the only thing I really got close to done is the the front hooves. This is if you eat a cow, you'll transform into it. You can see the rest of this is blocks. You want to be gifted? You want to be gifted? I can, it's randomized. I can't guarantee it'll go to you. I can't guarantee it'll go to you. It'll just be a random gift membership. I could give out some gift memberships, but it'll just be randomized. It might go to you, it might go to someone else. I tend to wait until someone does give a gift, and then I match it with more gifts, you know, to like build on that hype. But it's almost the end of the month, and I feel like that'd be a fun one to do during the Game Jam stream. I just have to remember to do it. I'll try to remember, but I might forget. You know, that way there's some hype and people are here. Maybe I'll do that. That'd be fun. I'll tell you what, tomorrow I'll gift out some memberships at the end of the Game Jam stream, unless I forget. I'm gonna try not to forget. I'm gonna write a note to myself. Gift memberships at end of jam. Alright, I'll try to remember that. You should make a stream about your life. Or we talk. A stream about my life? I don't know if I'm gonna make a stream about my life. Probably not. I probably won't do that. Well, we'll see. We'll see about that. Alright, so forget all this crap. Let's get out of here. I'm gonna make some more levels. Now, the way that this game is gonna work, they're gonna be placeholder levels, though. Did you just say hello even though you're already here? I can't speak for anybody else. I don't, honestly, if people want to lurk, let them lurk. Let them lurk. They don't need to chat. There's no obligation to chat. Okay. I love the lurkers. Alright, so there's 3 levels per area. So this kind of doesn't matter, but really we can load in very similar chunks for each one. I think that's a you problem, Muhammad. I think that's a you problem if you feel alone. It's not anybody's responsibility to make you feel less alone. So I think I'm just gonna, there's gonna be some reused assets or reused level chunks in between or across levels. So some chunks that are used in level 1 will be used in level 2. And the way things are kind of set up is they're named the same thing. I feel like I should make an instance. That would probably make the most sense. We just make a new folder, but we give it an instance. And so level 2 could look almost exactly the same. Yeah, there's gonna be cutscenes probably. That's been the plan, but you know, things could always change. Alright, let me close some of all these. Now what I need to look into is the system that currently defines how levels are set up and figure out how I want to set up more levels. So right now, levels pretty much are loaded into folders. So in the globals script, there is this level, there's 3 different categories for levels. There's safe level chunks, there's points level chunks, and there's obstacles level chunks. Obstacles are ones that are more likely to be able to hurt you. Points are ones that have stuff you can collect and get points from. And then safe ones are, well, they're safe. And so there are these folders. Yeah, something like that, Mohammed. And then these arrays here hold the path folders that have those in it, right? And so we've got one for level 0. Level 0, actually, if I pull up this down here, let's get... Okay, so here's the terrain level 1 file structure all the way down here. Terrain level 1 is the top, and then we've got level 1 obstacles, level 1 points, and level 1 saves. So 3 folders in each of these, and that goes along. Each of those, like obstacles, points, and safes, get added in to this globals folder. So then we have the 0 one here, same kind of folder structure. Terrain level 0, 0, 0, 0. So in theory, I could just add terrain level 2, terrain level 3, terrain level 4, etc., 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 and then load in those paths. And everything would run pretty well. The thing is I need to decide on what goes into those, because there's a certain minimum that has to be present. And that minimum is based on how many can be on the level at any one time. If there's not enough in here, we're gonna have a problem. So there's always 9 chunks present at any one time. So for example, if I switch this to level 0, a part of me even wants to like double check, make sure I'm doing this correctly for the current level 1. Now that I've sort of discovered this nice above view here, I'm going to... Oh, right, but I do have to get rid of the world environment. That's my least favorite thing about it. I almost should have like a toggle that toggles that on or off. So there's that. And as you can see, there's a bunch in here. And, well, I actually just realized a problem. Ooh, I just realized a problem. I haven't been playing the truest version of this game, because in the debug level folders, there are all of these. There's 9 chunks are present in there. If we look at the level, right now there's 3, there's 4 at one time, that's okay. 3, 4, I'm trying to see if there's more than 4 at any one time. There might be, I think there might be 3, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5. Look, there's 5 in here. So if there's 5 and level, so this same like list of them will play when we're in level 1. This same playlist, which means sometimes there's supposed to be more points chunks over here when the ranch is happening, but I actually don't have enough available. There's only 4, but sometimes there's 5, so I actually need more points chunks in order to get the game to load properly. And so instead what it's gonna load in is like a safe chunk. It's just gonna put something else in there, which isn't great. So I need to make another cattle ranch, or just duplicate. Wow, maybe I'll make another cattle ranch. I mean, I do want to work on the placeholder level 2, level 3, level 4, but this is actually a bit of a problem. We need more of those. Now, in the terrain level 1 safes, there's actually a ton of them. Plenty. I would think I even want more, right? Because if there's only 5 possible, you know, if you get the 5, the 6th one, if another one comes, it's going to be one you just saw. So a part of me wants to have, like, you know, 10, 20 variants at once. So that way the player gets a little bit more variety in what loads in. I didn't realize that. This view, discovered today, getting to look at all of these really makes it a little bit more, wow. I didn't know that 5 could be on there at one time. We have plenty of safe chunks, so I don't really need to count those. But the yellow ones, sometimes there's 5. So I need at least one more. I would say even a couple more would be nice. Oh, it looks like we just had 5 again right there. I even wonder if sometimes there's up to 6. There's 4. It's only gonna be so random. There's 4. 3. 3. 3. 4. 3. 4. 3. 3. 3. 3. 4. I kind of want to get that one pattern again. That was 4, right? I think it was. 3. It's rare. It's definitely rare. That was 4, right? That's 4. There's 5. So I need quite a few more than I have. Interesting. So the reason why I need that minimum in each one is to make sure that it isn't spawning them in incorrectly. At the end of the day, the game doesn't seem like it's gonna break if I don't have enough. It's just going to not be the correct distribution of them. Okay, wow. I need to make a new cattle ranch. At least one new cattle ranch. Well, let me just finish this thought. I'm gonna think about doing that. I don't have a lot of time left. I do and I don't. I do and I don't. In terms of setting up like an arbitrary level 2 and 3 so we can advance. Let's just do like a level 2. I would really like to have like a level 1 finished though. I could also just have like debug stuff in a level 2. I have an idea. Here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to duplicate this level 1 folder. We're gonna duplicate it and we're gonna call it level 2. Oh, it already exists? Oh, it already exists. But it just has a bunch of crap in it. Nothing of value. I'm gonna delete it. And then I'm gonna duplicate level 1 and name it 2. And in there, we can give it a color, sure, why not? I need to rename this. Oops, I named it 3. Rename it 2. Rename it 2. Rename it 2. Okay. Now all of these do say that they're level 1s. I'm gonna actually, I kind of just want to delete all these, if I'm being honest. Because what I'd rather do is make an instance of them, not duplicates of them all. Well, no, you know what? Make duplicates. I mean, I already deleted them all. But we're just gonna keep one of each type for now. Let's do a bunch of cornfields. And we'll keep one field in here. We'll let level 2 still be a bit of a blank canvas to some extent. As far as the obstacles go, from level 1, I'm gonna duplicate the forest. I was thinking of making them instances, but actually I don't really want to. I'm gonna duplicate it to, we're gonna do copy files, terrain, level 2 obstacles, copy it. And I want to rename it to level 2. Rename this one to level 2. Rename this to level 2. And this to level 2. Now for what actually is going to be in there, please don't be orthogonal. For what's going to be in there, I think it can just be literally the same. I don't think that's a problem. I think that's fine. Looks great. Level 2 forest can be the same. Level 2 cattle ranch. I kind of want to just like, I mean, we could make them all be the same. They could all just look the same. Like maybe. Because there's really no reason to make brand new ones for every single level, other than it would look nice. You know what, maybe I'll make brand new ones for every single level. I'm gonna clear it out. I'm clearing it all out. The only thing that's gonna be left is we want to leave the instances in there. So I don't want to get rid of anything that's instanced. That is to say, this yellow stuff. The yellow stuff has to stay. Wait, what? Why is everything a child of the electric pole? Oh, because the electric pole just has a bunch of stuff in it. That was very confusing. I was like, did I make a terrible mistake? I did not. Okay, this is the yellow stuff we have to keep. The rest of this, delete that. Come here. Down to there, delete all these. Alright, now we've got a blank one here. Obviously, it still has that grass pattern, the ground pattern, but that's okay. Alright, save that. For these other ones, there's nothing we need to change here because it's just going to be the same. It's just a cornfield, nothing new there. The field is just empty. Okay, cool. Now, I need more stuff in there because that's not going to be enough. So, to get more stuff in there, we're just going to make dupes. I need many more points than I thought. So we're going to say this is Cattle Ranch 2. Cattle Ranch 3. Cattle Ranch 4. We need at least 5. I would like to plan for more, generally speaking. And then let's duplicate some of these. Cornfield 1, field 2. Let's just make 3 of each. 6 isn't a bad baseline. Technically. Obstacles, we'll just create multiple forests. So there's actually not going to be any points on level 2, which then it's like, well, I kind of don't need to worry about making a level 3. It's not like I can collect any points on level 2 anyway. And we'll say that that's our excuse. I actually don't need that many obstacles, technically. I'm going to kind of push myself a little bit, and we're going to say 6 minimum for everything. That's sort of arbitrary, but it's at least consistent. So 6 in each. And that's level 2. Okay, so now that level 2 actually has enough in it, I'm going to come back to my global script. And let's add these in here so we can actually go to level 2. Now this is just for the safe chunks, the points chunks. We need the individual ones. Really, I don't have to copy and paste it like from the node tree because we already know what it's going to look like. It's just going to be the same file path except these become 2s. That's it. So put a comma here, paste that in there. This one is for points. This is level 2. Come in there. This one is for obstacles. And this is for level 3. Need a comma. So in theory, it should be able to load all 3 levels. Maybe. The only exception to that is over here in the terrain controller, I believe. I believe this is the only exception to that. Also, let me burn down some of these. I did want to keep this because this was a very interesting setup that I liked. So actually, I'm going to keep these prints for way longer than I probably need to. In here, we assigned these playlists. So when it goes through and it chooses what chunks it's going to load in, it bases it on these playlists. And these playlists are technically level bound. So level 1 will have a different playlist than level 2, in theory. And for now, level 0 is actually just loading in level 1's playlists. So I would want the playlist to be different so it feels different between level 1 and level 2, right? Let me see where we set that. Chunks list are assigned here. So this is one of the places it's assigned. Chunks for level. Updating level lists. Updating lists of chunks to choose with level relevant chunks when starting ones are over. So this is really in the beginning. This is really in the beginning more than anything. I see you over there in the shorts feed, Muhammad. I see you. Let's say chunks list. There's somewhere else that it should be assigning it. Is that the only place that it assigns it? Because this is just supposed to be at the beginning. I guess that's the only place it assigns it. So actually, I think it'll still work. What we don't have, if global's level current is, yeah, wow. So actually, if I were to load into level 2 first, because what this is looking for is if the current level is 1 or less, assign it. That is to say, I start the game right on level 2, right on level 3, whatever. It's going to check this to see what it should load in. But it's only going to load in something if it's level 1 or something. right? So, I gotta figure out a way to have it updated to a different list if we're on level 2. Now I do have an update level thing over here. If I connected it in this, I'm not sure, but I'm gonna find out. On level update, yes. So that is to say, when we choose a new level, of course we have that in here. This stuff is gonna run. What this doesn't do is update the playlists. I would want this to update the playlists. This is where we would put that, right here. That's where we do it. And what I'd like is for it to know what the level is and use it. Now, actually, I've learned, okay, actually, I think I can do this. Because the way that this works is it looks at chunks to add, chunk chosen to add. This right here loads in these different playlists, and it picks a random playlist. So it's either gonna do playlist 1 or playlist 2. All right. And see you later, Mohammed. Goodbye. Goodbye. You can you can always check the channel page to see when I'm gonna stream next. All right. I update it all the time. Keep an eye on that. All right. Okay. So now in here, this is like a default chunks list, right? It's like, it's just blank. It's not assigned to level 1 or level 2. But I am assigning the level 1s here. So what I want to do is I want to say that when we advance to a new level, update chunks list 1, update chunks list 2, update chunks list 3, etc. to be the new level. So right now, I've just kind of assumed like, what, 5, 6? I don't know how many playlists I'm gonna actually end up wanting. I kind of like the idea of 6. I don't know, we were talking about it earlier. Let's do 6s. Let's do 6s. I gotta create a 6. Okay, I'll do that. I have no problem creating a 6. So let's make a 6th one. Variable chunks list 06. Just to add some degree of variety in theory, if we ever need to add more. And it would be nice if I didn't need to assign each one every time. I could potentially do like a match statement. I'm sure there's some way we could get that set up. For now, you know what? I'm just gonna put it in here multiple times and we'll be okay with that. So I actually want to expand this a bit. Even though chunks list 3 doesn't exist, I guess I would want to maybe I'll make these other chunk lists. It sounds like a lot of effort right now. I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, we could just keep them safes, and then I could update them to something more serious at another time, since these don't get loaded anyway. Yeah, let's do that. Let's keep them safes for now, and at some point, I'm gonna want to update those. I think that makes sense. So I want to make sure these are in that if statement, just like that. Let me grab this. Now down here, in level update, do all that stuff, yes. I'm not really sure where I want to put this. I don't think it matters. Let's just put it in there. Probably as soon as possible is better. We want to update the chunks lists to match the current level. So we have the level here. Now I need to somehow insert this in here. Now earlier, yesterday, y'all gave me some tips on how I can do this. I don't know if I can figure that out again. This is gonna be tricky, because I somehow have to construct this to insert the level number into the end here. And add a leading 0 if it needs a leading 0. It's actually gonna be a bit difficult. because I needed to know. I mean, that's kind of, I mean, for now, all I have to say is, you know, maybe I get rid of the leading 0. What about that? What if I don't have a leading 0? Because the only reason I need a leading 0 is if we're doing file system stuff. And I don't know that this doesn't exist in a file system. It's just in arrays. So maybe I just refactor this stuff. Chunks list 01 underscore level 1. Where are all the places this exists? 2 places. 2 places. That's not enough places. It must be in more places. I just put it right here. Oh, maybe I need to save it before it appears there? Okay, there we go. Yeah, let's just replace it. So I'm gonna do a replace on that. We're looking for chunks list 01 level 01, and I'm gonna replace it with just the 1. I think that's, I don't need a leading 0 everywhere because I like leading 0s, which I do. This is one place where it's gonna be better without the leading 0, because it's gonna make my life a heck of a lot easier, and there's no file system benefit to having a leading 0 here. All right, so we're gonna this time look for chunks list 2 level 1. We're gonna look for all of them, and we're gonna replace it with chunks list 2 level 1 with no leading 0. I don't think there's any file system benefit to doing the chunks list with the leading 0 either, actually. I don't think there's any harm in doing it with the leading 0 either, other than it's inconsistent. Alright, and then there's also chunks list 1 level 2, if I've put that anywhere, and we want to replace that with that. There's no matches. Oh, okay, I guess I haven't put that anywhere. Really? Okay. Oh, if you say so. Alright, very well. So then what I can do is, well, I still have to figure out how I'm going to construct this as a string. I still have to insert that on there somehow. How the heck do I do that? Technically, this is like a variable, right? I'll have to look that up. How to GD script add or change variable name string. Oh god, I don't know if it's gonna. Possible to get the name of variable as a string. Is there a way to change a variable name everywhere? This is gonna take a little puzzling on my part. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in GDScript, there is one place in this code that I think I've done that. And I think that's on the body part script. I think we have something like, oh, you know what? It's not on the body part script. I think it's on the old health bar script, which we don't use, but it technically exists. Here. Not quite there. Almost there. String, connect string, what is healed? But that's supposed... Is that supposed to be a string? No, the things we connect to... Whoa. Oh yeah, because connect method calls with a string. So I would need to somehow be able to call a variable as a string, or convert it from a string back into a variable. How the hell would I do that? GDScript convert string to variable name, I guess is what I want to do. Okay, it's not ideal, but I want to do it. Oh yeah, this is kind of what I want to do. I think, maybe. Just tell us how to do it. Oh wow, everybody's saying do a dictionary, do a dictionary, do a dictionary. Hmm. 2018. String to variable. Oh. Whoa. Oh yeah, I could do match. Alright, I was just kind of hoping to avoid having a big mess of things. But actually that could work as well. Let's try that. So what we would, oh god, it's gonna be chaos in here. Dear god. I could have a dictionary. It's just gonna be like a dictionary that holds arrays, and it's like arrays on arrays on arrays on arrays starts to stress me out after a while, personally. So let's try this. We're gonna say match level. We don't really need a 0, but what the hell? Oh god, it's gonna be so much. This is gonna be a lot of crap right now. Dear god. I hate this. There is no chunk list level 0, so we'd actually want it to be 1. In theory, we'd assign the rest, but I haven't created the rest, so I also have to come in here and update this. Oh my god. This is pretty painful. I'm not gonna lie. This is gonna be ugly. Oh yes, let me collapse it, at least. Level 1 is also gonna do 1. Paste this in here. If it's 2, god. I want a more elegant way to do this. Then load level 2. So in theory, we do this all the way down. I do need to make level 2 lists. I haven't actually done that yet. I say we just do level 1 ones for now. And then at some point, we bother with it. Alright, so what this is going to say is, depending on what the level is, assign a new chunks list. In theory, we've kind of done nothing of much value here, other than set up the possibility that I could change this to something else if I create it, which I haven't yet. So, it's a bit arbitrary, but technically it'll at least start that framework. I was hoping for something more clever than that, but, you know, it's been a long problem-solving day. That's just gonna have to be good enough right there. So, with all of that done, oh, there might be something else too. I don't know if we're on level 2, it might not know what minimum to set it to. Let's just find out. Alright, so we add a point, we go from level 0 to level 1. The orbs come down, we click on that, and it's gonna load up level 2, just like that. I haven't put the world environment back in, so it looks a little ugly. Let's just artificially add some points. Meet the minimum. Now we did have an issue there. What I want is to get us to go to level 2. Attempt to call function get files in base null instance on a null instance. Okay. Interesting. So why didn't that update? the obstacles path. The chunks path obstacles. Directory obstacles. Chunks path obstacles. Why didn't this get updated? Chunks path obstacles. It should be going to the current obstacle chunks level, which in theory should be level 2. Let's see if we can see anything in the stack here. Yeah, it's null. It literally got set to nothing, which is surprising. Interesting that safes came through. What is it? What does it think safes is? Any way it can give me more? I don't know. Okay. Let me go back to the global script, see if I can understand anything here. Zero, 1, 2 in the array. Because what it should be doing is pulling from here. Terrain level 2 points. And did I actually I updated all these names, yeah? Let me double check. Terrain level 2 obstacles, terrain level 2 points. Yeah. Yes. I did. So that should exist. Oh, first of all, I made this 3. That shouldn't matter. Well, that does matter, because that doesn't exist. Oh, it probably stopped at obstacles, and it never even got to points. That's the problem. Alright. Great. I think that solves that. I think that solves that. Let's try it again. Upgrade to level 1. I don't know if I like the lag spike being before the orbs descend. I'm not sure yet. Because we can always put like some text on screen. We'll mask it somehow. All right, so we're here on level 1. Add the points. Nice, no error. Good. Click on this. Oh, what? We got a little further this time. Email X 3 on base array. Oh, because we met the minimum again, and so it updated the next one. So we need to make sure we increase that minimum from 10 because we're already gonna have 10 points. So let's figure out where that gets set. I assume on the UI here. Score minimum gets set to 10. We have another match statement here, but it doesn't have a condition for if you're on level 2. So every new level, I have to make sure I increase this somehow. So let's just say 20. You know, I might not, I don't think I want it to be 10 every single time. That to me is super boring. But, you know, for now, it can be like placeholder. There's actually going to be 12 levels. I guess I could make all 12. It's a lot easier than making 12 directories. But there's an easier way to copy all this. Multiple times. Oops. Put that on there. 7, 7. I'm gonna do all 12. I should really start filling out all 12 of things. That way I can kind of get more of it. Oh my god, there's so many levels. One day, I would like to just be filling out levels. You know, like no longer working on coding in new things, just building new levels. It's a lot of levels. It's a frick ton of levels. You know, I might even scope down one day, you know, and just say, okay, there's only there's like half level amount of levels or something. We have been talking about 6 as a magic number, so that could work. All right, so there's that, all filled out. I could collapse the whole match statement, but I'm afraid I'll like not see them, and that'll confuse me someday. It might not, but I'm just gonna do that. Wow, it's a big match statement. And then back on the terrain script, I mean, now I'm kind of, well, I mean, yeah, well, I mean, I could just fully future-proof it. It's just, it's not gonna have the directories. Yeah, we'll just do a little bit. We'll do a little bit. It's a bit chaos, for sure. No doubt. No doubt there's a bit of chaos to this. Could be worse. Could be worse. I'm putting them all. I'm doing them all, baby. Luckily, I don't really have to do anything for this because I don't have the lists to add in. But it does mean at some point I'm gonna have to come up here and update all these. Oh god. I really wanted a more elegant solution. And having just a crap ton of if statements or match statements. Maybe I will do that dictionary one day. Oh, that's 12. That's all we need. All right, let's keep going. The more the merrier. It would be kind of nice to just be able to go up to level 12. Now, where that's going to be a problem is I don't have 12 folders. I mean, with the level 2 thing, you kind of could. You kind of could. You know, if I just duplicate the level 2 folder, the thing is there's not going to be cattle ranches in every level. So, like, at some point, I'm going to want to change that. Heck, I could consider that. Alright, let's make sure we fix that one little snag, and I'm actually able to get on to level 2 before I start duplicating all the code for 12 different levels. This is kind of what I wanted to do, is be able to technically go through, quote-unquote, the whole game, in theory. Even though there isn't much to add in between all those places. Alright, so there it upgraded to 20. Gives me a new power-up, and now we're moving on to level 2. We are officially on level 2. And as you can see, we get the blank cattle ranch with no cattle ranch on it. That's what our barren level 2 looks like. Now, where it's gonna break, if I try to load level 3, it's gonna say there is no level 3. What are you talking about? I'm kind of inclined to keep going. That's what I think. So I'm gonna actually do that. Terrifyingly enough. I'm duplicating this. We're gonna make level 3. I wanna be able to move through the whole game. Even however arbitrary that technically is. I wanna do it. And I don't want to color them all. I want to color like the one that I'm kind of currently working on. I'll tell you what, I'll make these like purple. So there's a little more subdued over there. Set folder color purple. And then I gotta come in here and I have to rename. This is probably the most annoying part of this, is having to rename all of these folders. This is not joyous. This does not spark joy. But it feels useful for now. Oh god, and they all have the wrong level. Why can't I bulk edit it? I guess I could if I went outside of Godot, if I got like an editor that would edit things, a file manager that would do that. Well, I'm just gonna pump up the jams and grind through it, baby. That's all there is to it. Level 3 is actually still a cattle ranch. Level 4 will not be. So I could even theme it a little bit to be like the small town. Not that I'm really sure what the small town is gonna look like. But that's okay. Level 4. We could keep a forest in there. I don't think there's any problem with that. Small towns have forests. I'll probably decide something other than forests at some point, or in addition to forests. But really, it's just about symbolically having all these here above all else. Now, I don't really need the cattle ranches. So like, what am I gonna put in there? I have no idea. It could literally just be this. I could give it like a new gradient or something weird like that. could just imagine that's neighborhood. That's a neighborhood. Obviously. Is what that is. That's what neighborhoods look like. Don't you know? Duplicate it 6 times. For the safes, there's not going to be cornfields. We'll just call them fields. Oh crap, I duplicated these before I changed to put 4s in front of them. Pity. It's a grindy task. That's all there is to it, baby. Then 4, 5, and 6 are all small town stuff, so we don't have to do anything different for these at all. Just literally duplicate it. Give it the purple color. Stands out a little, but not too much. Duplicate it again. 6. Make it purple. Now for 7, that's going to be getting into the city. Don't fully know what that's all going to look like. That's okay. Forests, I mean, probably gonna be less forests. There could be parks. It's a park. It's a park, not a forest. I don't really have anything to like put in there. I could just make the ground gray instead of green. That's how it's different. That's what makes it different. Get rid of all these forests. Oh, I forgot to rename all the numbers in each of them. They're all gonna have 4s on them. Ugh. Oh, it's grindier than I thought. If only it didn't have to be. But it does. It's the work I gotta get done, though. Oh my god. It's painful. Hope y'all are doing well. There's nothing to say. There's nothing to say. 5's renumbered. I'm not sure what's worse, coming in here and doing each one or like duplicating them one by one. I think this might be worse than duplicating them all one by one. Let's find out. And delete all these. Rename one of them to 6. Duplicate it, and then put a number at the end. Duplicate has Control D, which makes it a little bit faster. It's a little faster. Every little bit counts right now. Okay, 7. Rename F2. I'll try to use F2. My F2 is not very elegant to use on my keyboard. It can't be worse than all this right clicking though, can it? It could. Oh, right, because I wanted to change this one to be a city-ish forest, or a small townish. No, this is city. This is city. Like a park. Wait, you want it the other way around. The green would become gray. There actually is a very specific gray color that comes with city chunks, in theory. Much brighter. It's a park. Simple as that. That's all it took. I don't even hate it. I'm gonna save it. We would say terrain. Level 07. Well, it's not really just 07. It's any of these, but whatever. Textures. I don't know what we usually name these. There. This would be city park gradient. I hope I'm not messing up gradients anywhere else. I don't think we are. But it's possible. I did this on a forest. Oh, dang it. I did change it on others. Oh, I was afraid of that. I was afraid I did that. Why? Why? I thought I made that unique. Forest Shader 1. Oh, jeez. Oh, this is annoying. This is very annoying. Yeah, this is unique. Like, the shader isn't unique. So I guess therefore the parameters aren't unique either. So, okay, so in theory, if I load that same thing again, it doesn't even reset it. So it like automatically saved the new shader over top of it? Why? Why would it do that? I don't understand. There's something very confusing to me about how it's instancing these. So every forest, but this has a unique forest shader 1.tres. That's what this one is, forest shader 1.tres. And its gradient texture is unique somehow. Okay, so if I update this to the forest 1 grid, whoops, that's the wrong thing. If I upgrade this to the did I not save a forest gradient? Okay. A little annoying. But I might be able to undo it back, actually. I would like to save this as not city park. I need to be saving these textures in better places. I don't like that I'm putting these in these separate levels. I think it's a mistake. I think we should have a special place just for textures. terrain textures. And we're gonna say area 1. And this one is forest gradient 1. Save it. And now we come to any of these forests. And it's gonna have, now that says gradient texture 2D. I want it to have forest gradient 1. That's what I want it to have, is forest gradient 1. Pull up some other one, check it. It has forest gradient 1. Good. This should be the city one. I would like this to be unique. I'm not sure it will be. I might have to make this shader unique, which is going to be interesting. But just out of curiosity, if I now quick load the city part gradient, it does go on there. But now if I go to the other forests, oh, it didn't take the new one. Good. Okay, good. I don't have to make a unique shader for everything. Oh, but it did. Well, we do have to make a unique shader, but right. Okay, not a unique shader, just a unique surface material. And like, I could save this, but there's really nothing different other than the gradient. Yeah, the mask texture, whatever. Okay, cool. Now, what I'd like to do is I'd like to actually save this somewhere else. I want to start saving all these in these gradients. Because it's not really the... Did I save it correctly? Terrain textures, area 1, yes, forest gradient. So this would be area 3. Area 3, city park gradient 1. Save it. Okay. Now I've got a unique one. Now I think I probably, for this small town here, this weird gradient that I made, this is probably going to be incorrect, in the wrong place on one of the ranches. That is to say, I think I accidentally replaced this somewhere else. At small town 1, if I pull up some of the old cattle ranch ones. Why doesn't terrain level... Oh, because I'm searching. I was like, why doesn't it have... Okay. Anyway. I know why. I know why. It was nothing. Don't worry. Terrain points... I think this is this Cattle Ranch 4? No, well, that was Cattle Ranch 3 anyway. Cattle Ranch 4, Cattle Ranch 2? Which one is that one anyway? It's not Cattle Ranch 1. It's not Cattle Ranch 3. Oh, it's the forest. Is it? It is. Oh, that was the forest. Wow. So it didn't even change that at all? Wow. I'm a little surprised. So that one did come out unique. Our little subdivision one. The small town one. Confusing. Very confusing. But it's starting to become slightly less confusing. This says block level 4 forest. But I don't think that's what it really is. I just haven't renamed it. This is actually our park. So let's rename it. This is block level 7, City Park 1. Obviously, I'll change it, I'll redesign it someday, but for now, as a placeholder, this will do. City Park 2, City Park 3, and so on. 4, 5, and 6. Okay. And also a bit messy and confusing. One day I really want to go through and get all my file structure set up right. Because some of these textures and gradients are kind of getting a little messy everywhere. And they're all gonna look right. Okay. For the points, obviously I don't want the small town thing. Duh. I'm gonna delete all of these. Now again, I have to make sure that I'm not messing up our instances here. Very freaking easy to do. I want to make this unique. This one is special, okay? What happens, make this unique, what if I clear that? That just looks like that. Okay, let's keep it on there, but we're just going to obliterate the gradient. So just make it like that. That's not the right color though, is it? I don't think it is. I think we have a specific color we want. It's pretty close though. In theory, this would be where buildings go. Technically. Let me make sure I didn't mess up our actual small town. Nice, we didn't. Good. Okay, and then I'm gonna rename this. I don't need to save the gradient on this one. I don't think I do. Someday, when I make it more intentional, we can update that. This is block level 7 underscore, we'll say city block. I really should be naming them all chunk. The whole chunk thing kinda doesn't matter. Alright, duplicate it over here now. 2. Oops, I renamed it badly. Oh, what did I just do? Copied it? That's fine. Right, Control D, 3. Control D, 4. Control D, 5. Duplicate, 6. Here we got 6 of those. All named 7. For the safes, sure, put fields in there, who cares? I mean, I guess in a city there can be some fields. Once in a while. Delete all those. There's gonna be a lot of them now. I would say, honestly, for now, what if you just duplicate the block? Then I can just literally copy these 6 and just move them over to safes. Save me a little time here. Move duplicate to 7. Copy the files over there. Oh, that didn't go where I wanted it to. Put it in safes. Okay. Got it. Save it. It's a lot of clicking. It's a lot of typing. It's a lot of levels. It's too many levels. What I like about this exercise too is it's putting into perspective how overscoped this game is right now in terms of level numbers, which is, I think, good to have some degree of grip on. Alright, rename this to 8. Rename this to 8. Rename this to 8. Okay. We're gonna delete all of these. And rename it to 8. Duplicate it. Turn the music back up. We're back in the repetitive town. Hey, what's up, AMR? How you doing? Welcome. I'm doing some real repetitive, boring stuff right now. But it be like that sometimes. I'm making a game, and I want to build out all the where the levels would go. It's just a lot of duplicating. It's part of the process, so here I am. Hope you're doing good. Thanks, AMR. All right, there's the level 8 ones. sign is also city. Some sad music. It's so sad. Oops, I made too many. I was just in the flow. The wrong flow. Oh, I did it again. I just kept doing it. Okay. The city ones are all done. Now the military one. I'll put a little something on there, but not much. A little something special. I should probably duplicate this small town one. I don't know, it kind of doesn't matter. We could just reuse the forest on this one. Couple extra steps putting in that number 10. Not much, but like a little. When it's this repetitive, you feel it. And there's a special military color for the ground. Again, gonna want to make sure I keep it unique in Godot terms. So let's do that. Make it unique. Let me actually pull up military block. It's just a slightly different color. It's specific though. And then by the end, I'm gonna go through them all and see if we can get to the end of the game. Almost dish there, kinda, sort. Okay, this says it is unique. I'm a little dubious. If I make that unique, does that mess up this? Doesn't look like it. It's such a slightly different color. Barely a different color. Stayed unique though. Okay, so then come back over here, rename it. Military base. This will be distributed in all kinds of different ways at some point. For now, it'll do. For the safes, we could bring back some grass. Wait, why does the field have that texture on it? Uh-oh. That was not uh-oh, but that was unintentional. Whoa. Forgot to make it unique, I guess. That was supposed to be for the small town. Wasn't supposed to look like that. Irritating. the default grass horn. Not supposed to look like that. Oh, and the small town one kept it. Wow. At least that was an easy fix. Thank goodness. Ugh. The mind nummery. Kind of nice after all that problem solving earlier. My typing skills are going bad. Okay. Duplicate this a few times, update the names. We're almost done. We're on 11, need to get to 12. Then conceivably, I can play through the whole game. Bit of a stretch to call it that. Game's too big. Only need to make 6. Remember, only need to make 6. Okay, good. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Rename. Duplicate. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One more. Duplicate. 12. That was fast. That was the fastest one I got through. After like 10 of them, I hope that it would get fast eventually. Wait, what just happened? I thought I renamed it. Oh, I made it purple? Okay. Or something. I don't know what happened there. 12. It's getting confusing. No, don't duplicate. Don't duplicate. My brain. My brain. It's not so good. I hope I didn't make one I don't need. Clean it up one day. Alright, there's 12. Now I just need to do the last set. Rename it. 12. Duplicate. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. No more than 6. Delete these. Rename. 12. Duplicate. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. One more set. Rename. 12. Duplicate. Oh, what did it... See, oh, I must be pressing something else. I think I pressed Function D instead of Control D. Oh my goodness. Who knows what Function D does? Something horrible, I bet. Maybe not. 2. 3. 4. 5. And 6. Okay. Now, I don't know how finished I actually did this. I don't know if I've made mistakes or not anywhere along the line. But we've got 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. I don't really need this textures folder if I'm being honest with you. I'm not convinced we need these textures folders, but we'll leave it for now. There's 5, 4, level 3, 2, and of course 1. Now, will it all load and work right away? So if everything goes as it should, in theory, once I get to 12, and if I advance to the next level, the game should say, there's no 13. Wait, I didn't set everything up. I don't think it's ready to test yet, because I think I still need to set up all the path files. I don't think I set up all the paths. Oh, my world environment's still not in there yet. Alright, let's do that. Dear God, please close all these tabs. That's too many tabs. There's a dang point. We have reached it. Need a bit of a tab-pocalypse here. All of these look correct. No textures too messed up. What's up, Axaplodal? How you doing? Thanks for stopping in. Okay. Testing out... Well, before I test this out, I'm gonna add the world environment in. I'm doing pretty well. I'm a little tired, but I'm doing well. How are you? Working on my game. Working on this game always makes me feel good. So there's that. I'm gonna put the world environment in here. I kind of was doing something a bit grindy there, but that's okay. Okay, world environment is restored, but I believe I need to go into the globals. Yeah, I haven't added any of these. Oh, the repetitiveness ain't over yet. You're good. I love to hear it. Paste this in there. 2, that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's going to be a roguelike setup like an endless runner. And I would even say it has some vague shoot 'em up, you could even say bullet hell elements. But the game is about being an alien who is invading Earth, and you have to collect, or abduct, I should say, animals and humans. I'll show you a little bit about that. Just a second. Yeah, so we're actually going to start out on a debug level, which is not that fun. So we're just going to cheat to the main first level. Revise it. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Maybe like release it or something. I am going to release it for free at some point. And then depending on how that feedback goes, I'm going to remake it with like a team and then potentially sell that. So yeah, so you're this alien, you're invading Earth, and you can abduct, in this case, in this level, there's cows that you abduct. You can attack things, break them apart into pieces and stuff like that. Your limbs get injured if you bump into stuff, so literally we just broke our legs off. We fell onto the ground. There's going to be certain consequences for breaking limbs off and stuff. If you meet that abduction minimum, you move on to the next level and you'll get to choose some power-ups. I still have a long way to go finishing this game, but it's getting there a little bit at a time. Today I was setting up a way to actually move to the next level. Yesterday I set up this power-up orb kind of thing. Let's see if I can get one more cow. Oh, I missed it. Oh, I got a cow. There we go. So then once you reach the minimum, it'll be like, you did it. And then I need that number to not update for a minute. But yeah, then you click here and you go to the next level and it loads on in. So technically we're on level 3. Doesn't really look like it, but we are. Now this is gonna stop working if we get too far. So I'm going to copy all this. I'm not sure. I guess what would be easiest is if I do a replace. If I copy all of these. Let's copy all this from here. But yeah, that's kind of a little bit about the game so far. You'll try to each watch the development? Oh, cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I stream many times a week, but I work on this game in particular publicly on Wednesdays and Thursdays. I'm not going to do it every 4th week I take off. I do about 8 to 10 hour long streams working on it. And I'll be back, not next week, but the week after. But I do stream out of the shorts feed on Fridays. I do a 1-hour game jam. And then on Mondays I do a member stream, which is like this one, but it's for members only. So yeah, but don't worry, that one you don't miss out on a lot of the game development stuff. The game development, like getting in the weeds with the code and everything, I usually do on Wednesdays and Thursdays. So yeah, I hope I see you around. Thanks for checking in. Appreciate it. I'm always, interested if you're working on stuff too. If you're a game developer, I'm always curious to know what people are up to. No pressure, obviously. I'm gonna do a replace here. And I want everywhere it's gonna be a little tricky. But we have to update. This is actually very, I actually have a lot of repetitive. Okay, before we go pasting that, don't paste that, because I didn't update all the numbers. We have it updated in here too. I gotta say that's 3, that's 4, that's 5, that's 6, and so on and so forth. It's a little painstaking. Thought we were done with the repetitiveness, we weren't yet. I'll pump that music back up a bit. Pump it up a bit while I get through it. Not very good, but you're learning. That's it. That's it. That's good enough. Nice. Gotta start somewhere. I'm still learning too. I couldn't achieve a lot of what I do without the help from people in the live stream chat. That makes a big difference. Okay, those are all numbered now. Now I can slap that on there, but I need all this to not say obstacles. I could, maybe I'll just insert extra cursors in here. My least favorite thing about adding extra cursors is I can't mess up. If I put it in the wrong place, they're all messed up. Okay, delete, 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 delete. Points. Oh, it's capitals. Don't be capitals. Points. My friend wants to see, can you show the game again? Yeah, sure. Absolutely. As I said, it's set up like an endless runner. It's going to be a roguelike where you pick up power-ups at the end of every level. We're going to skip this debug level. This is not a real level in the game. It's just for debug purposes. We're just picking a pretend power-up. You're this alien. You're invading Earth. And as you can see, there's some stuff around. We can destroy things. We can abduct animals. There will be humans you can abduct as well. You're going to be able to eat these things and actually transform into stuff depending on what you eat. That may or may not be a good thing. Your limbs can take damage and they can shrink down, and that in theory, oops, I dropped that cow. In theory, that can change how well you play the game. So I'm gonna break off my legs. You can see I have one tiny leg, but if I actually break off both of my legs, the character will fall to the ground. I want to do a lot more with that, but that's all I got for now. We can break all these. Well, we can try to. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's nice of you. I'm doing my best. You know, I don't want it to be a super huge game. I'm just trying to learn what I can and make a game that I'm interested to make and see where that takes me. So let's see if I can get to 10 here. That's the minimum. So I'm still kind of working on how this is gonna, I feel like it, so right here we get to 10. It says you did it. It says 20. I don't want it to change to 20 yet. And then in theory here, now you pick a power-up. I don't have the power-up set up yet, but I will one day. And then you pick your power-up, and then you continue on, and then it starts loading in the next level. The next level doesn't look like anything yet because I haven't made it, but that's it. Alright, let's get this last rote thing done. Slap that in there. Should all look good. The only thing is I need to add in these cursors down the line. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's very nice of you, Seth. So add in all these cursors so you can change this to safes. And then I should be able to play, quote-unquote, through the whole game. We're kind of faking it, but I want to make sure that this system's scaled. Oh, don't be insert. And that goes to safes. Okay. Now, in theory, I should be able to cheat my way to the end of the game. Again, by the time I get to the end, it's just gonna break, but at least we'll find out. So right now we're on level 0. It actually says it right here, current level 0. So let's add a point, and that's gonna bring us to level 1. Pick a power up. It's kind of hard to see. I kind of like to put a background on that. I know, it's kind of like, why don't you just do it? I could, but what if I put a background on it? It's bothering me that I can't see it. The current level number. So that is right there. I don't know if there's an easy way to put a background on it. Is there? Let me go to theme overrides over here. See what I can find. Colors, fonts, colors, outline. Ooh, give it an outline. Yeah, outline it. Just need that outline size to be a little thicker. There we are. Oh yeah, that's a background. That's as good as a background I ever saw. Alright. Good. There we go. It's outlined. It'll pop better. Okay, if I'm gonna be sitting here looking at the level for 12 levels, I would like to be able to see it. Alright, we're on current level 0 at a point. That's gonna change to current level 1. I wanna see that get all the way to 12. We're gonna cheat our way, so it says 10. I would kinda like to see it too. So here we are, level 1. There's 4 different areas. The first area is farmlands. So we're out here in this farmlands. Let's add points till we get 10. We're cheating our way up here. We're on level 2, looks good. Let's get our power-ups. The level 2 does not look very different. It just is emptier. Let's upgrade it. Do we get to level 3? We do. We're on level 3. Let's go. Pick our next power-up. We're cheating our way through the game. Level 3 is not going to look very different. Level 4 should actually look a bit different. I still haven't added in all the assets and built it all out yet, but the colors should kind of come together, more or less. Alright, it says we're on level 4. Pick the power-up. Let's see if it looks a little different. It's a little different. It's got some gray on it. And it's emptier. Nice. 5 and 6 are gonna look just like this. So let's just get through them. Level 5. It's not gonna look, it's literally exactly the same as level 4. So I'm not gonna bother sitting and looking at that. Level 6, we made it. I definitely want to delay how quickly that number updates on the left. But we'll worry about that later. Press that. Increase it. We're on level 7. What's here? 1, 2, 3 is area 1. 4, 5, 6 is area 2. So actually 7 should be our new area, which is the city area. So this should actually look quite different if we get up here. It's just gray. It's just gray stuff. Oh! Uh-oh. Whoa, what happened? Why did that cause an error? Non-existent function reparent in base nil. So it's saying that there was nothing to reparent to. I wonder if I switched the levels too quickly and it wasn't able to keep up with reparenting it. That, or for some reason it wasn't adding them in. So these are the kind of, this is why I wanted to play through it, was so I could see that. Hey, what's up? It looks like East St. Louis. Just empty and gray and flat. Yeah. Yeah, you know, I don't know why it would have that issue here. Something must be, it must not be finding the path somewhere. Now I've gotten this match statement. This is level, I mean, wow, I really need to run through more of them. I need to see if this happens sooner or not. We were on level 7. The chunk list should stay exactly the same. If this was gonna happen, the reason why it wouldn't would be because I probably typed this in wrong. I wonder which one it was trying to load in. Let's see, 7. Make sure that number is right. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 and 7. That looks fine. 7 and 7 on points. That looks good. 7 and 7 obstacles. So I'm not exactly sure what issue that was. That's not the most fun thing to puzzle out, truth be told. So basically what I need to do is I need to run through at least 9 to make sure that it's actually adding in the new ones. Because the thing is the player, in theory, I mean, who knows? Who knows how people play the game and break the game? But, you know, ideally, you as the player would not be able to level up that quickly. So there's some things to think about there. So let's just run through it a bit. We know level 1. We're actually on level 2 at this point. So that looks good. We're not getting any errors. It's not finding a chunk to put in there. So let's upgrade it to the next level. Wait for the orbs to come down. Pick our upgrade. Technically, we are on level 3. Let's make sure level 3 chunks come through just fine. I would say there's some pretty empty and flat places all over St. Louis. That's just St. Louis in general, if you ask me. Alright, looks good. Let's bump it up. We're on level 4. Pick our power up. And we'll run on down. So now we're actually in a different area. This is our small town area. You can imagine those are subdivisions, neighborhoods or something. I haven't put them in yet, but in theory they would be. We're not running into an issue yet, so that's good. Let's go up to level 4, or level 5. So we're on level 5. Get our power up, our fake, not real power up. Level 5's not going to look any different than level 4 at this time. So let's upgrade to level 6. Pick our power up. Yeah, it might have just been that I was trying to load too many on top of each other, but we won't know till I get to level 7. Okay, looks like we have plenty loaded in here. Level 6 is clear. Now, level 7. Our first city level. Really everything in this game is going to be flat, but there'll be buildings you probably won't even notice. Well, I thought about adding, like, hills and stuff, but it ended up just being a bit of an overscope. So we're just not going to worry about it. Okay. Oh, wow! It's literally when I got to level 7. Wow. That's interesting. What's so special about level 7? Let's see. Let me look at the folder here. Wow. So it shouldn't matter if we're cruising through the levels. That ain't it. That ain't the problem. The problem is something else. There's something else. I'm trying to... oh, whatever. Terrain... level 7. It exists. And, you know, it could be like a typo in here somewhere. Terrain level 7, obstacles. What would be helpful, too, is to know which one it had a problem on, because it loaded a bunch of them, but then it just stopped. There's some ways I could work on debugging this. I'm not gonna do it all tonight, but there's 6 in there. It says terrain level 7, obstacles, level 7 points, level 7 safes. There's enough in there, and there's enough in there. So I'm not sure why it would struggle to reparent. Non-existent function reparent in base nil. I mean, there's a lot of places. I could try searching 07 everywhere in the project. Right. But then there's also, there's a few key places where this stuff pops up. And did we check the match? Yeah, we just did. We checked it here. That looks the same as all the rest of them. It's adding a chunk list in here when it's level 7. Nothing new. That looks for these folders. I'm pretty sure I named... Is there like a space? Did I add a space in there somewhere I'm not supposed to have? Perhaps? I don't know. That's why you're not supposed to use names for things. That's why you're not supposed to use names. I get it. I get it. I get it. You know what I should do, right, is like drag in resources or some crap like that, right? I don't see the space. So really, I would need a little more debug information. I would need to know which thing is it trying to spawn in at that moment. I could try looking at remote. That would actually be very informative. Let's see what info I can get over here. Collector safes is empty. And obstacles and points are full. Well, not really. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in it. So actually it's missing 1. Obstacles has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in it. Actually, they're not full. They're missing a couple. And the terrain controller has 9 in it. But then suddenly just one of them, it's trying to reparent, but it does. Why wouldn't it? I mean, you know what has to be happening is it's trying to pull it from the safes. And that's why it's saying there's nil. That would be what I think is happening, probably. The other possibility is it's somehow confused about what level it's supposed to be on. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of possibilities here. One thing that would be interesting to test would be if we just skip level 7 altogether. One thing we can also do is we can just keep moving. So if I hit continue, it'll just keep trying anyway. So there we got another one, right? It stopped the game again. We could print out what's the one that it runs the error on. Let me see. Let me open up this. Oh, duh. I should have looked at this. Chunk add is null. Nothing is getting sent into chunk add. What if I continue it? I mean, it would seem it's still adding some in there. Continue it. Keep going. Oh no, because there's less and less every time. Eventually, we're just gonna reach the end of the level and we're gonna fall off. So it stopped adding them. Oh, that's okay, Qmerk. That's okay. No worries. Thank you. I'm just kind of hoping it's a quick, easy fix. I won't dig in too deep tonight. Just hoping it's like obvious. I mean, it's literally loading nothing more in. It has given up on loading anything else. It said, nope, nothing to see here. The collectors are... Safes is still empty. Safes is totally empty. And the terrain controller just keeps getting emptier and emptier. Points... It looks like it's reparenting things into points. Oh, you know what? I think I know what might have happened. I think I know what happened. I think I put stuff... I know what happened. I do. I realized it. I started moving chunks. So chunks have a certain type that they're set to. So let me open up this. See if I can try to show you here. So this, each chunk has a type. And right here, this type is set to obstacle. I copied some from others that aren't actually obstacles. Basically, I mixed up the typing. This makes sense. This is a type that works. What's up, Coffee Stained? First time watcher, not related to that other first time watcher. That guy was weird and was someone else. Welcome back, Coffee Stain. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you're doing well. I'm pushing my own limits here. So it's definitely the safes. There it is, right there. My safes are named points. That's all it is. All of my safe chunks in this level, and probably all the city levels, are marked as points. So what's happening is it's running out of safe chunks. It was an easy fix. It was a little oopsie on my part, because I was cross-copying and pasting things that didn't belong cross-copied and pasted. But it's fixable. Now I'm unfortunately gonna need to do this in all of the city ones, because I'm sure we have that same problem in the rest of these. So I gotta open all of these and update them to be saves. So yeah, I'm just trying to like sort of fake build out all the levels in my game, essentially. I've finally set up a system that lets me move between level 1 to level 2 to level 3 to level 4. And I don't actually have anything beyond like level 1 made. But now that that system exists, I wanted to put in like placeholder levels, basically, for everything. So that way, I could actually pressure test the system and see if it actually scales when I start adding in all of these extra levels. So yeah, and I made one little mistake that I have to go back and fix, only slightly painstakingly. Hopefully I've not made that mistake in the military one. It's also the type of mistake that could sneak by and confuse me. It's if I didn't do it as easy to puzzle out as this one, it could be just like gaslighting a little bit. That is to say, just like removing things that shouldn't be removed a little bit at a time in a way that I don't even notice that it's happening. And be like, why does the game feel off? I can't put my finger on it. So in a way, I'm kind of glad it happened in an obvious way. Now I need to check all of the military ones too, to make sure those were assigned properly. That's an obstacle, that's an obstacles, that one's good. Points, the one in points is in points, that's good. Please tell me the safes are in safes. I think they are. I think they are. I think we're good. They are safe. Okay, excellent. All right. So we're gonna save everything real quick, just so that way, save all. We're gonna do a little quick save all here, so that all those will update automatically. And make sure I'm pressing that save all button. There we go. It's gonna take a second to load it up. Hey Roger, welcome back. Good to see you. We did solve that problem, by the way, that we were dealing with before. It turned out to actually be ridiculously simple. Yeah, we did, Roger. We did. It was really stupid simple, actually. The problem that we were having earlier was that when we changed from one level to the next, it would delete all of the old level chunks as they go past. And unfortunately, it would not only delete the one that was from the old level, it would also add the one that was going to be deleted to an array that said, hey, add that deleted thing back in. So it would add like a ghost of a deleted chunk in there, and then that would break everything and there wouldn't be enough chunks in there. So it turned out we just literally needed an else statement. That was the fix, was a literal else statement. So back in here where we do the queue free, right there, if the first terrain is not the same as the current level, if the first terrain's level is not the same as the current level, right, we queue free. We didn't need any of the call deferred stuff. If so just delete it, right? But then we want to say, if it is the same level, right, then reparent it. You did teach me lambdas! Yes, I'm so thankful you came through and taught me lambdas. It was a huge, huge value. And it was nice to get to know you a little bit too. So it was all worth it. But man, wow. Literally all I had to do was just make an else statement and shove all of these reparents into the else statement. And it fixed it. All right, so let's see if I fix this other thing. I think I will have, and we should be able to get down to level 12. Again, once I get past level 12, the game's just gonna be like, there's no level 13. But that's okay, because right now that's the end of the game. But it's cool because then I could put like a you beat the game screen in there, right? Because I'll actually have all 12 of them we can get through. I normally don't touch them too much commonly, but GUI just really likes them. That's interesting. I mean, I might try using it one of these days. Now that you've taught me, I have it in my toolbox. Also, this is taking forever to load. I think it's because I have all these tabs open. I love the % name of code compared to, oh, yeah. Oh, name of node, yeah. Access as unique name, very useful, yeah. Because you never know if you're gonna restructure it. Yes, access as unique name is super useful. All right, we're gonna go from, oh God, level 0 to level 1. All right, click that. We're on level 1 now. We don't really need to take a look at them all. I think that was not really a real problem. Go to level 2. Click on this. We should be able to just burn through them as quickly as we want. So we're gonna do that. Advance up to level 3. I'll at least go look at the scenery and the ones that look a little different. This barely looks different. It just has some, we're on level 3. Oh, level 3 definitely doesn't look different. Level 4 will have some empty towns, some empty subdivisions that aren't set up yet. We'll have houses and shops and maybe a motel, who knows, different things like that. There it is. There's the gray blob on green. Placeholder. They're all placeholder levels for now. All right. Add the points cheat-wise. We're on level 5. Nothing different between level 4 and level 5, so we're just going to upgrade it there to level 6. Now we're on level 6. Grab our little point. Level 6 also looks exactly the same as level 5, looks exactly the same as level 4. Level 7 looks a little different. That's where we get our little flat Midwestern city going on. So let's chug along, and it just becomes a bunch of gray. Let's make sure we solved that problem, and we can run through gray for eternity. There we are, and there's some trees. We're in the city. Eventually there will be buildings here. I have modeled many buildings, well, a couple, but I have not implemented them all the way into the game yet. That will be coming soon. Whenever I finish level 1, we'll get to level 2, and then this, which is, well, actually area 2. It's area 2. There's 3 levels per area, so this is area 3. This is like level 7. Ponder the orb. Yes, we ponder the orbs. Indeed. That's how Roger sees it. All right, so let's move on to level 8. I'm sure level 8 is fine, but you know, just after that whole hullabaloo, let's make sure we can run through, and I did update the names correctly enough, or the types correctly enough, that it doesn't crash. Hopefully someday, if one is wrong, I notice that it's slowly messing it up. That will be a fun day, if ever happens. All hail orb! Exactly, you understand. You get it. Alright, next one. The roundest ponderable of all. We must ponder our next move. Okay, we have done so. We are now on level 9. 7, 8, and 9 are all still city. We're still in the city. We'll just go ahead and do a little bit just to make sure we don't hit an error. And then level 10 will look a little different. I assure you, it's not much different, but it'll be a little different. The color, the gray color, will be a little browner. It'll have some red, and then there'll be more grass. Level 10, this is where we'll have military bases after pondering, of course. And then, yeah, so see, it's a little redder. The ground's a little redder, and then we start getting some more grass in there. This will be military bases and stuff. Cool, great, looks good. Run through it a little. I think it's fine. I think we're gonna make it to level 12, baby. One more level up, a couple more levels up. We're on level 11. Do our pondering. I can't believe that's even sticking. Go, go, go. Chilling on level 11. I think that's enough to know it's not going to crash. And level 12. We have made it. We have ascended to the final level. In theory, this is the end of the game. This is the end of the game in theory. Now, I know what's gonna happen once I finish this and we do the next one. It's gonna crash. Bam! Invalid get index 13. That is all I need to see, baby. That is what I want. That's what I wanted. So someday we could add in a little something like, you beat the game. Good job. 9 hours later. So at least that much is done. I'm very proud about that. This has been a beast of a stream. So much thinking, so much repetition, but I'm really glad to like be able to go through every single level. Maybe an endless level because it's overscoping. It's not the idea for the game, and so that would be not worth wasting my time on. So yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. I'm gonna give love to the patrons for supporting this channel. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. We're gonna move it over to the widescreen stream. Good night, Shorts feed. I'm done. I'm gonna be back on Friday tomorrow for the 1 hour game jam. I don't do that in the Shorts feed, so make sure you come over to the widescreen streams for that. That's tomorrow. That's the 1 hour game jam. I hope I see you there. Goodbye, Shorts feed. Goodbye, Shorts feed. Thank you so much. Let's end that. Bye. Okay. Now to my widescreen peoples. Patreon. You can go to patreon.com/hypergamedev to join for free. And actually, after the game jam, we do we play everyone's games, but in addition to that, there's a secret live stream. By the way, Olaf Zepp goes on that list as well, so thank you to Olaf Zepp for joining over there on Patreon. And yeah, you can join for free, hit this join for free button, and you'll get access to our community creations live stream. That means we'll be able to check out your projects, and I'll try them out on stream in a secret live stream. So check that out if you're interested. Join for free on Patreon. Love the people on YouTube, the YouTube members. What's up, YouTube members? Someone on there, A's Hall, belongs on that list as well. Thank you, A's Hall, for being a YouTube member. If you're a YouTube member, you actually get more perks than patrons. Patreon is a good way to support the channel, but the YouTube membership will get you more stuff, including a giant live stream I do every Monday. It's a full-on giant live stream. So check that out if you're interested. You also get some benefits in chat and stuff like that. You'll even get a bucket of chicken. Well, maybe. I can't promise that. Thank you guys so much. If you're watching this after the live stream, hello! I can't believe you made it this far. And yet I can, because here you are. Thank you so much for continuing to watch. Hyper smash that thumbs up button if you haven't yet. I appreciate it. You're here, why not? And if you are one of those lovely people watching after the live stream, you can tap or click in the bottom left to see the last live devlog that I did. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one, and I hope I see you there. By the way, I'm not streaming next week, but I will be streaming the week after that, and we'll be back into the regular schedule. Goodbye, good nights, goodbye, Kai Guy, thank you for coming through, goodbye. Thank you all. You too, humor. Goodbye.